The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by
Dubbo Regional Council,
Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
We're out west, ready for day 2 action from Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. Welcome to round 3. It's our day 2 action of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. I'm joined by my commentary team here this weekend. We've got Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central. Our newest member, if you didn't tune in yesterday and meet him, it's Greg Dunn from the Mr. Bones Moto YouTube channel as well. And we've got plenty of action here ahead of this day of racing. It's our senior class day. They're going to be out on track. They already are out doing their practice and qualifying sessions, but we've got a massive implications day for our championship in these classes. Point of the championship, and we've got a lot of racing ahead, but there's a few people that are going to be missing, unfortunately, from action, from injuries. Unfortunately, our sport, Russ, a little bit hard on the injury side of things. And our MX women's class, we're missing our championship leader, Taylor Thompson, and unfortunately one of our riders, get well soon to Meg Lincoln, still going through some surgeries after her crash at our round 2 at Lake Macquarie. So I actually noticed she's getting surgeries done in this week still. So yes, a bit of action there, but those girls are out. We're going to be looking for a couple of new names to step up in that one to take the front of the pack. Mia Tung, Ada Harris, Claire Pollard, more than likely.
Absolutely, those 3 girls have been right there nipping at those other 2 girls' heels the whole season. Yeah, best wishes to Meg. It was a real shame to see her go down the way she did at Lakes, and yeah, such a severe injury from a crash that we wouldn't have really expected it, right? So get well soon, Meg, and Taylor Thompson as well. Hers was a practice crash. Will we see her back this season?
I don't know. I think it was an ACL, so from what I saw on her social medias this week. So I think she's probably out for 5 to 6 months at least, which is probably going to mean that we won't see her again in this championship unless something miraculous with the rehab side of things happens. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, bit of a change up, right?
It does mean we're going to see some other girls step up now. That's going to completely shift how the championship plays out. So some awesome opportunities. Some of those mid-rider girls are going to come towards the front of the pack, and some of those girls that were 3rd to 5th are now going to be looking at podium positions, so that's really exciting for them.
Yeah, and of course we've got our other classes as well. Of course, we're looking at our MX1 and MX2 as our premier classes here this weekend on the Sunday of racing for our senior classes, that A and B grades in that MX1 and MX2. And of course, the name that's been basically dominating both of those classes, Reese Budd on that Moto Coach Elite Honda team. Reese is here. I've seen him in the pits. He's ready to go. Probably looking to dominate, but we're going to have to see who can step up and challenging him in MX1. Could it be Connor Rosenditch? Could it be Cooper Holroyd? Or is there another name that shows up in that list there to try and battle with Reese Budd?
Absolutely. Reese has been dominant so far. The boys have been giving him a bit of a run here and there, but he's sort of just been to that next level above them all. So really interested to see today which of those other guys can step up, maybe follow his lines, learn a few of his tricks, and really try to put some pressure on him. maybe it is just a game of pressure. Maybe it's just a game of being on his tail all day long and seeing if he stuffs up and makes a mistake and allows those guys to move through. So we're hoping to see Connor Rochditch. We're hoping to see a few of those other guys step up. Riley Burgess. Few of these names, we're hoping to see them nipping at his heels.
Yeah, well, in that, particularly in the MX2 side of things, Riley Burgess and Drew Kremer, they were having a ding-dong battle yesterday in MX3 class, but they're actually up in the MX2 for today's action. So they could be the ones that battle there and maybe upset the dominance of Reese Budd in the MX2 side of things. So we'll have to see. Yep. Reese has been pretty dominant, so we'll have to see if they can bridge that gap. But there's a bit of effort going to go in from those two boys.
Absolutely. The action that we had yesterday from Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess was second to none. That was first-class racing. They were banging bars, rubbing paint, making moves. It was absolutely unreal. If you didn't see it, make sure you jump onto YouTube, look at yesterday's footage, watch it. It's going to really set up how today plays out with those two boys. There was some words said after a couple of races. There was a few sparks flying too. So really keen to see where that takes us today.
It's always good to get some spicy comments in the post-race interviews when you're down there, when you throw the mic in there. And of course, we said we're at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. The Dubbo Regional Council is helping out, obviously, with this weekend, and we're in the area. It's a beautiful area in the western parts of New South Wales. And Greg, we're out here. The council's supporting us here, helping us put on a great weekend of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. The council's been very supportive of the last couple of years, and it's only going to help the event grow, which is going to help the sport grow. So it's fantastic of Dubbo Regional Council to support the event like they have been. We've had a bit of a walk around this morning, looked at the track, the volunteers last night. To bring the track from what it was yesterday afternoon to how it's prepared for today has been a fantastic job by the volunteers. So hopefully today we'll see some more great racing and see how the track progresses through the day.
Yeah, it's a massive effort from the track crew and all those involved with the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club to get this track basically back to brand new overnight, right? So
it's fantastic.
It's a lot of effort that goes in to make this weekend happen. And obviously talking about the track prep and being back to fresh, we've got our track preview that we did on Friday prior to the weekend with myself and one of our local fast riders, Luke Davis. So let's head over to that now. We'll check out the track preview and then we'll come back with our racing action.
We've travelled west for round 3 of the 2026 Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. This is our track preview brought to you by the Always Moto YouTube channel and Skywalker Studios. Let's get on track. I get to take another lap preview here. I'm David Hogan, one of your commentators for our live stream coverage again this weekend. I'm on the 2026 WR250F from Yamaha Motor Australia, and this time I'm joined by one of the local fast guys here, Luke Davis. Two of us are going to take a lap here at the Dubbo circuit. Away we go. We've got an uphill start straight here at the Dubbo venue. Nice fast entry into a left-hander here, and you can see Luke trying to take me here on the outside. Nice wheelie from Luke down our first straight as we head into our Kennards higher corner. Tight U-turn here. You're going to come back up the hill a little bit here towards a nice big tabletop in the middle of the circuit. You see Luke getting nice and sideways there, taking the inside line. I'm on the outside. I'm going to make a run down the hill here, trying to get up beside him. Nice little tabletop here, a bit of a step over. Nice and hard on the throttle here, and we're going to enter into the split lane.
We're down in the National Motorcycle Alliance split lane. Are you going inside out?
Or are you going to go outside in?
Through the split lane here, on the exit. We're going to have two different lines here to run down the back of our venue. A bit of a step over there. Now conditions here this afternoon were nice and thick. Track's been prepped very nicely as we enter our first of 3 roller sections. Luke's going to try and get Sendy here. He's going to come up a little bit short there as he tried to triple out. Gets right high in that whole shot graphic sperm there. Over the 2 short tabletops here. Hard to get a run at that first one out of that first corner from the inside. Another split lane option into our second set of rollers.
There's 3 roller or whoop sections on this Dubbo circuit this weekend. We're currently standing in the middle section.
Each roller section has its own little variables that you can do through it, but this one is the most consistent one that you can make all different things sort of happen on the other ones. This one is generally going to be a double-double with the split section on each end of the track, whether you're going to go inside or outside.
As we take on our Risen Unlimited corner, we're going to head to our third and final roller section. Luke's going to triple out there. Got a nice run from the wide entry. I'm going to cut through the inside. Now this tabletop was a bit hard to get on. Luke got it nicely there as we're going to make a run into a nice tight left-hand corner. Lots of options here for lines. We're going to step over this tabletop. And a tight right-hand corner. This is the final turn, essentially, on the circuit.
We're down in the final corner. This is your last chance to make a pass on that last lap.
There is so many different lines into this corner here where you can really chop and change up and get really creative with this track. You can see a lot of lines, and what I did with Dave in some of those segments there, starting nice and wide and then cutting out early and getting up the inside of him, was able to make a really good last lap push into that final section.
As we head to the finish line area, over the last two tabletops, right in front of the crowd there. And that's a lap. You're going to pop back onto the start straight to continue. That's a lap here at Dubbo. Our live stream coverage is going to kick off at 8:30 a.m. on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. Head over and subscribe and ring that bell to be notified when the broadcast starts. Good luck to all our competitors this weekend, and we'll see you at the track.
Looking good, eh?
Pano, what do you think, Donna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth. Kenneth's make your job easy.
We are down in the Gibson Tyre Tech Centre this morning before racing gets started. We're going to talk you through a little bit about the tyres that you're going to need to be running here at the Dubbo dirt bike facility. We've managed to find ourselves a couple of the Gibsons here that we're holding on to, Russ. A couple of different options available this morning that you're going to be needing to look at to make sure you get the traction hooking up here at the venue, because the track is obviously nice and fresh, as you would have seen on the track preview that we've just done. But they've also done plenty of work overnight to make this thing basically brand new again. So we've got two options here. I'm holding on to a scoop. Russ is holding on to what we call the factory spec 4.1. Now this is a bit of a special tyre here, Russ.
It is indeed. So it's pretty cool to have Gibson Tyres here supporting the events, the entire championship all the way through. We've got Joey, our tyre tech, on hand. He's selling these tyres, fitting these tyres, and basically helping riders make the best choice they can to get the traction that they need. Now, this is more of a traditional knobby that we've got on this side, and that is a scoop tyre on that side. Dave, why don't you go ahead and explain to us the differences between a traditional knobby and a scoop tyre?
Yeah, look, the main part with the scoop is obviously there's basically a shovel. I think that's the word you used yesterday when we're talking about the kids versions of this. It is a shovel for straight line drive and just propulsion forwards. You're going to get the maximum out of it with this scoop pattern here. It's going to help dig into that dirt as best it can and throw you far forward and as fast forward as you possibly can. The edges of the tyre is where everybody starts to talk about the lean angle and the little bit less grip you potentially get when you get onto the side of the tyre for your corners. But also when this tyre will start to work great when it's loose soil. As this track, as we saw yesterday during the junior races, it got nice and firm and a little bit shiny in some spots where it basically polished up to that firm base. This tyre will start to go away with traction at that point, and that's where then this traditional knobby tyre will start to come in more into effect.
Yeah, correct. So the scoop tyre is better in those softer conditions. It's going to give you that great drive forward, but the knobby is going to give you better turning ability. So it sort of gives you a few different options of what you want to do. If the track is wet or soft or sandy, the scoop's going to give you that drive forward. When the track turns into a harder, compressed sort of track, then your traditional knobby tyre is going to give you the better option.
Yeah, and I've already walked around the pits a little bit this morning, and I've actually seen one of the Gibson supported riders on the Stark, Joel Campbell. He has already got one of these scoops fitted up for the morning sessions. And I said to him, is it going to stay on all day? And he's like, we will see. So we have to see what they're going to switch over to later in the day, because obviously this morning when it's nice and fresh and prepped, it's been ripped nice and deep, this is definitely the go for that, at least for the qualifying session. We'll have to see how it looks when we come around to Moto 1s in about an hour and a half or so. But yeah, we're going to see some riders changing tyres and prep throughout the day on their bikes and whatnot. So that's going to be an interesting little story to follow along with as we go here. But as you can see, Joey's working hard in the back here. If you are down here at the track, he's got the tyre changing machine here. He's putting in a new tube and a new tyre onto this setup for whoever's customer this is. But he's basically be able to change the tyre for you. He can sell you the tyre. He can help suggest which tyre is the best for you. Whether it's the scoop for the morning, whether it's the factory 4.1, you can come down and have a chat to him to see what will work out best for you. He's got front and rears. So 21 fronts, 19 rears for you today, all ready to go. So come down, check out the Gibson Tyre Tech Centre and see what tyre you need to use for the day's action at the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken O's all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken O's feeling.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Welcome back to Dubbo Dirt Bike Club, round 3 action of our New South Wales Motocross State titles. Getting ready to go here for day 2 action. We've got some of our classes. They've already been out for their practice qualifying sessions. We've got a couple more of them to go before we get to our actual main motos and our race action, as we say. So there's a bit more, obviously, just getting started here, getting warmed up, as they say, in the morning for our sessions, Greg. And so plenty of action to come through the track. You can see it's looking beautiful this morning from our drone shots here. Weather update. Boys in the truck have done a great job. Weather straight to the weather. 24 minimum, 24 maximums, 11k winds. cloudy conditions. Now let's see what happens today, because we had those odd couple little sprinkles, right, across the day.
Top of the morning, Dave. Top of the morning to everybody out there. Yeah, should be perfect. Russ was talking about the wind is basically the enemy of a motocross track, so 11k wind should be fantastic today. Bit cloudy, so not too much sun coming through. So we've got the MX2 A and B grade out at the moment. Having a bit of a run around.
Yeah,
but see from the drone shot, like you said, how that looks fantastic. The
track looks really good, right? Like right now is probably the best point for it.
yeah, that's true.
So they're getting a good run here, the MX2 guys. We're going to see a few of the big names out here. I think that was Reece Budd just going through. There's Riley Bird just going through the screen. So the main players are out. There is I think that was the 52 machine, that is. It's Giles Campbell on the Stark. You won't hear him, but you'll see him because he's nice and silent there on the electric machine.
Yeah, nice.
He's snuck past the TV screens. But there's plenty of names in this one to make some decent action today. The number 9 Dalton Weber just going through there on the screen. But at the moment, in terms of our timing and scoring, a man who's familiar with the track from yesterday, Drew Kremer, the number 5 machine on the gas case, he is on top of the charts so far. But it's probably only the first lap that they've all put down. So he snuck to the top early, which is a good sign for Drew. He's ready to go again today. Justin McHugh currently sitting in second. Corey Eisel, I spoke to him this morning. He was there or thereabouts yesterday. He was a bit disappointed in his ride when I spoke to him this morning from yesterday. He's looking to have a better go around today, so we'll see if he can get going. And that's him there on screen. There's Corey.
Well, it's Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess are the guys that were riding in yesterday's event as well. So they've got a bit of a head start on the track. And hopefully at some point today we'll see Drew Kremer next to Riley Burgess on track.
Just because we want to see him right next to each other to bring you that rivalry. We mentioned about it, didn't we, on the little intro piece we did. There was a little bit of spice to that one yesterday.
Yeah, spark, I think Russ called it, and he was spot on. Bit of spark between Drew and Riley yesterday. Where is Russ, by the way? He's out there somewhere.
We need to bring him in. He's in there. He's out wandering as he usually does. He's on the start line. Russ, how are we, mate?
Boys, I am so good, and I am so super excited to be here again for day 2, round 3 of state titles. Yesterday was unreal. The racing that we got out of this place was just on a completely different so far. I think as the championship goes on, the racing's getting better and faster and more intense. I don't know about you boys, but I think it's just getting better and better. We saw some insane battles yesterday. Blake Bohannon just was an absolute standout throughout the day. The 2 boys that are out there right now, Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess, were banging bars, rubbing paint. It got pretty spicy between those 2, so who knows where it's going to end up today. We've got a fresh track. We've got a heap of new riders, a lot of big bikes, and the track broke down and got pretty nasty yesterday, so let's see how long it lasts with these big boys and these big bikes.
We did see a few little track alterations, let's say, or repair work when they had the posi track out a couple of times throughout the day yesterday. I think with the big bikes being all the classes being big bikes here today, they're going to eat into this track even harder. We're probably going to see a few of those little touch-ups across the day, particularly where Russ was just standing there, that intersection point from the finish line back onto the start straight area. That was a bit of a nasty spot there. Just asked Josh McCloskey from his accident yesterday. I'm sure he's wishing he didn't see that part of the track as well as he did yesterday when he impacted the ground, right?
And he'd probably just like to say thanks for reminding me of that,
Yeah, exactly.
Dave.
Yeah. Look, if we're nothing, we're consistent. We're going to bring up the same stuff over and over and over and over again.
Yep. Fantastic.
Interestingly enough too, fellas, that section, that exact same rut is forming up in almost exactly the same way. There's already a little hook going into it, and if you watch some of these riders coming through, it's not very pronounced right now. Drew Kremer just went through it there, but there is a little hook starting to develop already, and that's what brought him undone yesterday, was you come into that rut so fast, and there's a massive left-hand hook in it. It bounced the bikes out, it upset the suspension, and threw the rider out over the bars. So I think it'll be interesting to see if the track forms up exactly the same as yesterday, or if the bigger bikes rip it in a bit of a different style, and these ruts change the way that the track plays out. Down here on the start line though, nice and fresh. This actually lasted really well all day yesterday. From Canberra at round 1 to Lakes round 2, the start straights at both of those tracks changed pretty significantly over the day. This one lasted pretty evenly all day long. Obviously, that was juniors, not the big 450s. But I'm interested to see how this start straight holds up. That makes a huge difference when it comes to gate choice, and it makes a huge difference, especially how this track intersects over the start straight. And we see riders shuffling around for gate picks and trying to figure out which is going to get them that elusive hole shot.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of shots while you were talking there, Russ, of that rut you were talking about as it comes from the finish line, intersects with the start straight. Some of the riders, there's about 4 or 5 different lines. We can see the rut you're talking about from here, but some of the riders were going around it, some of the riders are going inside of it, like they're trying to avoid it at the moment so it doesn't get too big and too out of control. But like you said, these big 450s, I don't think it's going to take too long to push it out.
There is a line that we were seeing a couple of the faster riders use yesterday. Blake Bohannon switched to it halfway through his race, and Drew Crem and Riley Burgess were playing with it as well. It's going to the inside over that single roller, launching that a long way out, just like the number 22 has done right there.
Just like that.
He's launched all the way over the nasty stuff, lands in pretty good, fluffy traction there, and then can get on the gas and hold it wide open around that corner. So that's another strategy that's worth looking at, but it gets you out of trouble, just as Riley Burgess throws it over there as well.
Hard landing there when he did that, bud, too.
Well, it's not only flat, it's actually uphill.
Yeah.
So you're launching over that, you're going into an uphill section. So it is quite a harsh landing, but it does get you away from those tricky ruts.
And yesterday afternoon we've seen, like you said, some of the boys doing that, and girls, and then they were running a wide looping line from that jump you're talking about as that rider, or not seen him on the camera, goes through and then back towards the Kennards higher, turn 1, turn 2, looping all the way out towards those blue tyres and coming back instead of taking the inside line. But we'll see how it forms up for the day and where they what line they're choosing, Dave.
Just seeing a rider down in our shots as well, down in the whole shot graphics berm at the bottom section of the track. So just the rider just having a moment there. And you can already see, so that berm actually, some nice shiny lines coming in there where obviously a few of the riders have all taken the same sort of thing. It's compressed that ripped dirt already. So we're going to have a nice clay surface. Oh, that's the 25. I think that's one of our female riders doing some double duty. It is. It's Sienna Gadis. So she's up and going, so hopefully she's all good. But she's doing the MX2 by the looks of it, AB, as well as our MXW. So she's getting in, like I said, double duty this weekend.
Good to see Sienna back up and running straight away. A little bit of a slip-off down there. But doesn't look to be too bothered. Probably frustrated with herself, but doesn't look to be any bothered apart from that.
There's no worse time to fall off than first thing in the morning, because all your gear, all your bike, it all gets dirty, and you've got to go and either make an effort to clean it up so you're ready to go or get changed.
Yeah.
And it's just I didn't really have to do that this morning so far. But
speaking of the track, we believe Russ has got Drew Kremer down there. Let's see what he's got to say about the track this morning.
Boys, I'm down here with Drew Kremer. He was here yesterday, a massive standout, huge star of yesterday's racing. Mate, you've just done your first practice section. How is the track looking and feeling compared to how it was yesterday?
Yeah, track's feeling good. It's definitely probably not as deep, but it's definitely got the tacky sections and then still the hard bases from yesterday. But no, it should be a good day racing.
Mate, we're looking forward to seeing you back out there again. What's it going to take today to get on that podium?
Just my consistency throughout the races, I feel like. Just kind of pacing myself and just managing the arm pump. You can't really get rid of it, but if I manage it as much as I possibly can and just ride like I know I can, I'll do good.
Yeah, so how do your arms feel this morning, mate?
Oh, they're definitely sore.
And is there any trick? What's your trick to deal with arm pump? Everyone's got another little trick, whether it's a massage or whether it's breathing. What's your trick to manage it?
To be honest, I've got no clue. If anyone's got any tricks, then tell me, because I'm trying everything and nothing really works. So,
well, mate, my little tip for you was it seemed to flare up yesterday when you were pushing really hard and in a little bit, not a panic, that's too much of a harsh word, but when you were chasing really hard. So my little tip for you would be maybe just focus on your breathing, bring that pace down. We know you've got the skills to get this done here today, mate. So pace yourself. We look forward to seeing you kicking ass out there today, mate. All right, Drew Kremer getting all set up there for the day. Really keen to see where he goes today. I think he's got so much potential and a really high ceiling as a rider. Can't wait to see what he does on that gas machine today, boys.
Well, he's come through in qualifying in second, only less than half a second back from the 22 machine of Reece Budd in that one. And of course, what we want to see, Riley Burgess was just right behind there, less than a second behind the two of them there in third position. So the top three that we mentioned, we spoke about for that MX2 class when we were doing our little piece to camera this morning about who can challenge Reece Budd. It was the two names we said, Drew Cramer, Riley Burgess. They're there. They're ready to go this morning. They're showing some fight. So let's see what they got when the motos roll around. But our next bikes on track is our MX1, which is our 450s, and it's the C graders this time. So guys that are trying to get some points up and make their way through into those A and B classes for maybe next year. This is where you're going to see some good battling. Maybe some guys that are fighting for their life to get some points to get up in the A and B as well. And maybe a little bit of lesser skilled riders as well from our C grade guys as they learning their craft out here.
Definitely should be interesting to, like you said, this C grade race. They're all kind of either lesser experience. I don't want to talk down about anyone, but oh, they're better than I am, trust me. Lesser experience, or they're trying to push. They're on their way up, like you said, which means they've got something to prove.
And we're just seeing the 220 on screen having a bit of moment there in the final corner, then the run to the finish line. Those ruts there have already gotten nicely developed into that little left-hand sweeper. We're just watching a bunch of the field come through. This is their opening lap, so they're all just getting their first sort of sight lap in. They're meant to do a bit of a roll lap, and then once they come through, then they can get down to business. And you'll see them start to wick up the pace now. Yeah, once a couple of cowies here.
Once they understand the track conditions, their first, like you said, first roll lap, they roll the jumps, they look at all the tracks, look at where the ruts are and how the track's forming up. And I believe Russ is down there to tell us how that's happening.
Yeah, down here having a good look at the track, boys. And it's quite interesting because it's changing very, very quickly. Now, we knew this would happen the days when the big bikes come on board. The track moves a lot faster than what it does for the juniors, and the conditions change really quickly. I'm down here at the very first split section, and the first thing I'm noticing is that we're already developing braking bumps, and it's already packing down fairly firm. So I think what we're going to see is similar to yesterday, that these conditions are going to end up being quite a tricky, bumpy track. There's going to be dry sections that come out. There's going to be moist sections that stay there for the majority of the day. But choosing the right line is going to be key to success today. It's not all about hammering the throttle and being wide open. It's about getting the right line through the right rut and keeping traction on that rear wheel, driving you forward.
Hey, Russ, you just stood there and watched a fair few bikes go through, mate. Which do you reckon, inside out or outside in, was more popular?
Look, it seems to be like the outside in is the more popular run, and we saw that yesterday with a lot of the faster riders. I think that might just be down to the fact that you come down that straight and you naturally push towards the outside. It's also obviously going to allow you to stay on the throttle a little bit longer, which every rider wants to do, before you drive into the next section. But on the outside, coming round that corner, that hole that opened up yesterday throughout the day is already wide open right now, with jagged rocks sticking straight up out of the ground. So it's going to allow you to enter faster, but on the exit, it's really treacherous. And not only is there one hole, there's actually two now. So the track is breaking down a lot quicker than what we saw yesterday. And if this is how it's going to be before the first gate drops, it's going to be really interesting.
Getting some overhead look at that section now, Russ, from our drone. And yeah, you can definitely see those ruts already starting to grow in size and depth. So it's going to be an interesting one across the day, because this is literally only practice qualifying. We haven't even hit motos yet where they're going to be on the throttle even harder for even longer. So it's going to develop into quite an interesting part of the track. There is the Kobe Wise that was down earlier. He's up and going, having a run now on the 220 machine that went through the screen, so that's good to see. I did notice he had to dust the glove off at one point, because I dare say he had a bit of mud stuck to it from sticking him in the dirt. He's cleaned himself up. He's going now, so that's a good sign. You just watch the field come through. One of our headlight bandits there from the off-road side of things, 764, Joshua Hill. Love to see me a headlight on the track.
Nice.
We've got And actually, so we've got the 27 on screen at the moment, Richie Lawler. Now, he's been doing the MX2 C grade. Looks like he's going to pull double duty here today. He's already been out yesterday doing, I think he might have done at least one class, maybe two yesterday as well. I can't recall.
He did a class yesterday. I can't remember if he did one or two, but he's top of the timesheets at the moment, which is good, and he's got himself a little bit of a gap.
So yeah, we'll probably be looking for Richie to have a strong day here in this particular class as well. I think by the looks of the plates on the bike, he's running his 250 in both classes, so he's going to be a little underpowered for the whole shots, but he will be ready to go. So we're hearing that Russ is just checking out the depth of some of the track at this point. Russ, where are you, mate?
I'm in the same section we were just in, but I've got a camera guy with me now here, so I wanted to show you guys exactly what we're talking about. One of our vet riders just coming through here, and we've got another one. The 159 has just come through, and you can see these two holes. It's in the faster line. It's in the line the majority of the riders want to use, but it's got two holes in it with quite square edges, and this is only in practice. As we get to the first gate drops, this is going to open up and get really, really gnarly. The inside is forming up a little bit better. It's going to be a smoother line, but I guarantee you the faster guys are going to want to take this outside line because they can hold that throttle on longer. It then leads into a boggy sort of soft section straight after it. So this section, we saw it yesterday, was key to fast laps or slow laps.
Yeah, well, like you said before, I suppose it's going to be the difference. It's not about throttle wide open, is it? It's about riding sensible and getting through the moto in the best condition you can be in without wearing yourself out, especially some of these riders, like Dave said before, doing double duties. Those braking bumps you were talking about before, it's only going to get worse, so it goes out through the day. But that's great work from the cameraman there, getting good shots for you.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to have some of the guys here with the Skywalker Studios putting on some of this imagery that we see here. We're adding to this thing all the time, Greg. We're getting more and more coverage, and it's awesome to have that mobile camera there with Russ. And he's moved already, Russ. You are running around the track like a rabbit this morning, mate.
Trying to get steps up today.
That is because, yes, that's right. Beachy absolutely smoked me on the steps yesterday. I did about 8,000. He did 12,000. He did nearly 14 Ks of walking yesterday. I only got 10.5, so I've got to get my steps up today. I'm not happy about getting beaten by Beachy. So day 2, I'm coming for you, mate. What I wanted to show you guys is this corner here behind me. This was another really key area, especially in that Drew Kremer, Riley Burgess battle that we saw rage on yesterday. This corner played a huge role. Blake Bohannon's another rider that used this corner to his advantage all day long. It's a very wide corner. You can fit 3-4 bikes in that corner all side by side. There is a tight inside line which is very short. There's a wide outside line which is very long, but it allows you to carry a ton of speed into this section. If you can get through this section fast, it sets you up for the start-finish line drive. And Drew Kremer was an absolute master at that yesterday. He nailed this section lap after lap, and he got the drive down that home straight that no one else was getting. And even though Riley was right there, Drew would come through there every time and absolutely nail it. So this is a really key corner to keep an eye on through the day, see how it develops, and see what riders learn to use it to their advantage.
Interesting, in the track preview that you've seen earlier, Dave and Luke were standing in that exact corner talking about the lines, and Luke was saying starting out wide, then coming in and exiting the corner from as close to the inside of the corner as he could, gave him great drive down towards what effectively is the last turn and onto the finish straight.
Yeah, it gave him a good angle to get to that last little kink there as well from
I believe he went up the inside of you?
Well, he went straight through the inside there, yes. And I thought I was on the inside of the track, and he found even more of the inside of the track. So, yes, there is plenty of room here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club to make a good pass. You've just got to find the right angles and maybe the later braking positions to just roll those corners as smoothly as you can. As we see this rider doing a good job of rolling through that corner on the pegs, the 972 Maverick Welsh Ross there had a nice corner entry, showing exactly what we're trying to talk about then. Just managing that roll speed into the corner, good body position, not sitting too early. As we see, I think that this session has got the check flag out, so it's coming to an end here, which looks like it means Richie Lawler is going to grab that top qualifying spot in this one with a 144.1. Only got a small gap, 0.3 of a gap over Samuel Noonan there in second position, so nice and tightly contested. That's the word I was looking for. Contested here in the C-grade MX1 class. Then Ashton Hickey, and then Ty Henderson, Kobe Wise getting up there in 5th after that issue early in that session. So well done, Kobe. Lee Harriman, Brock Lindsay, Maverick Welsh-Ross. That was your top 8 in MX1 C-grade.
Look at the face of some of these jumps you can see as the bikes finish off this session. On the screen we've seen before, there's a few, the leading face, I should say, of these jumps are starting to look a bit shiny and a bit slippery.
Yeah, it's early, isn't it? But they're already getting rather polished up.
Rather polished up this early in the proceedings is a bit of a worry, Russ.
Yeah, mate, I am seeing the exact same thing as you guys. Bit of a shine developing on the track very, very early on. I think this is going to be a major factor all day long. I'm down here on the back section, and one thing I wanted to take a quick look at, because I've already seen Beachy with his board out pointing at riders, which means that he's handed out penalties already. The one I spoke to him about earlier on this morning was that a rider was jumping on the yellow flag, which is absolute no-no, right? That was on their siding lap, and both wheels were leaving the ground. So he's already handed out penalties for that. The one that he was chasing yesterday, there was a tabletop up the top we spoke about quite a lot, that riders were diving around the marker. Now, it was happening naturally. I don't think the riders were intentionally trying to cut the track. It was just the way that they were hitting the jump. Right behind me was another one. This is a smaller tabletop coming out of the back section of the track. You can see behind me here, there is a line that developed around this white marker. If a rider takes that and they are seen by the officials, they will get penalised for using that outside line. They have to be on the inside of that marker, and it could cost them a penalty of up to a lap or 3 points.
Yeah, that's a nice sneaky low line there, so I can see why they want to use it, but it's not part of their official track, so that's why Beachy's got the eagle eye out there and catching a few of these people out. So pay attention, people, if you're watching in the pits. Make sure you're keeping an eye on the broadcast so we can tell you what not to do at different points of the race, not just the action that's going on, because we're able to see some of these things as they're happening live here on our coverage.
Well, like you said, Dave, there's plenty of room here at the Dubbo Motocross Park, and you're allowed to use all of it within those white markers. But as soon as you step outside of those white markers, Beach will be coming for you with his board.
All right, so this next session's getting underway. This is our 13 to 15 years 125cc category out on track for their qualifying sessions. We're going to be looking for, of course, the 262 Blake Bohannon in this one across the day. He's going to be getting battles from the number 8 of Raphael Rossiter and the number 215 of Oliver Rex, who have been up there. Liam Millard as well on the 26 was up there at Lakes, getting 3rd in that overall for the day. So there's some good battles here, but once again, we're going to have to see if Blake's out here in this one. We're going to have to see if we can somehow handicap his start position or something. We've talked about this a few times. We don't want to have anything happen to him. We just want to make the race a bit more exciting for us.
Yeah, well, in yesterday afternoon, his second race, someone went down in front of him and ended up crashing in turn 1, so he was last. And it made for a very, very exciting race to commentate on. But there's a few boys that were doing were riding yesterday that are also riding today. It'd be interesting to see at the end of this qualifying session if they're all towards the top of the timesheets, because they've already had a look at the track yesterday. Obviously, conditions will be similar. But
so we're going to have to check in with our number 1 Blake Bohannon fanboy this morning. Where is our fanboy this morning?
Mate, fanboy number 1 is down here by the rollers. I waved to Blake in the pits earlier. Look, he didn't wave back, but I'm hoping I can go chat to him later on. Just getting nervous being around him all of a sudden. But nah, look, he's already looking great. He was leading the qualifying already. I think he's just behind me here somewhere. There he is over there. His bike's looking very, very clean. Not a speck of dirt on that front number plate, which is kind of what we expect from Mr. Bohannon. As he comes around here into the rollers, and this is what I wanted to talk about. These rollers are actually critical. Blake's playing around with a few different lines right now, but these roller sections, there's actually 3 of them. There's one right over the back that you can't really see. Then there's 2 here just in front of me. These roller sections, if you can get a clean, smooth line through them, you gain a lot of time. If you're slamming through them and bouncing your way through, you lose a lot of time. So this is a critical section to get drive out of the corner. The fastest lines we were seeing was usually a double all the way through, or maybe even a double wheel tap through. But if you can nail these 3 roller sections, your lap times will drop.
Well, speaking of lap times, Blake Bohannon did just flash to the top, but I think I just saw another name pop up in front of him as they came through. And there's 2 names actually for the moment in front, Noel Thomas and Rusty Killick, 1 and 2. Blake Bohannon's 3rd, so it's not all Blake Bohannon way just straight off the bat here this morning. He's got some work to do.
Look, it's just practice, mate, so we're feeling fine about that. We're not stressed at all.
Fanboys come into the rescue.
Yeah, no, look, it's part of the strategy. I think we're going to be okay.
Oh, we're going to have to dial this down somehow. We're going to have to cut his mic and mute it in the truck. And when it's fanboy time, can we just cut this mic down, please?
Sorry.
You know?
Number 1 fan. Now, look, I'm just looking at rider number 8. Rossiter. Getting a little bit sideways and untidy on his bike there, hitting some of these slick sections, already struggling for traction. So I think this is going to be the theme of the day, fellas, is rear wheel drive coming out of some of these sections.
Well, Russ, we were talking about this in our tyre tech bit this morning with the Gibson Tyres there, and we were saying how the qualifying session was going to be probably a paddle, a scoop situation. Are we already past that, do you think?
I think we're already well and truly past that. Looking at how deep the start straight has been ripped, sure, the paddle tyre would give you a great drive out the start, and then that's about it. Once you hit that first corner, I think you're going to regret having a paddle on, a scoop tyre on, sorry, and you're going to want to go to a more traditional knobby because this track is going to get slick really, really fast. The drive out of the straights is not as important here. None of these tabletops, none of these jumps are actually that big compared to some of the tracks that we do have. These would all be considered medium to small tabletops, so none of these bigger bikes are going to really struggle with clearing those. The little bikes yesterday, it was a different story. The 50s and the 65s, the 85s, they really need that drive out of the corners to clear them. These big bikes are going to do it just fine. So I think a traditional knobby is going to be the go.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's 3 roller sections on this track, and obviously a traditional knobby coming out of the corner and getting the drive through the roller section is going to benefit you more than the slight uphill start straight. So interesting to see if you can spot what some of the riders have got on the back of their bikes for us, and we'll see if they change them through the middle of the day. Joe down there at Gibson Tyres might have his work cut out for him changing tyres all day if the track's changing up already, so I hope he's ready for it.
Well, he's got his tyre spoons out ready to go, so we'll see. He's hopefully up to the task, right? So we'll see. But there's going to be a lot of, I think, a lot of bike adjustments after this session because it's already, track conditions are already changing. Even from, if some of these guys and girls doing double duty, they would have seen the track at the softer points earlier in the session, and now at the harder points later in this session now, they probably already need to make some significant changes to their setup. So I have to see what they all do.
So with those significant changes you're talking about, so as the track, it's interesting because the track's getting more slick, so they're struggling to get the drive down to the ground. So what adjustments would you suggest with the suspension wise to give the bike? Would you want it to squat more?
Well, you want it to drive, right? And
yep.
Going lower isn't necessarily going to, well, it will help, but it's not necessarily going to help you everywhere else on the track.
Yes.
So we'd still want it to sit at a nice sag points. One, I think your tyre choice is this answer here, and then your tyre pressure in your rear tyre. But it's also going to be about your compression setting and maybe getting a little less compression, low speed compression, so that it will drive out of the corners nicer. If you've got too much high speed, you need to slide that tyre up, particularly if your body weight is off the centre and forward of the bike. The back tyre's got no weight on it, so no traction.
You mean slow the compression down so it doesn't...
Well, it depends on what you want to talk, how you want to talk about it, right? Because the thing says plus or minus on it, and so people think it's faster or slower. or slowing or quickening and harder or softer. Essentially, you're putting you're going to take that dial outwards to open the valve up a little bit to make it softer is how I would describe it. So
right,
yes.
Well, there you go. For all the dads listening in the pits, if you're struggling with your suspension setup, just come and tap Dave on the shoulder. He can point you in the right direction.
Done it once or twice. Done it once or twice the wrong way as well. So
well, that's always, yeah, that's how you learn, isn't it? You see Raphael Rossiter take the fastest lap so far with Blake Bohannon, Liam Millard and Chase Sherlock. So those two first riders were out yesterday. So like I said earlier, it'll be interesting to see if they've got a bit more of an advantage because they've already seen the track yesterday.
Yeah, you would think that would help, right? Like they would know how it's going to develop too, so they would know where some of these ruts are going to start to go. But they also just know the flow that's required for the track, and their body's already ready to go from, you know, once they get warm, they already know what's happened yesterday. So it's just an easy transition to come back and go again. Don't have to work out how long the jump is or how short the jump is. You just know how much throttle already to go for it. So
very true. In the idea of setup and changes and tyres and tyre pressures and mousses and scoops and nobblies, I believe Russ is down there with Joey at Gibson Tyres.
Mate, I've found Joey down here. He's leaning over the fence, checking out the track conditions, looking at some of his sponsored riders. Joey, give me a little rundown on what you're seeing from a tyre perspective of what the track's already doing this morning. To us, it looks like it's changing really fast, and I think tyre choice is going to be critical. What are you seeing out there?
Well, because of the racing yesterday, there's a lot of square edges that, frankly, are not getting any better. It's just getting way worse. So tyres-wise, we chatted about moose yesterday on the rear. I really reckon it's even more important today, because then you can get that tyre to belly out in those slippery positions, slippery spots, just to get that extra traction. But yeah, tyre pressures, you'd want to really be running a little bit lower than normal just to get that surface area. But yeah, front tyre, still running the 8100 and a normal tyre pressure really.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely right. So in the enduro world that I come from, we like to run really low tyre pressures to get maximum traction. Motocross guys like to keep their tyre pressures up a little bit more, generally speaking. I think here today, Joey's absolutely right. With this square edge, you want to run that pressure a little bit lower, but then you run risk of a flat. So therefore, mooses come into it where you can get that feeling. You can, one, it's impossible to get a flat, but two, you can get that softer feel and know you're going to protect your rim and not end up with a flat, which is going to end your race pretty quickly. We saw that happen to a few riders earlier on this year and even last year where they were up the front and leading, got a flat, and that was all she wrote. So, Joey, thanks for your input, mate. We're going to touch base with you throughout the day, get your opinion on the tyres and the track. It's going to be great.
All right, we're back. So not a surprise, but a little bit of surprise in the end of that 13 to 15 years. It's actually Raphael Rossiter on the top of the charts. He got the job done by about 0.3 of a second, I think it was. No, 0.5 of a second over Blake Bohannon. So Blake Bohannon relegated to second on the charts. He doesn't see that number 2 often next to his name. It's normally a 1, but good signs for Raphael Rossiter. I spoke to him yesterday. He was on the podium for one of the classes there. He actually had a bit of a sore ankle when he came up. He said he dabbed it yesterday. So obviously it's warmed up nicely this morning and he's feeling good. He's gone straight to the top of the charts there with that 1:42.41.
Good to see him back out. He was a bit complaining about, well, not complaining, he mentioned a sore ankle on the podium yesterday, so it's good to see him back out there today. And we'll see how he gets on a bit later on if the ankle starts to become an issue as the day wears on.
So this is our last practice qualifying session here. This is our MX1 A and B grades. This is the big guys. They're all out on track. You see the 22 of Reese Budd, the 202 of Connor Rossendich. There's the 275 of Riley Burgess. The 62 Dylan McNabb going through there as well. So this class is where the action is. We've also got a few people double dutying. You see the 9 on the Suzuki there. That's our, I hate to say it, but our old man in the MX1. It's Nathan Brocktrop. He's in our Vets 40 Plus class as well today. So he's out there doing his double duty. He just loves riding, Nathan. He's always doing as many laps as possible to get. He just loves being out on his motorcycle, which is awesome. He's been a pro for many a year there when in his younger days, and now just continuing to turn laps wherever possible. Motocross, he's always out at the Enduros as well for the New South Wales Off-Roads. Yeah, just getting plenty of laps in. So he's out there doing double duties here in the MX1 A and B grade as well. But they're doing their roll lap, trying to keep those wheels on the ground, so they're avoiding that penalty potential from Beachy that Russ was talking about not long ago. As they come around here, they're going to then get the green flag after that first lap so that they can actually start getting into it here, and we'll start seeing some faster lap times. These guys should be our fastest on track here today, so we'll see what they can produce very soon.
Yes, this is where those ruts will start for someone almost 23.
Yeah, it's Corey Eisel just having a little overbalance moment coming onto the start straight there, but
yeah,
just found the limit of the rut there, I think.
And this is where these guys will start to chew it up a bit more. Like you say, you should see the quickest times of the day with these bikes and these riders. So it'd be interesting to see how much the track changes after their qualifying session. And then, unfortunately, we'll be back out to the start of the group. So the first group out was the girls, I believe.
Yeah, the women's class. So
they would have seen the track in its best condition. Yeah. They're going to get a bit of a shock when they get out of the start gate in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's shoot around the first corner. And what is this?
What's happened here? I leave you a perfectly good track, and this is what you've done with it.
I think I just... yes. I'm a little bit lost for words there, because what we did on that track preview, if you've seen that track preview, when I went through that first roller section, I went single, double, double. And as at the corner of my eye, I could see Luke trying to hit the triple, so double, triple into that section. And I'm pretty sure I just saw Reese Budd trying to do exactly the same thing. And I don't think he quite made it. But then he definitely blew apart the top edge of that whole shot graphics berm. There wasn't much left of that berm or banner after he exited that corner. So Reese Budd just using the track limits at the top of that berm.
Yeah, definitely trying to find the best line. I'm not sure if that was quite it, but we'll see how he goes. I suppose, like we spoke about yesterday in the juniors with practice and qualifying, now's when you want to try these lines. Now's when you want to try the interesting things and find the limits of the track and what feels good, what works and what doesn't work. Get your eye in, and also try a few different lines. Try both the inside and the outside in the switch lanes. That way, if later on you get forced into it with another rider, you've been through it. You've got an idea where the ruts are. So Reese Budd there, just like you said, trying to take it on. End up making that burn its money. The berm wrap around the top there. Connor Rossendich, he's got the fastest so far.
Yeah, Connor was one of those names that we said, along with Cooper Holleroyd in our pre-show introduction, that might be one of the ones that can challenge Reese Budd here in this MX1 class. So we're going to have to see what Connor can do. He's had some good runs recently in the Ozpro MX series, our national championship, that he's a part of as well there as a privateer. So he's in good form coming into this weekend.
Yeah, Dave, we've been enjoying watching Connor over the whole...
right behind him here, chasing him down. So I think Reese is going to have a bit of a quicker lap time here this time past. So we'll see what that ends up being. If Reese is trying to make a move here to get some clear track at the front, and I'm pretty sure we'll see his absolute speed once he makes his way past, which he hasn't done yet. Connor just showed him the outside of the track there. So as they're going to come through here, let's see what the times update to. Yeah, Reese has just gone fastest with a 1:38.1 compared to the 1:42 of Connor Rossendich, who was the fastest on track to begin with until Reese turned that last lap. But Cooper Holleroyd has just dropped his time down to a 1:40. Riley Burgess also in the 1:40s. John Bova's there in the 1:40s as well. So pretty well contested there, just back of Reese's time being a bit of an exceptional one there, a couple of seconds quicker. Second, third, fourth, fifth, pretty much all identical times. So
definitely starting to hot up out there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely so. Looking at there, Corey Eisel's just back there as well in a 1:41s. Justin McHugh in a 1:41s as well. So Should be a pretty tight battle there if they keep this same sort of pace across the weekend for that, you know, middle top 5 sort of situation there.
So
Reese just blowing the top of that whole shot graphics berm apart yet again. I think he's getting a little too much speed through that roller section trying to triple out and isn't finding the brakes too easily when he gets to that berm.
Just noticed Brock Nichols rolling off the track and heading back to the pits on his bike there. So I don't know if he's got a technical issue or what. It's still running by the looks of it. So hopefully he can get that sorted out and make the gate for the first moto.
Yeah, might have a little drama or a little gremlin that he's not happy with his setup or something. So we'll see what happens there.
We have got the first 8 riders separated by only 4 seconds, which is going to get pretty tight. Reese is on 38. Cooper's on 40. So Riley Burgess. So yeah, sorry, so Reese Budd, Cooper Hollard, Riley Burgess, Justin McHugh, John Bova, I believe that was, as the screen changed, as the first couple of riders. It's definitely getting quicker, I should say. Quickening up, I don't know if that's actually a word.
Yeah, Greg, we mentioned Connor Rosendich earlier. He's another rider that Dave and I have been following over this championship so far. Connor's a really interesting rider. He's very, very talented. He definitely likes to give it to Reese Budd and some of those boys. But what's interesting is that Reese Budd's on essentially what we refer to as a factory team. It's a fully supported ride. He's getting a paycheck. Bikes are delivered. Bikes are built. It's a proper team effort. Connor Rosendich is a privateer. He's rocked up in his van with mum and dad here, and that's the bike that he's built. There's no mechanic, there's no team. He's doing it here on his own. So to me, that factor plays such a huge part in this sort of racing, because that to be on a team and have a bike professionally prepared for you, have it turn up at events and you can fly in or fly out is a massive advantage. So to be doing it here on your own, on the cheap with mum and dad out of the back of a van, I think is definitely worth noting, especially when you're so close in times to those top guys.
Yeah, well, it's a stellar effort at the moment. Connor's in 7th with a 1:43. Actually, I think he just went a bit quicker over the start-finish line there. I'll wait for the screen to update for us. But he's definitely, like you say, it's a great effort come out of the back of a van. So Connor's jumped up to 3rd. Connor Rosendich with a 1:40. He's 2.055 seconds behind Reese Budd with a well, I can't see what his quickest lap was, a 1:38.1. So definitely a great job there from Connor. I believe you got someone with you there, Russ?
Yeah, mate, I've got Matt Boyd from Boyd's Moto Surgery here, or Boyd's Moto Racing, I should say. He prepares a lot of bikes. There's a ton of bikes underneath his truck and underneath his tent this weekend and every weekend. Mate, what's it going to take to set a bike up right for this weekend? What are we looking for? Is it a horsepower track? Is it a suspension track? What are we looking for the perfect setup here at Dubbo?
I wouldn't really say it's a horsepower track. It's more probably one of those tracks where consistent laps from the riders is going to pay off here. As the track gets rougher and it gets ruddy in the corners, you know, they need to pick their lines, stay smooth. They try and ride over their heads. You know, you miss your rut by an inch, and that means you could end up in the dirt. So, yeah.
That's exactly what we saw yesterday, was we saw that slowing down a little bit and getting that consistency in and not making mistakes. Played a huge role yesterday. Watching a few of your riders going around, it didn't seem to me like setup was a huge thing for this track. It was more so the riders being comfortable and being able to get those laps in. So from your point of view, the riders you look after, who are we needing to keep an eye on this weekend?
You know, every weekend Riley does well for us. We got Richie; he should do well in those classes, and Mia. We got big expectations for Mia this weekend in the women's.
Yeah, we've been watching Mia ride this whole championship. She's always right there. We have noticed a few unforced errors that come out of Mia, so we're hoping that she can keep her head together and stay on track and just do her thing, because she's got the talent to get this done here for sure. Yeah. So, Matt, thank you very much. We look forward to watching your riders and seeing your bikes cruise around this weekend. We might touch base later on, mate. So thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giodomento de cane.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted it. All good?
Canos. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support.
We are back. We're going to get our racing action underway already here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. This is our NSW Moto 1. Ada Harris is going to get the whole shot. That's a familiar position for her out in front on that 219 machine, the Husky there. But they can see the 117 just in second there. That's Mia Tung. She's going to be basically the championship leader here with our injuries for this field from Taylor Thompson, who's out with an ACL, and Meg Lincoln, who was a bit further back after a crash at Lake Macquarie. Get well to those girls soon. We can see the field running through. There's the 474 right in front of the shot. I think that's Olivia Hadju. And the 26 just coming through there as well. That was Ashton Warren. But it's Ada out front. Mia's trying to get to the back wheel there of Ada as we go through the roller section there out the back. So we're just watching the field there in the back section of the track. So with the girl, Ada with a bit of a moment there. She slid up the rear tyre on the inside run there into that second roller section. Now, as the girls are just battling here, Mia trying to get around Ada. We're going to throw down to Russ, who's got one of our guys there from the MX1 class. I think he's going to talk to Riley Burgess, who was Q4 in that one.
Mate, there's some awesome action going on there with the girls, and we'll jump straight back to that really quick. I just wanted to grab Riley Burgess here. He was a superstar yesterday in his racing here, and I think it's great to get the insight from the guys that really discovered the track yesterday and made it work for them. Riley, how is the track shaping up compared to yesterday?
Honestly, the track is a lot different to yesterday. There's a little bit less ruts today, but the ruts are a lot deeper, so it is also a little bit slick, but yeah, it is pretty good.
What do you think it's going to take to win today, mate?
Oh, man, I'm up against some pretty fast guys, so I don't know, I'm just going to leave it all out there on the track and see what I come out with.
So what's the overall goal for today?
Oh, honestly, happy with top 3 in both classes.
Top 3 in both classes, mate. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, interesting. Dave and I were sitting here earlier saying that the people who had a look at the track yesterday might have had a bit of an advantage. And that's the opposite of what he just said.
Sounded that way, didn't it?
Yeah, so what do we know?
I love that, how we will always start speculating about something, and then somebody from the track, when we get one of these post-track interviews with Russ down there, that we just sound like absolute lunatics up here when they say the complete opposite of what we've been speculating about. But the action is carrying on here as we're talking with Riley. There was a little mistake I noticed for Mia Tung. She dropped back from Ada Harris there just a little bit, but she's got right back up to the rear wheel again, and Ada just lighting that rear tyre up again. She's going to the inside of that split lane there ahead of that second roller section, and that little high inside hip bit there to get over to start the roller section.
Oh, Mia Tung tries to run the wide line to get around her. Yeah, Ada already struggling for a bit of grip, like you said, as they come down
Mia's
through
made the move.
South Wales Motorcycles corner and made the move look quite easy. We'll see how she goes from here.
Ada's going to fight back here, trying to go around the outside, but Mia's just got to hold this line.
The girls are banging bars already. They're straight into it.
Fantastic as they come across down the finish straight past our commentary box.
I don't know how they did that, but they had both their wheels in the same rut at the same time.
And fellas, did you notice the corner? That was the corner I called earlier. Is such a critical corner to get around clean, especially when you're in a battle. We saw this yesterday. That exact same corner changed the outcome of these lines. Oh, it's Ryder 143. Where is she? What's the name? It's a 443. There goes down right in front of me, just coming out of these tricky ruts.
Stephanie Turnbull there.
Stephanie Turnbull, yeah, struggling to get the bike into neutral to get it fired up again.
Yeah, well, Riley just said that the ruts were bigger out there. I didn't know they were big enough to fit 2 bikes in one rut like the girls just showed us.
Turns out it is. If you're aggressive enough, you can fit multiple bikes in one rut. So
that was impressive.
Thanks for letting us know that, girls.
Yeah. Look, Ada's definitely not going to give an inch there. She's trying to take the step up with Megan Lincoln out and Taylor Thompson out. I think Ada saw an opportunity to get some front running, and she wasn't going to let Mia just have that one. And
is it Lee Rimbers is right behind them and actually closing up on the back of Ada at the moment, so she might want to come in and have something to say about this as well. Another one taking the opportunity. She tries to go around the outside of the risen corner there and get the drive through the rollers.
Well, that's a new name to our series as well.
Very good line through that whole shot graphics corner, but the outside line doesn't seem to be carrying the speed for Lee there. She's definitely trying to chase the girls down in front of her. Then we could have a 3-way race on our hands here, which would be fantastic.
She's going around the long way around that corner there, the last corner before this section, but she's got right to the rear wheel there of Ada Harris.
As they go past us down the finish straight. So Mia's got a little bit of a gap ahead of Ada, but Lee is definitely going to make Ada work for second. As fourth, Michaela Rimbers goes past. Have we got sisters or mother and daughter maybe racing in this class, Dave? No, he's ignoring me.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some text messages from the field here. Reese Budd is sending me things through about something that is going on. I'm just trying to understand what it is. So, somebody said something about him getting paid a wage. He's racing for free, to be clear. He wants to make sure that people know that he's
Sorry, that was my bad.
Russ, you got to not put words out there that aren't true, mate.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, Reese. My apologies there, mate. Made an assumption that we're on the payroll there for that team. But no, racing for free. Absolutely love it. Now, what we were talking about was just the advantage of being on a team. Whether there's a paycheck there or not, there is still a really nice advantage to being on a team. And I think that statement still stands as far as being on a team versus privateer goes. But apologies for that, Reese. Didn't mean to put you into that one, mate. Maybe we can start negotiations and get you a bit of a paycheck going, mate.
Yeah. We've got to write it down on screen too, Russ. Sorry to just end that quickly there. We've just clarified, obviously, Reese's wage situation, but there's a writer down on screen from the drone shot, but they're just there and entering that last bottom section of the track. But they're wandering back over to the track, the bike to get up and going.
62. Yeah.
So it's Leah, and we've got the roll-off streamers going as well. So we obviously smacked our face on the ground there to rip the roll-off canister open.
I think there was 2 bikes involved, and one of them got away. But there goes Mia and Ada through. So it wasn't any of those 2, but I think there was 2 bikes involved. Looks like they're both back up and running, although she's got her own streamers following her before. There goes 251 of Claire Pollard and 61 of Michaela
Rimbers. Yeah, so we've got some new names here. The Rimbers have decided to join the series for this weekend by the looks of it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Michaela and Lee, as you were just seeing Lee getting up off the ground there with the streamers, but hopefully she's okay. Going to need a new set of goggles sorted out between motors, but it looks of it with the roll-off canister situation going on there. But back to the front of our pack here, Mia only probably like a second, not even gap over Ada Harris, but then there is a big gap back to the 251 of Claire Pollard after we lost our 3rd place rider there the lap prior. But Ada is not letting Mia get away at all here in Moto 1 for the women's class.
No, she's definitely going to make her work for it all the way. We've got 6.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Ooh.
She's still struggling with that same inner rut, and the face of that takeoff into that second roller section is Ada Harris. Just getting the back end light and the tyres spinning up there.
Yeah, struggling to get the grip. She makes up a bit of time around the rest of the lap, and then that drops her back a little bit, just trying to get the grip going at the face of that jump.
Yeah, Mia seems to be better on this second half of the circuit. There is Leah with the roll-off streamer, trying to recover a few positions here. in this moto. She's a fair way down the pack, got the side panel popped out as well for a good measure with the crash by the looks of it. So a little bit of work for the pit crew to do when she gets back there to get prepared for the next moto later in the day.
But it's good to see her up and going again, even with the little streamer she's got going on with the goggle roll-off there.
Do you know, like, you're more of a road bike guy, so you haven't had the roll-off situation, but do you know how annoying that noise is on the side of your helmet, flapping in the breeze?
I imagine. But she's definitely got the head down. She's got up and going to give it a push and give it a go. 15 starters here in this MXW, which is a fantastic field. It's the two girls out in front are separated by 1.2 seconds now. Then there's obviously a bit of a gap down to Claire Pollard after Leah's crash. And there's two...
Oh, we've had a change for the lead, but...
Oh, okay.
Ada Harris to the front. There must have been something happened there in that first half of the lap while we're watching Leah go through with the streamers following behind her. But yeah, we've had a change for the lead. So Ada Harris to the top of the board. Mia Tung's back to second now.
Ada's put an instant gap on her too there, fellas. Not sure if you can see that, but she's straight away gone that as our friend with the streamers here has gone down again right in front of us. The good news is she's cut her little streamer a little shorter there, which is lovely. But struggling with the traction, mate. She's coming to that corner, tucked the front, and just slid out again. So she's not having the race that she wanted to have at all. As our two race leaders come around now, there's not much between the two women here right now. Mia Tung chasing hard, but it seems as though Ada's got a fairly confident lead. Both choosing very different lines through this back section as they come up the start straight towards you boys.
Yeah, we can just see that as Mia took a very different line to Ada down through that second last corner as they both go through the start. Finish straight, sorry, and onto the start. Straight up down to Kennard's higher corner, turn 2, round the back marker, but Ada takes care of her quite quickly without any issue. There's nearly 2 seconds between Ada Harris and Mia Tung now, so Ada's definitely got the head down and see if she can break away and open up enough of a gap. Ada Harris, Mia Tung, Claire Pollard, Michaeli Rimbers, Bella Arnott, Ella Hamilton, Kira Collins,
Sienna
Gadis, Olivia Haju,
and Stevie Williamson. We might have Stevie up here later. She came up and saw us and had a chat with us at Lakes, and I'm sure she'll probably want to have another chat. She's an interesting character, Stevie, because she is she's actually down living in the Hunter region from the north of Queensland all by herself. She's 18. She's decided she wants to chase the motocross dream for a little while, so she's moved down by herself. She's living in a caravan, she told us, and yeah, just training, looking after. She's doing some like daycare sort of work part-time, and just doing some training and riding in the Hunter area and chasing the events around for the year. But she's well and truly a long way from home, from very north of Queensland. So good to see Stevie with us again this weekend.
Yeah, we'll definitely grab Stevie for a few more chats, mate. She loves to get on the microphone, and he's not shy of that at all. So we'll grab Stevie later on and have a good chat with her. But isn't it interesting, fellas, that the three names we thought would be up the front, Harris, Tung, and Pollard, are all basically doing exactly what we thought they would do. Those three names are just synonymous with the front of the grid in the women's, the WMX here.
Look, I'll just congratulate myself on my research pre-event. Thank you for that, boys. So you can thank me later.
So are we taking bets again now, Dave, or are we feeling confident today?
He's down a cent from yesterday. I don't know if he can afford to keep gambling.
Bank account's on low. It's already low with that 1 cent bet yesterday.
It'll be interesting to see the second moto, Russ, talk about those three names, but Lee Rimbers was up into
let me interrupt you there right now, Greg. We've got a bit of a battle going on. Mia Tung was about to make a move on Ada Harris. She ducked up the inside but couldn't quite make the move stick as the girls go down into the back section, the very far rollers. They're taking a very similar line down there now. There is a couple of back markers, a couple of lap riders coming up. That's going to play a little bit into what the girls are trying to do here. Let's see as Mia Tung takes an outside line. She's looking for big drive into the second line of rollers. They both dive to the inside. There is 2 back markers. They've got to thread the needle here as Ada Harris looks for a line.
Yeah, down through the whole shot graphics corner there. Their back markers have had a little bit to play, but not too much of an issue as the girls try and push through. Ada Harris and Mia Tung definitely closer than they were a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, Ada Harris shaking her head. She's desperately trying to get around this back marker. There's been no blue flags in this section of the track, so that rider had no idea that the lead rider was behind them. So that can be a little frustrating from time to time, but it looks as though they're going to get straight past now. Mia Tung's on a run as well over the finish line.
It can be frustrating, but without the blue flags, that rider, Leah, is running her own race. So if there's no blue flag, she's unaware. But she's, like I was just saying before you started talking to us, she was in third. She's almost got the pace of these 2 girls. So the fact that she's gone down and now they've caught up to her, be interesting to see what she does in the second moto. She'll have a bit of a good look at him now. Obviously, she doesn't want to get involved in the racing because she's a lap down. But if she can have a look at the 2 girls in front and see if she can pick up any pointers and stay up for the rest of the race, like Dave said, she's just up for some new goggles, put that side cover back in, and then she'll be back out in Moto 2.
Yeah, look, she looks as though she's looking quite closely at them and paying attention to their riding, and I think she's going to do exactly what you said, mate. She's going to really go back in after this race, take a deep breath, reassess her situation and where she wants to be, and really take another stab at this whole thing. But yeah, a couple of mistakes from her has definitely cost her any kind of a decent result in this first race.
Yeah, as we see Ada and Mia go through that corner, Mia took the inside line, whereas last lap took the outside line. She's done it a few times, obviously realised it's not working, so she's followed Ada through the inside as we watch him go through the risen corner and over the rollers. These drone shots are fantastic, aren't they?
It's a good venue for a drone shot here at Dubbo. The way the circuit's laid out, you get a lot of coverage with the drone there. You can see plenty of parts of the track all in one shot. So yeah, it's a nice addition to our coverage here for the state titles in New South Wales. Still just a little gap there, isn't it, from Mia? She's just dropped like a second or 2, but we're hitting that last lap board now. So if Mia's got anything left in the tank, she's going to have to push super hard to make this little 1.5 second gap disappear to Ada Harris. But Ada's ridden a great race here to be a part of this women's moto win battle that's going on here. Great hole shot. Got passed early by Mia Tung, but she's fought back, stayed in it, and she's found herself back in the lead here with this last lap. So she's going to try and hold on to the win here for this last one. But Mia's coming along quite nicely here at the end of this moto, trying to close that gap. So Ada can't back off at all here in the closing stages of Moto 1 for our women's class.
No, and they both took the same line through that switch by the looks of it as they go down to the back of the circuit. And along the rollers section,
I did notice a blue shirt there on the edge of that exit point there. I think Beachy's getting some steps up on Russ. He's gone to the very edge of the track.
There he is on camera there, the main man.
So he's just sneaking around, checking out all the track. But Ada, let's see how she goes through this section. This is the part she's been lighting up that rear tyre a bit better. I think she took a little slightly wider line there in our split lane option there.
Yeah, Ada's definitely opened up a little bit more of a gap on Mia right now, so she's doing something in there that's a little bit quicker. Have you guys picked up on what section she's
I think she's just tidied up a couple of the mistakes that she was making in the early part of the moto, where she's maybe getting on the throttle a little too hard and lighting up the rear tyre and losing that forward drive. I think she's just figured out the track, what the track needs.
Yeah, she's either changed how much throttle application she's given or just changed the line slightly to give herself better drive as they come down over the finish straight now, and she takes the checkered flag. Ada Harris followed by Mia Tung, and what a fantastic race from those 2 girls. We wait for...
We're going to see Leah come through a lap down. Unfortunately, there's the streamer line running behind her for that roll-off. So hopefully now she can get that noise out of her head, because it's going to be... it would have been just forcefully entering the helmet there, that noise of the flap beside her. But her sister, I believe would be, is Michaela Rimbers, who's going to come across and grab 3rd in that moto, ahead of Claire Pollard just.
And Bella Arnott
So, yeah, so we've got Bella Arnott's going to come across the line for 5th. Not sure she is. She's just come across now, I think. No, that's not. That's another lap rider, sorry.
Lap rider.
Here's Bella now. There
Bella.
she goes. So that'll be our top 5. Ada Harris from Mia Tung, Michaela Rimbus, Claire Pollard, Bella Arnott. And it sounds like we can head down to Russ, and he's got our moto winner.
Yeah, I'm down here with Mia Tung. She's on her CRF Boyd's Moto Racing prepped bike. Now, we chatted to Matt Boyd earlier, and he was saying that it's a big weekend for Mia here this weekend. Mia, that's the first race. You're up the front exactly where we expect to see you. You and Ada doing battle, which is awesome. Give me a little rundown on the track, how you're feeling out there and how you think today is going to shape up for you.
Hopefully it gets a bit deeper ruts. It's a bit tacky, so the ruts are kind of like once you get in them, you kind of get stuck a little bit. But the track's good. I like it.
Yeah, it's not a super high-speed track, is it? It's a little bit technical, and what we saw yesterday was riders having to play it a little bit smart, having to really pick your lines and choose which rut you're going to go through. There was also quite a lot of loss of traction yesterday too, some slippery, slick up faces of jumps. How are you going to handle that kind of terrain here today?
Yeah, there's definitely heaps of slick spots. I'm just going to try play it smart and just ride my own race.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations on the first win of the day. We're, got high hopes for you for the rest of the day, so can't wait to see you out there. Well done.
Yeah, great ride from me there to come through in second as our next race is already kicking off. It's fast and furious down here. We've got the vets over 40 as the boys go down into Kennard's Hire corner.
Bit of a small field here for our 40-plus vets. We've only got 5 riders on track. I think we might have even lost one already from our qualifying situation. So, yeah, the 5 guys are going to go at it here. And we'll see who comes out on top. But it looks like it's the number 9 of Nathan Brocktrop on that Suzuki that's got the good start here and leading this one currently. And you can see the 77 machine, that's Todd Williams, battling with the 808 of Lee Harriman. I think Lee's going to make the move into second. Now he's got a red plate on his front fender there. Not for this class, because this is the first round for the 40-plus class in our state series. That red plate is actually for his C-grade MX1 efforts so far this season. So he's doing double duty here as Lee Harriman, and does quite a good job. You know, he's in the 40-plus class, but he's showing this C-grade MX1 the guys around the track as well. So
good on him.
Yeah, very well done for Lee. But he's chasing down Brocktrop here as they head into the tight right-hander over the tabletop. So we'll see if these two can get a bit of a battle. Brocktrop in the early motos that we've had for the 30-plus class in the first 2 rounds had a little bit of a speed advantage over Lee, but I've seen Lee has been doing plenty of riding. He's been up in the Sunny State, doing some Sunny State titles races as well. He's been all over the place. He's been on his bike a lot, so maybe he's found a bit of speed. Maybe he's a bit more familiar with the Dubbo track. I don't know if he's been here too many times before, but he's looking like he's trying to battle with Brocktrop at this point. He's going to try to go the long way around there, around turn 1.
Yeah, well, if you're saying he's been doing plenty of riding, as you know, seat time is fantastic, and he looks like he's up for the challenge. It's whether he's got the pace to bring Brocktrop back to him or not. As that tabletop was one looked at yesterday over and over again by Beachy, with them cutting off the corner. He's saying that Drew was in it yesterday, saying that when he hits the face of the jump, it drifts you to the right over to that side. So we'll see if I'm sure. There he's actually, as I look out the window now, I'm sure Beachy's watching.
Well, he's just doing the trunch around, isn't he, again? He's in the middle of front of us right now, but like I said before, and I think it was in our last moto, he was at the other end of the circuit, so he's going to outdo Russ easily in the step count today.
Yeah, he'll outdo Russ for sure.
What team are we on here, boys?
Oh,
what's going on?
I feel like it's obvious.
Is this revenge for the short jokes yesterday, Dave? Well, is that what this is about?
Hey, look, you can read between the lines, all right?
Mate, I am doing some serious steps today. I'm just cutting laps. I'm doing star jumps, doing whatever I can to keep Beachy under control.
Oh, he's definitely trying to put the numbers up on you, mate, because he's wandering around pretty quickly this morning. I've seen him in lots of places. But
Look, the biggest question is, does he have his board out and is he pointing to riders? That's what we need to keep an eye out for. before.
He has so far a couple of times, but currently no. He's just standing there up on that finish line, having a chat to our finish flagger, because the action is all at the other end of the circuit for the moment. But as we see Brocktrop, he's just about to come past that point. Click over another lap, and Brocktrop has just gone fastest on our board with a 147.4. So he has just put a little bit of time, about a second and a half into that gap over Lee Harriman in second. Todd Williams is still holding down third there on the 77 machine on that Kawasaki. Daniel Collins has come over in fourth, and Mark Cook is our fifth place rider on track. And it seems that our sixth man in this field, Robert Lindsay, did not start in this one. So I'm not sure what happened to Robert, but he's not out on track here in Moto 1.
No, he didn't make the gate, which is a shame for him. But you see Lee Harriman definitely not giving it up to Nathan Brocktrop easily, but Brocktrop just putting a little bit of time, just a bit here and a bit there, slowly edging away.
Well, look, Brocktrop's on the bike to be on at the moment. You know, Ken Roxon's out there killing it in the AMA Supercross on a Kickstart Suzuki. Brocktrop's still doing the same thing from the 2018 model or whatever the hell it is that he's running around there on. It's a few years old and unupdated, as they say. So yeah, look, this is the prime machine of the time.
Apparently.
Mate, 2018 model, you can barely get parts for it anymore.
They're all the same, from what I'm told. So I'm pretty sure you can.
It won't matter.
It doesn't matter. 2017, 16, 15. I'm pretty sure they're all the same through 2024.
Look,
5, 6.
what Kickstart Kenny's doing over there in Supercross is just absolutely unbelievable, right? To be on a bike that, yeah, everyone thought was basically underdeveloped and an old model, and to be given it to the best of the best with their shiny new models and their huge factory teams, super impressive.
Well, it's all about bike setup. Obviously, Nathan Brocktrop at the moment's got his bike set up pretty well as he comes over the start-finish line in front of us again. And he's pushed out a little bit further on Lee. He's now 3.3 seconds, so he's put another second into him that lap. And he's obviously got it set up how he likes it. He's obviously comfortable and confident on it as he's slowly eking out in the front of this Vets race down here at Dubbo for the first round of the Vets, but actually round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross titles.
I think, Greg, you're absolutely right about the setup. Just to bring Blake Bohannon back into every single conversation I have today. It's something that I always notice when I watch him ride, is that he looks very, very comfortable on his bike, and his bike seems to be behaving itself in almost all situations. And that's going to give a rider a ton of confidence, right? If they're comfortable on the bike, they're not chasing setup, the bike's doing what they want it to do, that's how you're going to end up going fast. You can have the fastest, most talented rider out here, but if the bike's bucking him, if he's fighting, if he's not comfortable, it's just not going to work for him. So I think that setup thing is really, really key, and sometimes being on that older model can be an advantage, because every year or every second year, manufacturers are going to change the chassis, they're going to change the subframe, they're going to change suspension settings, they're going to do a lot of different things, and then every rider has to adjust to that. Well, if your bike hasn't changed in the last 5 years, you're going to get it dialed in pretty quick. So I think that's definitely an advantage. I think for Blake Bohannon, Yamaha is quite slow at making significant changes, which is an advantage. And obviously out here on the Kickstart Suzuki, similar story.
Yeah, very true, mate. Very true. If you've got the bike set up, it's comfortable. He's confident on it. There's no need really to make changes. And like you said about Blake Bohannon, just to help your fanboy along a bit more, he does look like he's riding with absolutely zero stress, zero worry, and people like that really annoy me. Because usually when I ride a motorbike, it's like a monkey trying to ride a swing. It's not good.
How does a monkey ride a swing?
Yeah, thanks for that visual.
I'm not sure how we described that. We were talking about your... I'm just hearing bananas, Russ, now. Nobody else is going to know what we're talking about, but I'm just hearing the word banana come to mind from our chat this morning. Oh, so a monkey on a swing. Brockdrop's definitely not a monkey on a swing right now out the front of this field.
No, he's showing him a clean pair of heels. He's nearly 5 seconds in front of Lee Harriman.
I think the Lee's doing it, like, as much as I said at the start of this one, Lee didn't have... like Nathan's got a bit of a speed advantage on Lee in the motors we've had in the 30-plus Vets through the first 2 rounds. But Lee's doing the right thing here. He's going at a comfortable pace that he can go. He's keeping him in sight. So like that 5 second, it's slowly eking out sort of a second or two a lap that they're putting down. But the pressure is still there. Like every time Brockdrop comes around on a loop of a section, he can still see Lee just there coming the other direction, so he knows that he can't back off. So there is the chance that Lee forces Nathan into a mistake because he's still trying to go at a reasonable pace to keep Lee behind him. So Lee's doing a good job here.
Absolutely. We've seen a few races yesterday where someone was out in front and had an off, and it changed the final outcome of the race. I think we've got Russ wanting to talk to us about tyres.
Boys,
they're black in their round.
They're black in their round. I'm down here at the start grid now. Dubbo, a bit of a unique setup at this track. It is a concrete start. That changes things up quite a bit, and the way that the riders set themselves up to get that whole shot. But if we look along the line here, we've got a few different styles of tyres. That's a Pirelli rear there that's got a bit of a scoop shape to it without being an actual scoop tyre. The next one along, Mr. Lincoln here, the 818, he's running a Dunlop 8082. That's actually, generally speaking, an enduro style tyre, but it's kind of got a scoop cut and shape into that one as well. So he's looking for a bit of drive as well. And then we see a few MX34s, MX53s. There's a couple of Michelins down here. So I'm not seeing any actual scoop tyres, but a few just little variances. Actually, hold the phone. I think I do see a scoop tyre here. Yeah, there is our rider here, Jake, in the 155. He's definitely running a scoop-style tyre on the back of his gas machine there. So he's obviously looking for that drive out the gate. Maybe he's hoping for that whole shot. He's trying to get as much traction and drive as he possibly can. But as we know with the scoop tyre, you do sacrifice a little bit of lean angle and turning ability. So we'll see how that works out for him.
Well, Russ, as you were just taking on to that little chat there, Rafael Rossiter on the 8 was just doing a little bit of a special technique to clear the mud from the tyre on that little chock of wood or whatever it is there, the edge at the back of the gate there. Just spinning the tyre up on it just to clear it out to try and help with that initial bite and drive off that concrete. So that was actually pretty good timing there, if anyone noticed that one as he was going.
Mate, that was totally intended, and that was movie magic from the camera crew down here, mate. So
it was a perfect backdrop. He's doing that right as you came into that one. So yeah, you're deep in thought. I thought I'd point it out here because I didn't want to cut in as you're starting to build into your piece, mate. So
well, we can see black marks on the concrete, and that is from the guys doing that. They'll spin that rear wheel, try and clear any mud out, and also try and get that tyre to feel a little bit sticky. But a concrete start is a very different thing to a dirt start. And then out this gate as well, there's a drop off onto the dirt, then there's an immediate step up as well. So it's quite a tricky start. Once you're on the start straight itself, quite a nice straight one. Yeah, the different tyres are going to give these riders a different feel and different advantages.
Skywalker Studios bringing it in fantastically with that cross.
Just getting all the angles right, getting all the footage that we need.
Yep.
And it's a great job that we've got you got your camera out there, Russ, to get some of these shots up nice and close as well, because we were actually able to see basically the exact profile of the tyres as we were doing that. So yeah, fantastic description, fantastic visuals as we continue to watch the man at the front on the yellow rocket ship, Nathan Brockdrop. Just putting in more laps here. He's got 3 minutes plus a lap still to go here in this 40-plus Vets Moto.
He's got 12 seconds over Lee Harriman.
Well, what I was saying right before we went to that tyre piece was that Lee was keeping pressure on at about that 5 seconds. I think that's dropped off, unfortunately. So Nathan's probably able to, at the front of this, just have a little relax and a breather and not push as hard because he's not under any pressure now. He's just definitely taking control of this moto.
Yeah, they're well spaced out. Like I said, from Nathan Brockdrop to Lee Harriman, it's 12 seconds. It's 30 seconds from Lee Harriman, back to Todd Williams. And then you've got Daniel Collins and Mark Cook. And still, it's checkered flag's not down yet, but Nathan Brockdrop is definitely making this look rather easy as we see Lee go over the line down the start-finish straight. As we're watching Nathan on the live footage come down, those ruts are starting to develop out nicely. As we watch right at 77, that's Todd Williams, come down towards the finish line. And this should be Daniel Collins on bike 245.
just looking, watching Lee go through this Dubbo Regional Council corner there. You can see some of the ruts. He was just sort of having to almost navigate and change halfway through there because it's quite choppy through that section of the track as he was getting into that, and that might be partly why he's actually starting to sort of stop and pivot in those corners. Maybe that's where he's losing some of his time because he's not actually rolling through the corner. There is a bit of a stop-start motion in some of those tighter and rutted corners. So
I suppose too, if he's doing double duties, he's probably thinking about the body, about the day, about the bike. We're clear in second. Obviously, sorry, he's not going to catch Nathan as it's going at the moment. So let's roll around. He's had a good look behind him a few times. I've got second place nailed down pat. Let's roll through, go back, have an energy drink and some sort of fruit and get relaxed and ready for his C-grade racing. Talking about ruts, if you're there, Russ, how are they looking coming from the finish line onto the start straight?
Yeah, mate, I can't quite see that one just yet. I know it is deep and developing. I think when we get a gap in the races, I'll go up there and actually stand in that rut and take a bit of a look at it because it definitely played a factor into the racing yesterday. I'm still behind the gates here looking up the start straight. And one thing I wanted to go over, we talked about it a little bit yesterday on Juniors Day, is this is quite a unique starting straight situation here at the Dubbo Motorbike Club in that gates 1 through to about 10, you actually have to hook quite a fair way right to get onto the start straight. So from gate 1 through to gate 10, you can't actually go straight. Once you get out the gate, you've got to veer right quite severely to get around the track and to get around that first left-hand bend. So we're going to see riders bunch up around the doghouse and push towards that gate 40. And the other really interesting thing about this gate, and I was just talking to our official who does the gate drops, this one has an electric reset. So rather than having to manually lever up the gates to reset in between races, which is normally what he has to do at every round, Saturday and Sunday, however many races we have every single day, here at Dubbo Motorbike Club, it's first class all the way. You press a button and the gates reset.
That's fantastic. That's obviously more to do with the support from Dubbo Regional Council helping out the bike club, which is an absolutely fantastic setup. I'm glad I don't have to manually go along and reset 40 gates, and I'm assuming that the starter is in the same position as that. As we watch Nathan Brockchuk riding around, he's got 23 seconds over Lee Harriman. He will get the last lap board as he just goes past our commentary box now, takes the last lap board, 1 to go. And yeah.
Still looking really good out the front there. Nothing's changed for him. His technique's solid. Doesn't look like he's gotten tired at all, but like we said, he's not under too much pressure either, so he's not having to push the pace here in the final stages of this Vets 40+ moto here. So we're just going to continue on here. We're going to see he's got a massive gap now. Like we said about Lee, he's probably starting to focus on his C-grade moto because I dare say he's going to be under a bit more pressure to keep hold of that leader's red plate in the C-grade MX1 is Lee Harriman. Be a few more people to challenge with. He's going to have to contend with like Richie Lawler today on the 27. So he's just saving some energy.
And it's an interesting fact, like say like in this race he's in second, but it's the first round of this Vets class where he's already done the work for the C grade to get the red plate. So he might have rolled off more than if he was out in the C grade race at the moment. He'd probably still keep pushing on.
Well, and he's got a big gap, like the front two left the rest of the field here, and so he wasn't really catching Nathan. He's not really got any pressure from behind for quite a ways. I think there's an 18-second gap back to third from second. So, you know, Lee's just playing the smart game for his efforts and his, you know, physical efforts across the day. So, look, it's a smart play here for Lee. He's got some work to do in C-grade MX1 in probably, I don't know, half an hour, not even. So here comes our winner, the number 9 machine of Nathan Brocktrop. Going to grab that win. It will be Lee Harriman eventually come through here in second. Todd Williams will likely be third. Daniel Collins will be fourth, and Mark Cook will bring up fifth. And here comes Mark now actually through our screen. He's going to grab 5th. He's actually a lap down there. Nathan caught him. So while we get the chance, we're going to take a break here on our coverage from day 2 of the Motorcycling New South Wales State Titles from round 3 here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Round 3 is going down here at the Dubbo Motorbike Club. Our riders are on the line and our starting official, he's standing out there. He's got his 15-second board in his hand, ready to drop the gate. We're just waiting for the last few riders to clear the track and the track to go green, which signals to all the officials that the track is safe and ready to go. All of our riders are there. The 15-second board comes up. You might see a few of them spinning that rear wheel up to get some traction. 15-second board is down, heads go down, the revs come up, and we're getting ready for a gate drop. Here we go. Who's going to nail that whole shot? 2 Yamahas straight to the front, maybe 3. Looks like rider 1, 2, 5.
That'll be Heath Davey out front with the 8 of Raphael Rossiter right beside him, trying to go around the outside of him into turn 3.
Oh, watch that marker, boys.
Heath Davey going to hold on to that lead there as they head down to the middle of the circuit, but Rossiter on the 8 right behind him there as they take different options into the split lane. See a couple of riders in the back of screen having a bit of an issue there, trying to get the grip to stay on top of the machines as they all fought over the same piece of track in the split lane. As we head to the back of our circuit for the first time in this 13 to 16 years, 250 moto here.
Very congested through that split lane, wasn't it? The 2 out in front are definitely having their own ding-dong, but the rest of the pack had to fight their way through that split lane. There was options being taken, there was options being forced upon people as we watch them all go through over the 2 tabletops between the roller sections and see how they're going to go getting grip as we watch the leaders come through Risen Corner and over the 2nd, or is that the 3rd roller section? Sorry,
that's the 3rd section. Yeah, section. They're running through here so fast. We missed the middle section, but the rider we haven't just seen yet, and I haven't picked up in our thing because we haven't got the timing obviously to come across lap 1 yet. But our championship leader in this class is the 169 of Tyson Williams, and I haven't yet seen him in this pointy end of the running order just yet. So we'll see when he comes across the line as the timing updates where he is in our order. But for the moment, it's Davey from Rossiter, then the 32 machine of Rafael.
Just gone through in 4th position, 169 Tyson Williams.
So he's there or thereabouts, but the front 2 boys are running away quickly at the front of this pack. They've already got probably a 4-second or more gap onto the rest of the field here. So the front 2 putting in the work.
They're flirting with that marker on the inside of that tabletop that was talked about so often yesterday. Heath Davey and Raphael Rossiter as they come down. Different options in the split lane again. Let's see, it looks like Raphael might have the run. No, gets pushed out.
Well, they're Rossiter's right to the edge of the track there. He's going to go the long way around here. Davey's trying to just show him the edge of the track and not give him any room to make that pass. He did a good job with the track position there to block out any potential move.
Very good.
Davey looking solid here at the front of this field. Got a good drive. You see where he picked the front up over that first roller there to put it on the downside, just to keep the bike nice and low and get a good drive to get that double-double in that middle roller section. We see Rossiter doing a little bit of a bounce through the 3rd option there.
Wheels in. Oh, lost a bit of traction there.
A bit of a slippage.
A bit of a slippage there from Rossiter. Kind of wheels in line through this section of track as they're both running on the same line, which is obviously the optimum line. It'll only matter when they get a bit closer, when Raphael gets a bit closer to Heath Davey, if he'll need to go around.
So they're coming across the finish line now. Russ is down at the start for that first corner. What are you seeing, Russ?
Mate, we're having a look at these ruts that are forming up here as they enter the start straight. So they've come over the start-finish line. They come over this inside little ski jump. There is an outside flat line. But this rut that crosses onto the start straight has played havoc with the riders so far and is going to develop further as the day goes on. The riders land off the ski jump and hit the throttle, which digs a big hole. If they run around the outside, they tend to be wide open, so they develop acceleration bumps coming out of this firmer section into this softer section. The ruts get deep, they're long, they stand up, and then they end up rolling over completely. But this rut yesterday developed into a full hook with a massive bump in the middle of it, which really upset the bikes. So this corner is going to be critical to look at throughout the day, because the riders that can nail this section, either jumping over the ruts completely or taking a wide outside line and running it all the way to the blue tyres, is going to really make a big difference to their lap times, and it's going to set them up for that run down the straight to turn 2 superbly.
You can see Heath Davey flirting with the track limits there while Russ was talking about that rut coming off the finish straight and into up towards turn 1.
I think our second place Rossiter has just gone down at the end of that third roller section. Yep, he's just picked himself up and got going. He's lost a lot of ground there to our leader Heath Davies, so a bit of a mistake there for Rossiter. He's going to give that lead, or give that leader plenty of space here. So he's now under threat from
Heath
32.
A bit of breathing space as he goes over the finish line. And we'll wait for Raphael Rossiter to come through. Here he comes in the new gap.
Davey just absolutely throwing it down. Did you guys see that run on those jumps? He was so far sideways, he probably thought he was in some sort of freestyle competition, mate. I haven't seen a whip like that since Freestyle Kings.
I feel like Heath's just feeling the flow right now. He's got some nice lines through the back part of the circuit, and these tabletops in the front part of us just now here that he's going through. They're super, like for a rider of his level, they're super easy jumps, so he can really try to throw it down and get low, as they say, to keep the bike down. Oh, he just flirted with the track edge there, that's for sure.
Same line he took
it's interesting. It's interesting you say that, Dave, because it's this track in particular, the jumps aren't very big.
No.
And so these guys on these bigger bikes, they actually have to back off. They have to scrub to keep the bike low, and they have to actually slow down to grease the backside of the jump, not to over jump everything. And we saw that in practice this morning. All the classes, including the women's class, they were over jumping. We could hear panic revs, and they were flat landing these tabletops. So it's really interesting talking to Boydie again this morning, mentioning that this track is not a horsepower track. You do not need horsepower to do well on this track, which levels out the playing field. You don't need a factory-built motor that's got tons of money in it, because horsepower doesn't make that big of a difference. What makes a difference is riding clean, staying close to the ground, keeping those wheels in contact with the ground, and getting that drive.
Well, that's exactly what you spoke about before, Russ, about it's not necessarily riding the fastest throughout the whole race. Obviously, the fastest person wins, but it's about riding sensible and riding with control. As we see our leader cross the start-finish line, he's got about a 8-second gap, Heath Davey, over Raphael Rossiter after Raphael's little off. And then we've got Paul Ruffalo.
Yep, Ruffalo.
Got it right.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a question that I'm going to have to pose to the #1 fanboy out on track that he's going to have to do some research for me across the day. I want to know why our fast man on the 262, Blake Bohannon, isn't in this particular class yet. I know he's running the 85 yesterday. I know he's running the 125 today. But this class would be 13 to 16. He's running the 13 to 15 125s. I want to know when we see Bohannon on a 254 stroke, and maybe that's not until next season, but something that our #1 fanboy can maybe work out throughout the day.
Russ is going to say.
I can answer that question for you right now, mate. I think I'm just going to have a stab at this. It's because he weighs about 25 kilos wringing wet.
That might be part of it.
Not that I don't think he's got the skill to handle it, but I don't know if there's suspension light enough to work on that machine for young Blake Bohannon. He definitely needs to to eat a few more pizzas and burgers before he's ready for that. I would assume that'd be my guess. But no, look, I can definitely go and have a chat to the family later on and see what the plan is moving forward for young Blake. There was talks of needing to head to Europe at some point, which is traditionally the pathway that standout riders have from Australia. They head to Europe and do the MXGP series over there, and then from there you normally progress to the States. So,
well, yeah. And that would fit with him staying on the 125, because the first class he'd probably be able to do would be the EMX 125 class over there. So yeah, maybe that's what they're just keeping him in that position, so he's not having to relearn a 125 two-stroke versus the having a little period on a four-stroke. So maybe that's all it is. But the Heath Davey on screen, he is definitely getting nice and loose and sideways off some of these tabletops.
I'm not sure if Heath has rolled off because he's got a lead or he's made a bit of an error, because Raphael Rossiter is a second closer than he was last lap. So Raphael Rossiter's made up a second in that lap. So I'm not sure if Heath Davey has rolled off he's got plenty of time up his sleeve, or if he's made an error somewhere that we didn't see.
He's possibly just working through a few lap riders as well at the front of this field, being the first man to get to them, so he's probably starting to catch a couple of them.
To be honest, Davey could back it off a little bit too. He was still riding at a fairly wild pace, throwing the bike sideways and riding fairly hard for someone that's got a decent lead. We saw it a lot yesterday as well, where you need to drop into a management style race when you're out in front here at this track. We've said it many times, this track isn't a horsepower track. If you've got a lead, back it down, stay safe, choose your ruts, choose your lines right, and manage your way through the race and through the day. It's a 5-round championship. It's not all about destroying the competition or the guy behind you. It's about managing that gap.
Russ, I think I'm going to be able to get you on some more of these step counts here shortly, but I need to see what that last corner, the main last corner, not the sweeping one, the rut that Heath Davey just went through, he just bounced his way through the inside of that. It looks absolutely nasty, and I feel like his foot peg was about to get hooked as he tried to lean angle that bike into it. So something's going on in that inside rut. It's getting nasty down there towards the end of our circuit here.
There you go, Russ. We're obviously on Team Russ, not Team Beachy, because we're getting your step counter up for you, mate. We've got you.
Mate, thank you so much, boys. I am on it. Step count is cranking up. Now, Beachy's already got a lead on me for anyone paying attention, anyone that cares. He's already got a little lead on me, so I've got to step my game up here, boys.
We need a little counter coming up on the screen every half an hour or something to show the variances from Russ to Beachy. But Davey doing a good job still out front here. You see him head down the back of the circuit. Now, I think part of the track, or just past one of our riders is who's down there. But Davey, this part of the circuit, these 3 roller sections that as I'm watching him go through them, I think he's actually making a lot of his time. He's got a very good technique through them and getting double-double in a lot of these sections and just greasing them nice and smoothly. There's no impact and bounce up and not drive forward for him. So
yeah, it's a very energy-conserving way to get through those rollers too, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's just quick, but too, like there's
it's positive, isn't it? It's quick and it's very energy-conserving.
I'm just hearing through our heads that headsets that there was a red cross flag on part of the track for the 3-1-2. That's Jake Babendi, who was having a moment, but he sounds like he's up moving now. So
yeah, he's still up moving. He's just heading down towards turn 2, the Kennard's higher corner. He's up and moving, but.
All right, I'm down here at this sweeping left-hand bend leading on to the start straight, boys. I did just see Davey come past as I arrived down here, so I didn't quite get to see his exact line, but what I did see was that bike super sideways, super flat going over that very first tabletop. So he's coming out of this corner with a ton of drive and having to wash it off to keep his bike from over jumping that first tabletop. So I'll position myself down here and see exactly how he's coming down this straight and into this corner.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on Davey as he's coming through the back of the track there. He's trying to stay as low as he can, like we were just saying about scrubbing off that speed there with Russ. But Davey into that roller section, as I said, just nice and smoothly, double-double. He's got a beautiful line through that first set. There's no extra effort being spent there, but he is getting the bike nice and sideways off some of these tabletops at the front side of the circuit. This is the one that I think he's doing quite nicely as well. The middle section he's doing from the inside to the outside, crossing through that split lane at the entrance and exit. And then even the last set, that last set's probably the one that is probably the hardest to get that double-double in, and a lot of riders are bouncing through it because they're clipping the face of the down ramp that they're trying to get over, and it sort of sends them up and down and not forward. But not so for Heath Davies. He's doing a good job. Here he's in that rut that I'm talking about.
Yeah, chooses that inside rut on that corner. And then the very inside rut here too, which is really interesting. There is a dead smooth line right on the inside up against the barriers there. The bike wasn't bouncing or moving around at all. It was very smooth and very fast. The number 8 chooses the exact same line as well. So the boys have got almost a chicane happening as they come through that first corner. They use the inside rut, then they use the inside rut here again. That pushes them to the outside of this first tabletop where they can scrub off some of that speed and height and drive all the way up that start-finish line.
Now as we watch Davey come through screen here, we're going to see Rossiter just there in second, but there's a bit of a battle building here for third at the moment because Rafalo has been caught by the 169 of Williams, and they're just coming into that Dubbo Regional Council corner. There goes Rossiter. So we're going to see them battling here. The two Yamahas coming to screen right now. This is our battle for third on track, and Tyson's going to try and take a different line. Well, they look like they both ended up on the inside of that split lane. I think Williams has split at the very last minute to change his line there. But that's the battle for third. Williams is trying to get himself up higher in this race to get some more points for this championship that he's currently got the lead of in this 13 to 16 years 250 4-stroke class. We watch Williams through that roller section, closes to the back wheel in the whole shot graphics berm.
Interesting the technique he's using through those rollers, isn't it? He wasn't double in, he was more wheelie in through.
Trying to keep the rear wheel down on the ground to try and drive forward more, I'd say, for that technique. It's sort of, you know, make it go with the roll. But there is Davies out of that corner. And there's that inside line you're talking about, Russ, and then throwing it completely sideways. And that's the checkers there for our winner, Heath Davies, on that 125 GYTR Yamaha machine. He's going to get the win from the number 8 of Rafael Rossiter, who's about to come through our finish line just there. And then we'll see if this battle's continuing. But I think that Rafalo has got this one here on the 32, and he has. So he's held on to third there. The charge from Tyson, he's going to have to settle for fourth in that one. And we'll be looking for our 5th place rider, the 458 of Chase Sherlock, to close this one out. But there is a crash right at the end of the circuit there. Not sure who that one is. I can't quite see the number. Oh, that might actually be our rider who was in 5th. He is. He's trying to drop out there. He's lost the helmet visor. He's trying to get the goggles back on. He must have blown the goggles off as well, trying to get up there. So this was our 5th place rider, but he's currently dropping down our list. So an unfortunate end there for Sherlock. Yeah. So as you see him getting to his feet, and he's going to get himself over the finish line. An unfortunate end there for Chase, but he's now outside of the top 10. So our winner, Heath Davies from Rossiter from Rafalo. We'll take a break on our coverage here. That was the 13 to 15 years 250cc 4-stroke. We're going to be back with more action from Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Pano, what do you think, Donna?
Giramento de cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to our coverage here. We've got Russ standing down in some ruts here at the end of our track, right where that last crash just occurred at the end of our moto there for the 254-stroke junior lights. Russ, you've got a souvenir, buddy.
I do have a souvenir. Now, it's not Blake Bohannon's, which if it was, this would be going in the man cave for sure. But this was our rider, Chase, who just had a stack in that very last section of the race. He was running 5th and then completely to the end for him, which was a devastating finish. But the reason I wanted to show you guys this, first of all, this is a visor that's done its job. It's ejected off the front of the helmet, keeping the rider safe and sound. So that's the Alpine Stars helmet doing its job exactly. But the reason it happened was these nasty ruts that are starting to develop. We saw Davey get a clean line, really hugging the bank here, which is what got him through fast and safe. But if you venture out anything off this inside line and move into these ruts, not only are you dealing with gnarly ruts, but inside of them are massive acceleration and braking bumps. So you're coming into a rut and the bike is wallowing, it's bouncing, it's reacting to everything you're doing. At the same time, you're trying to get on the throttle and get drive up the start straight. So this section of track, not only is it treacherous, but it's key to a good lap time.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty treacherous through there. Like you said, Russ, and you can see that's the result of the young fella's accident, whose visor you've managed to collect. You take that home and put that on the wall, I assume, mate. So
I don't know what you're talking about. The track looks fine.
Oh, from up here in the commentary box, it looks fine.
Yeah, it looks fine.
We've got the 15-second board up.
So C-grade MX2 about to get on track. We're going to be looking for our championship leader, number 12 of Jake Taplin, probably with some battle with the 27 of Richie Lawler. But it looks like it's the 21 going to shoot to the front here. That's Lachlan Neville. Going to get the whole shot, but he's quickly been passed by the 12. Jake Taplin to the front.
Yeah, we've talked about young Lockie Neville a couple of times, haven't we, mate, with hole shots? The kid knows how to get out the gate on his Husqvarna machine there. He's been a good starter ever since he was a young fella on 65s and 85s there too. Oh, rider, is that Lawler?
Well,
it is. Richie Lawler's gone down at the very start of the split lane and he's at the back of the pack. He's not getting up. He's on his knees. He looks like he's holding his wrist or forearm. Elbow.
Oh, that's not good for
left
Richie.
arm.
No, it's not good.
Shoulder, it could be, yeah. Stretching the shoulder out. Medical car is getting ready to go and check him out. Doesn't look like he's able to pick the bike up.
Oh, that's not good news for Richie Lawler there from that accident, because he's been up here in this championship and he was going to do double duties, and he's been running really strongly in our classes yesterday in the juniors there. So
he's up now. He's got the bike up. I can see through the window, but I don't know if he's just going to...
He's actually moving.
He's got the bike up and moving, but he's in no shape at all.
Yeah, he's holding that left arm off the bike at the moment. So let's just
going
see.
to roll back around and go back to the pits.
Yeah, he's not comfortable, is Richie Lawler. So we'll have to see how that plays out for the rest of his day. He's just given it a nice wriggle, that left arm there. Looks like maybe the shoulder's the issue. So
as our leader comes over in front of us to complete his first lap.
So Taplin leading this one.
Yep.
On the 12.
Lachlan Neville, then Bailey Harris, Ty Henderson and Lewis Oxley are your first 5.
And there's a massive pack of riders from about 5th through to about 20, I think, here coming through. They're all battling there. Hard to pick up anyone in particular, but there's a massive group of riders there in this field. We've got a big showing here in MX2 C grade. So Taplin's out front on that 12. The 21 there in second. Let Neville still going nicely. We see the 981 coming through the shot there on screen. That's Samuel Noonan. And there's the 258 as well going through, Seth Mainwaring.
Just looking out through the window, the split lane down here at Motorcycle Alliance corner is 50-50. Some people going outside in, some people going inside out. As we cut back to...
Oh, another rider down at the back of our circuit. We're just seeing from the drone shots. He's walking back to the bike. That's the 408 of Ashton Hickey. So something's gone astray there for Ashton, getting into that corner. Probably one of those braking bumps followed by the ruts.
Yeah, at least he's straight back up.
Now, Taplin looks like he's opened up a little bit more of a gap on Neville there, back in second place. But those two boys have started to check out on the rest of the grid. Taplin using every inch of track as he comes around here. Lockie choosing to use a bit of a different line. Let's see how they go into these S-bends coming to the main corner. Taplin dives to the inside, using that smooth line. Lockie Neville follows him all the way through there as the boys scrub off some height, getting up for those tabletops. Checking out on the number on the rider in third position there. Those two are really starting to break away from the rest of this pack.
He's in third position. Bailey Harris 1-2-1's in third position. There's
the 22 machine here on the cow. He's having a good run at Neville on the 21, I think, just in front of him there. And that 22 machine's Ty Henderson, doing a great job. Just give it a little update on Richie Lawler's status so far after that crash at the moto. I saw him riding around here. He's at the back of the field. He is up to a bit of pace here, so he's looking okay, but he was over a number of jumps, just waving that left arm around. He's obviously trying to get something to sort of sit back into a more comfortable position, but he seems to be okay at the moment. And Russ, he's probably not far from where you are at the moment.
He's about to come right past me here. He's in dead last position. Look, he's definitely looking better this lap. He looks like he's able to put a little bit more speed into it and handle a few more of these bumps. But some of these ruts, man, are grabbing the front end of the bike and shoving it around really violently. That's got to be brutal on a sore shoulder. He's just made a pass now, so he's officially not dead last. Let's see if Richie can hold it together, and I don't know if he's going to be able to salvage any points from this one, mate.
Well,
but,
currently 22nd on the running order, so that's not going to be any points until he gets to 20th, I think. And then, yeah, it'll be some points from there, but he's going to need something because Taplin at the front of this field currently has a 14-point lead in the championship over Richie Lawler, and obviously Richie's going to be giving up quite a number of points at present.
Quite a number, though,
is the way it is.
When he came down the finish straight in front of us, he did do a big scrub over the tabletop in front of us, which obviously requires a bit of shoulder strength, so it might be all right. Might have just hurt a lot.
Now, just watching young Lockie Neville come through here as well. He's going to need to start picking up the pace a little bit. That gap looked to me like it was shrinking slightly, but there's three riders behind him that are definitely in the hunt. As he looks over and sees them coming down the opposite side of the track, he's not under any immediate threat, but Lockie's definitely going to have to put the hammer down and continue to manage that gap as he chases down our race leader, Mr. Taplin, out there in front, running his own race.
We see that's the 981 there, just back in fifth. That's Samuel Noonan entering into the National Motorcycle Line split lane as we go back to that battle for what should be, was that
for third position? Yeah, there's moves being made 22. Right now. He dives down the outside there, gets the move done as the boys go into the back section of rollers. Can he close the door on him?
They almost contacted into the whole shot graphics firm there. They tried to, the 22 machine was trying to go inside, but the door got shut very quickly.
About as close as you want to get.
Good, clean racing there from the boys. Keeping everything above board as they come into the third and last section of the rollers. Oh, there's two riders tangled up on that back section. I can't see the numbers from my point, but both those boys look pretty upset. Looks like a few words being exchanged, but two of them on the ground. As the battle for third comes around right in front of me here, they are definitely closing the gap up on Lockie. He needs to stay focused and keep pushing. The 21 and 22 machines are going at it here.
I think I've just worked out what's going on here. We've got two 21 machines out on track at the moment.
On the screen.
So the 121 is actually a 21 as well of Bailey Harris, which is that one we're seeing on screen here with that with the Cowie there on the 22, which is Ty Henderson. So yeah, I was just trying to figure out what is going on. I'm seeing too many 21s.
So we've got Lachlan Neville 21, Bailey Harris as 21, but on the timing sheet, Bailey Harris is 121. That was confusing me for a minute there. That's why I've been a bit quiet. Sorry, I was trying to work out why I was seeing double.
Oh, and we're just watching Samuel Noonan just getting almost off the edge of the track there through the middle section, heading to that split lane. But the battle, the boys there, the 121 and the 22, taking different lines through the National Motorcycle Line split lane section. This battle is continuing on here for third position on track. Let's see if they get nice and close here again. Is the 22 gonna dive to the inside? He's a little not as close as he was last time to that back wheel, but he has had a big look over the shoulder, has Ty Henderson, just to check who it is behind him. He's probably noticing that Samuel's just dropped off a little bit from behind there in that 981 machine after almost running off the track a couple of corners ago.
Shame we're just hearing Aston Hickey's pushing his bike off. He might have a technical issue, number 408, which is a bit of a shame for Aston.
Just noticing on our timing and scoring too that Lawler currently in 20th. So he's made a couple of moves, but he's lost so much ground at the beginning of this moto, and once they spread out, he's not going to make too many passes too quickly just yet. But we do have 6 minutes plus a lap to go, so there is still some time for Richie to climb up towards the top 10, hopefully.
So Jake Taplin's got a 12-second lead over Lachlan Neville, and then we have Bailey Harris, Ty Henderson, Samuel Noonan, and I think that should be, was that 861? Yeah.
Just watching these drone shots. Here comes the 1-2-1 of Bailey Harris there. Drew out Dubbo Regional Council corner, just tiptoeing around the inner part of that corner there, trying to miss some of those ruts. They're just starting to get a little groove going even inside of the inside rut. So just working as much of the last inches of the track there as they can.
Trying to find the cleanest lines they can possibly find.
But the 22 machine of Ty Henderson hasn't given up on this third position just yet. There is a little bit more breathing room between the two of them than there has been the last few laps around, but Ty is still right there in fourth and closes up as they come into that whole shot graphics berm. So they're battling on here. The Husky versus the Cowie. It's a 2-stroke versus a 4-stroke. So we're just watching these guys through Risen Unlimited corner. They're even on that. Oh, bit of a mistake there for both of them in synchronization. They're taking the same rut. They both overbalanced to the outside. Almost put it down to both of the guys there on their machines. So interesting to see how they are running through that part of the circuit. But as we check through our order, we've got Taplin, Neville, Harris, Henderson, Noonan, Mainwaring, Welsh, Ross, Oxley, Griggs, Wilson. That's your top 10. Then we go down. We're going to spot out 13th is Bella Arnott doing some double duty there. And then in 22nd is Imogen Christie. She's doing double duty as well. So yeah, just a few of the women's girls out here doing some extra racing in their day for round 3 at Dubbo here for Motorcycling New South Wales state titles. So good to see the girls getting amongst it with the boys in C-grade MX2.
Yeah, see if it helps them later on when they come out for the second women's moto, once they've got a bit of a better look at the track and how it's deteriorated through the day, or I shouldn't say deteriorated, how
we've had a change here. The Cowie man has made the move by the looks of it. So Ty Henderson has slipped past Bailey Harris, I believe, and he has as we look through.
Yeah, Bailey Harris is making a few small mistakes there, fellas. Watching him in this back section of the track, he's losing traction in a few areas. He might be hammering the throttle just that little bit too hard, trying to be a little bit too aggressive. You know, he is on the 2-stroke machine, so I'm not sure if that's playing an advantage or disadvantage for him right now, but watching him in this back section, definitely making a few little mistakes. The bike's stepping out sideways. He's losing drive in the rollers. He's losing drive over a couple of the tabletops. So I don't know if that's him getting tired of making mistakes or whether the bike setup's just not working for him. But it looks as though he's dropping off the back of the 22 Cowie machine right now.
Yeah, like Dave said before, they made the identical mistake in a rut a few laps earlier. And like he said, he's obviously making more mistakes, and he's let Ty Henderson come through now. As we watch the riders come through, here comes Ty, and he's put a bit of time between himself and Bailey. He's put about 2.5 seconds between him. So not only has Ty got past Bailey Harris, he's managed to put a bit of space between themselves as they come down into the Kennards higher corner and up over this much talked about tabletop. Ty just flirting with the edges of the track there, but definitely took his time to, once he got past him, he's now trying to make a gap, make a break for it, and secure this podium position.
Greg, it looks as though Richie Lawler's definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable as this race goes on. He's still way back in the pack, but watching him ride, he's looking a little bit more comfortable as the day goes on.
But Richie's up to 10th, Russ. He's making his way through after that big issue at the beginning of this moto, so he's definitely put in the hard yards. He must be physically okay at the moment. Maybe there is still something to it, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Now, we've had a guest come and join us, Russ. We're familiar with this person. She was at our Lakes round. She was at our opening round. She was up here chatting in the booth as well with us last time. We've got Stevie Williamson back up here with us in the booth.
Oh, Ross!
How are we doing, Stevie? How's the track and everything for you today so far? You've been out already with one of the motos?
Yeah, I really like it. It's formed up good ruts. The jumps are good. Yeah, I really like it.
Do you have anything like this sort of clay surface where you are up in North Queensland there, or is this sort of a new thing for you to sort of discover some of these ways these tracks form, being a bit harder clay?
No, up north it's all really hard packed. We don't have any sand tracks at home, so I'm used to the hard, rough surface sort of.
That's good. So, as we keep an eye on our racing as well, we'll have Stevie in here for a little bit to chat with us. Jake Taplin there on screen. That's your leader, the 12 machine.
He's putting the move on a lap rider there.
Yeah, he's probably got just about a lap and a half to go in this moto for the MX2 C grades. Now, Stevie, you said when you rolled up in here, you just wanted to keep an eye on some of the girls in this one, because there's a few, like we just said about on the coverage, there's a few girls doing double duties in the MX2 C grade. Just keeping an eye on the competition, are you?
Oh, yeah, I like watching what lines they take, and I like watching the junior girls who are up next, and I just love supporting them and just keeping an eye on them.
Are you sitting up here enjoying the fact that they're out there
in the
expelling energy and you're sitting up here relaxing?
Yeah, I quite like the aircon in here.
We do too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, righto.
I was waiting for Russ to pop in. I'm glad you did, mate.
Yeah, look, I mean, speaking of which, we need to do a little bit of a weather update here too, mate. We had a few sprinkles yesterday, didn't we? Once or twice. We weren't sure how it was going to do as Mr. Taplin comes past me. Right in front of me, the blue flag was out. He's dealing with a few lap riders in front of him. But we do have a little bit of wind coming up here, fellas, and we all know that we don't like wind as far as track conditions goes. Blows the riders around a little bit when they're in the air, but it tends to dry the track out, make it crusty and hard much quicker than the heat does. So we'll have to see how this wind goes throughout the day. Stevie, how do you like hitting these jumps when there's big gusts of winds around?
Not very good. Yeah, I don't like being pushed around, and yeah, not my favourite.
It's one of those things you've got to actually learn how to do. I've had a little experience with this when I was riding over in the States at one point at a track called Competitive Edge, and it's in the middle of the desert, right? And it was absolutely blowing like crazy, and I was scared to hit some of these jumps because it was so windy. But I actually figured out that if you actually try to scrub and turn into the wind, it actually helps you stay on the track. When you just jump and vert up and down, so stay straight, you're obviously making a sail out of yourself, and it would catch you and take you off the track, which, is my normal jump technique. I'm not usually too sideways.
The old dead sailor, mate. I was going to say that's exactly how I've jumped my entire life. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But when you actually put a bit of attitude into the jump and put the bike a little bit sideways, and that, it actually seemed to help. So something to consider there when the wind picks up on some of these bigger jumps.
Dave, just real quick, I'm just watching our girl number 12, Bella Arnott there, pushing up on the rider in front of her, looking to make some moves. She's looking pretty spicy out here today, chasing some of these boys down. I think she's gearing up to give you a bit of a run for your money today there, Stevie.
Oh, yeah, she's a very, very good rider. I'd love to be half the rider she is. She's very incredible.
We've just seen the checkered flag come out too for our number 12 machine of Jake Taplin. So he's grabbed the win there in this one. That adds to his tally. He's going to extend his points lead here in this championship. So things are looking good for Jake Taplin in the MX2C grade. We're looking for our second place rider to come through, which should be the 21 of Lachlan Neville. And he's going to grab that second position there. So Neville's through. We're looking for the 22 machine, the Kawasaki. Here he comes. It's Ty Henderson. So that is your top 3 in this moto. Bailey Harris is going to hold on for 4th. We just missed the timing screen, just updated on it, done its usual trick to put us off. Right,
talking about the wind picking up, looking at the back door of the commentary box, there is a bit of cloud cover blowing over this way. So if at least it'll block the sun out a bit and stop the track drying out so much, we might get a sprinkle of rain. Like I said yesterday, I rode the bike here, so it's going to start raining
at some point for when you need to leave.
Exactly right, yeah. As soon as the race is done, it'll pour down, I'll ride home in the rain.
All right, so this moto's come to a close here. We will, Taplin, Neville, Henderson, Harrison. Noonan's going to grab that 5th position. Welsh Ross. Lawler has got himself up to 7th after going down on the opening lap, and we thought he had some sort of shoulder issue there. So maybe Russ can grab Richie Lawler and get an update on the potential injury there. And we'll see how he goes.
Hopefully the shoulder's feeling all right for him. A long way to come down from North Queensland down to Dubbo in central New South Wales for you.
Yeah, currently moved to Singleton for this year, so it wasn't just 3 hours inland. So
okay,
not too bad of a drive. Now we're hearing that Russ has got Richie Lawler down there with you, mate. How is Richie's arm doing?
I'm down here with Richie. He had a huge crash, and we all saw it. He was managing that arm, mate. Was it elbow, shoulder? Tell me what's going on.
Oh, I had a dead shoulder. I couldn't bloody lift it for a while, and it took me a while to get up, but managed to get it up and get going. But try to fight through the pack as much as I could and get as much points as I can.
Mate, it was an absolute huge effort out there. You look like you're in a ton of pain. Head back to the pits, get yourselves all sorted out, mate, because we definitely want to see you here for the rest of the day. Well done.
Bit of an accident there on the start of our 13 to 16 years junior girls class. One of the girls is picking herself up only 10 metres or so out of the gate there, but the whole shot is going to go to the 251 of Claire Pollard. She's put one over Ada Harris, who's normally the whole shot artist here in this particular class. So we'll see how this moto develops here, but the girls all navigating through our Dubbo Regional Council corner there, and Claire's going to duck to the inside of the split lane to try and block out Ada Harris from the back there. As we see the girls run through, I saw the 67 of Chloe Hart, the 608 of Layla White. Oh, but there's been a change for the lead already. That line that Claire took in the split lane hasn't worked out for her, Greg. Ada's jumped to the lead.
Jumped through, trying to get the traction down. Oh, a bit sloppy coming over those roller section out of that rut there. Just still struggling to get the bike to drive forward as the track starts to go away from them. But we'll see how they go. Once again, it's these two girls out in front.
They always seem to find themselves in this basically same pattern. 5 metres or so apart from each other, one in front of the other sometimes. They switch that around, but they're basically always within 5 metres of each other on the circuit in this particular class here. And today, so far early in this Moto 1 for this junior girls race, no different between the two of them.
No difference at all. So you can see the track starting to look a bit shiny there. Did you find that there was some of the faces of those jumps were a bit slippery when you were trying to get traction out there?
Not really, just a single out of the split section over there. Okay. It was slippery at the start of the day, but all the others seem pretty good. The jump, that step up thing, it has a good lip on it. It's a pretty fun jump, that one.
Okay, nice. Nice. As the leaders go past us on the finish straight there.
So Ada Harris taking this one at the front. She's got just over a second gap now on Claire Pollard. And then a bit of a ways back, a couple of seconds back to Olivia Hadou in third. Jayla Parker running fourth. Mia Cameron in fifth. Chloe Hart sixth. Ashton Warren in seventh. Layla White in eighth. Bonnie Aldridge in ninth. Georgia Lindsay in 10th. Oh, sorry, change there. It's Holly Impey in 10th. Georgia Lindsay is going to be, actually not on the track. She mustn't have been.
Georgia Lindsay might have been the rider at the start.
Oh, she may have been
went
too.
down and
might be still trying to work her way through.
She comes now She's still circulating. She's just had an issue with a small stack at the start, and now she's at the back trying to make her way through. Georgia Lindsay, she should come through and click over the first lap. Here she comes through the last turn, through those ruts, which are looking horrible.
Oh, the head shake there as it wobbled through that last part of the rut was not pleasant as we watched out the commentary, just trying to make sure that she came through for the opening lap. But the girls at the front, like I keep saying, they're about 5 metres apart, sometimes a little less, and they're into the same section of track here in the Risen Unlimited corner. Who's going to get a better drive through this third roller section? That third roller section, Stevie, it seems to be the hardest one to actually do a double-double. You end up basically bouncing between each of the rollers there. There's not enough drive out of that corner. Is it worth taking a wider line, or do you just leave yourself open for a pass there?
For that corner, I drive out wide, just try and hit that outside as quick as I can, and I bounce off top, and I can just get the front wheel over, and I just try and find the momentum, but it is definitely the hardest on the track.
Yeah, the sequence there, the spacing or the shape of those first ones don't tend to let you get up and over very easily. We've seen a lot of riders bouncing through that section across the weekend.
So coming down from North Queensland, I'm sure you've got some fans watching online from up your way. I know that I've already got some messages from people I know in Europe. So I know we're being watched in
Struth,
Rotherham in the UK. Hello to Chris and Tracy when they get out of bed tomorrow morning and watch this. But where do we think the furthest person watching is? Why don't we get some people to try and comment online on the YouTube where they're watching from and see if
there's an idea.
Find out who's the furthest away.
Were your parents watching, Stevie, or what do they come and go when they know that your moto's on?
Well, my beautiful mum has come down for this weekend.
Oh, nice.
So she's actually here with me, which is lovely. Dad's at home. Riley, my brother, he doesn't love me enough, but...
brotherly love.
Yeah, Dad's at home watching on TV, which is lovely, and I love my mum being here to support me.
So she's just flown down for the weekend, or is she here for a bit longer to help you out with other things for a little bit longer?
She leaves Tuesday. She's from Cobar, so we had a visit in Cobar. My brother was born in Dubbo, so just running back memories.
Yeah, fair enough. Good to see that you can put a little trip together, not just for the race weekend, and actually enjoy some other parts of town. We've been talking about a few parts of the Dubbo Regional Council, the observatory, the Western Plains Zoo, the jail that's here in town from a tourist point of view, so there's plenty to do.
Definitely plenty to do.
Now Claire Pollard on the screen, she's purple, so that means that she's the fastest girl on track at the moment, and it's definitely showing.
Only by 200ths of a second. It's tight between her and Ada for lap times.
It's always an interesting battle between these two, because depending on who gets to the hole shot and potentially makes that first early move, tends to hold the front of the control of the race, because they are so generally even paced that there's not too much opportunity for one to make a massive run around an outside line, because they're basically holding the same speed the whole way. So you've got to have a bit of a speed advantage if you're going to go the long way around in a corner, but they tend to follow here through this Dubbo Regional Council corner. That's the premium line there is right on the inside of it, and they're just nose to tail.
Yeah, like you said, they're almost riding at the exact same pace, which makes it rather difficult. I don't know if Claire's going to decide to try and look at a different line to get past Ada. If she's got the pace to look at a different line to get past Ada is the question. As they come down into
there's a big kick. Did you see that, Stevie? As she went down the back section there, Claire got the back end right off the ground on one of those braking bumps. So she's trying to take, she was a little bit different line, Greg, and she just probably found one that maybe wasn't as positive to use next time around.
Okay, so what we've learned out of that is don't listen to Greg. Try a different line and she gets kicked sideways.
Well, there's a lap rider going to impede a little bit here. That's the 116 of Georgia Lindsay, who was down early.
Ada's gone down.
She just tucked the front. You call it, Stevie. She's just put it down in the Risen Unlimited corner. She's got to get all that dirt out now. She's definitely buried that left-hand side of the handlebars. That's the worst thing, because now that handlebar is going to be probably all a bit slippery with the mud that's packed in there for her, and she's actually struggling to readjust something by the looks of it on that clutch side. Now that's a hydraulic clutch line, so I'm not sure what she's trying to move there. Maybe just the handle, the actual hand guard is in the way or something, but she's sort of still fiddling with it at the moment, so something's not comfortable for her.
Unfortunate accident for Ada there as Claire comes over the start-finish line in front of us, and that's given her quite a substantial lead.
Well, those two girls were a long way out in front. They had about 23-second gap over third place Olivia on the 474 machine. But I think now Ada's just about to come through, so we're going to get an update on this gap, and it's 22 seconds. So that one's probably done now for Ada in terms of getting this moto win, because we've only got just under 4 minutes plus a lap. And with them, as we were saying, they're match speed quite evenly. She's probably not going to make too much ground up here.
So now the running order is Claire Pollard, followed by Ada Harris after that little accident, Olivia Haju, Jayla Parker,
yeah,
Mia Cameron, Ashton Warren, Layla White, Chloe Hart, Bonnie Aldridge, and Holly Impey, with Georgia Lindsay, at the back after that unfortunate accident at the start of the race.
So we're just seeing Claire go through the second roller section, trying to just keep that bike in a nice straight line. Hopefully her setup is helping her out there. Now Russ, our man, out on the ground. He's out, he's wandered off. He's gone rogue, Greg. He's out in the pits. What are you doing out there, Russ?
Trying to get his steps up.
Mate, I'm trying to get my steps up, but I'm super excited. I've been wanting a roving cameraman this entire series, and today my wish came true. So I've got a roving cameraman with me, which means we can go on little adventures and check out all kinds of interesting stuff. Because, yes, the racing is what we're all here for. That's super interesting, but there are so many interesting things happening in the pits as well. One of the things I wanted to mention, you boys were just talking about some head shake as the riders were coming down into a fast section that's very bumpy and very uneven. And one of the things that riders do to help them manage that, not only is it suspension and tyres, obviously, but one of the things is the head stem as well. Now, I'm here at Riley Tung's Honda machine underneath the Boyd's Moto Surgery tent, and I wanted to show you guys how stiff his steering actually is. So as I push his bars around, you'll notice that the steering doesn't really move much at all. That's for a very specific reason. He's tightened this steering stem all the way down, and that's to give the bike stability when they're in those fast bumps and the bike's slamming around all over the place. If I hit that and it turned by itself and swung all the way around quickly and easily, that would add to head shake. By this being tight, it's going to keep him secure and hopefully in a straight line.
Yeah, interesting there, Russ. One of the ways they set up the bike in order to keep himself stable going around the track. What have we got? 1 minute and 36 plus a lap to go in this 125 13 to 16 girls event. As we watch on the screen, we're looking at Claire.
1.5 minutes to go before she sees that last lap board, so just putting in the laps at this point. It's a bit of a lonely ride out front for her now that Ada went down.
It indeed is. She's got a 26-second lead over Ada, and Olivia Haju is 10 seconds behind Ada Harris now. So all kind of spaced out. We had that race with the two of them together at the start, and they've, after Ada's small get-off, they've spaced out a bit. Watch going through the New South Wales Motorcycles corner.
So, Stevie, what's on the calendar for you coming up here in the next few weeks? What other events? We've seen you at some of the AusPro rounds as well this year. You were down Wonthaggi in Canberra. Are you doing the Gilman round? Is there a women's class there for that particular round, or what's next on your calendar?
Next Pro MX will be Traralgon. So I'll head to that one, and then just compete in club days and train for the next titles and work my way up the leaderboard, hopefully.
So we're going to see you make that trek all the way for our next round, round 4, down to this far south coast?
Yeah, I'll be there.
You almost sound a little bit excited about driving all the way down to the south coast there, Stevie.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drive, but yeah, it's worth it.
Absolutely.
Are you travelling with anyone, or are you on your own when you go in between races?
My coach comes with me.
Sure.
I know a couple of good podcasts you can probably listen to. on the way down, Dave.
I know a couple too.
Yeah. There's a few good ones around. There's like Pulp MX, and there's Gypsy Tales, and there's also Shop Talk. Those are probably the 3 best ones to listen to.
Three, eh?
Three. Those are probably the top 3 that I'd recommend to anyone that's on the big drives.
A distant fourth might be the Always Moto show. Yeah?
Sorry, I forgot about that one.
A distant fourth, I gather. Yeah. All right, we got on screen, that's a 26, I think it is, Ashton Warren, just in front of the 608, Layla White. So a bit of battle going on there. They're in 6th and 7th on track at the moment. Girls getting into it, trying to outdo each other.
Down into the Kennards High corner there.
I noticed Jayla Parker is trying to make a move on Olivia Hadju. That gap has closed.
So that's our third and fourth battle raging there for the last spot on the podium. I think Jayla, has she got the move done there, has she?
Oh, no.
That's a
we're just watching Claire come through the finish line area as well.
Take the last lap board.
Yeah, last lap for her. She's put one of the riders a lap down. There's, that's the 116 again, Georgia Lindsay, but just behind her is the 288. That's Mia Cameron. She's in 5th on track, so she's just going past Georgia, who's a lap down.
A lap down, probably still a bit rattled to start the race on the dirt in the first 10 minutes, which is a shame.
Nice and quickly down for a dirt sample.
Yeah, so Ada goes through and takes the last lap board in front of us.
Well, Georgia just a bit indecisive there about whether she was going inside or outside, and actually ended up stalling the bike. A couple more riders go past. I think that was Layla White
that was
and Ashton Warren going past her there as well. As we see, we can see Ashton there and Layla trying to battle it out. There's Jayla Parker and that battle that you mentioned, Stevie. Jayla's trying to get to the back wheel of Olivia here for 3rd in this moto. I saw when we were doing our little intro, Greg, this morning, the girls were actually lining up behind us, and Jayla's kit caught my eye this morning. She just has a very strong look with the dark gear and the highlights there on the pink graphics for the bike. It just stood out, you know.
Okay.
It just popped when she went past. I was like, oh, that's a good look. So Jayla has a strong look there. I think she's got the Troy Lee Designs gear on. Yeah, she does. And so that's from the We Are Lusty group there. She's got the Insight graphics. Insight do a good job as well, but Whole Shot Graphics probably do a better job because they're here supporting the state title rounds.
I'd say that's correct.
As we say that, she goes through that Whole Shot Graphics berm. But it's his across the line. Claire Pollard's going to grab the win. She's got the checkered flag, so this moto is done for Claire. First moto win here in the junior girls, 13 to 16s for Claire Pollard. Ada Harris is going to come through eventually here and grab 2nd. And we'll be looking for Olivia and Jayla to see whether that battle has switched positions or not.
A good ride by Claire. We spoke about earlier and yesterday about riding sensible and just making sure you get through to the finish, and that's sort of what she did. I'm looking after Ada's small off. She ended up with a fair bit of space behind her, so a good ride there by Claire.
And it was to see Ada's come through the finish line there. We've got Olivia has just gapped out a little bit in 3rd over Jayla, so maybe Jayla made a little mistake there, but so Olivia's going to grab 3rd, Jayla Parker's going to grab 4th, and will be a bit of a gap to Mia Cameron. We might grab a chance to take a break here on the coverage, and then we might end up back with Russ again. We'll have to find out where he's wandered off to this time. So we'll take a break on our coverage from the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. We'll be back with more after this break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to the Dubbo venue here. It's Motorcycling New South Wales. Round 3 of our state titles here for 2026. Just getting a few of our finishing girls off the circuit. We've got our next race up on the line there. Ready to go shortly with their moto, which will be it should be the MX2, if I'm reading this correctly, for the next one, which would be our MX2 A and B grades. So we are going to see some of our big heavy hitters here. We're going to be looking for the 22 of Reese Budd. And we're going to see the gate drop here right now. Let's see who grabs this whole shot. I can see the 5 going well. That's Drew Kremer, the 275 of Riley Burgess, but it's going to be the 52. It's Giles Campbell. He's figured out the start there on that Stark. The electric machine got to the first corner first, but he's been shuffled back quickly by Kremer and Burgess.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, it's actually Budd going around the outside of all of them. So, Reese Budd, our championship leader, quickly to the front of this pack. As we see the pack run through that split lane, Kremer's going to be there in second, Campbell in third. I think that might be John Bova actually there on the 284, snuck up a bit higher into fourth. Not sure where it is Bova. There's Burgess into fifth, and Eisel there in sixth, just behind Burgess. But it's Budd out front, Kremer trying to keep him inside here. They're going to go different ways through the split lane.
Very different lines through the split lane there as they take on the middle section of rollers. Kremer doing his best to try and stay with Budd out front. And that first split lane very congested. In that first corner, there was riders going inside, outside, outside, inside. It was great to watch.
This is actually a critical thing for Kremer that's going down right now, guys. For him to hook onto the back of Reese Budd and to really focus in on his lines and what he's doing, that's going to elevate his riding really, really quickly. Drew's such a great rider, and he's been just in control so much this weekend so far. So for him to get some quality time chasing the next level of rider, which is Reese Budd, I think it's going to give him a massive advantage going into the rest of the day.
The turn that Reese just made through that start line section, how it's a big sweeping corner, he just carved it to pieces and ended up on the inside at turn 1 in a manner that I hadn't seen anybody else do. So hopefully Drew behind him saw that and can replicate that, because it was a very quick line that Reese Budd put together there. Oh, rider off. That's John Bova just off the track there. So he's going to have to give that spot probably back to Riley Burgess as he rejoins the track there. But Budd heading down to the back side of the circuit here, starting to pull away a little bit. Oh, and even just putting a little wheelie mid-corner to just hop over a couple of ruts. He didn't like the look of him. He just wanted to go straight across them.
Yeah, beautiful control there just to get over the ruts where the braking bumps are starting to come through. And exactly like Russ said, it's up to Drew now to try and tag on the back of him, but you can definitely see Reese Budd trying to get away and give himself a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, and look, straight away you can see the difference in the level of riders right there coming through those whoops. Reese is so good at doubling through those little rollers, and don't forget, they're not peaked up to make that doubling easy. The guys actually need to preload the suspension and get the timing absolutely perfect to get over and in between each one of those. But you can see how much time Reese saves, or any rider saves, if they can get through that cleanly. If your front wheel's hitting it or your rear wheel's hitting it, it's slowing you down. So for Reese to come through there, double, super smooth, it's super fast, and you can see it with his lap times.
We just saw Budd do that first turn sweep again. Kremer's just starting to lose a little bit of contact with Reese Budd at the front, and then there's even a bit more of a gap developing back to third position, which is still the 52 machine. It's the Stark, the silent assassin there of Giles Campbell. He's got those Gibson Tyres on board. I wonder if he had the paddle still on to get that whole shot. Maybe that's how he did it. And we'll have to find that one out maybe after the moto. But
I did watch him through out of the last turn and up onto the start straight into turn 1, and Kremer did try to replicate what Reese Budd did last lap. So he is learning as he follows him through, which is fantastic. So he's trying to learn from the quicker rider, which is how you get faster. Try and tuck on the back of someone and follow their lines, see their braking points.
Here he comes, Reese Budd, just doing those rollers absolutely perfectly. And if I'm not mistaken, Drew took a better line through there as well. So I think exactly what we're saying is happening. He's watching and he's learning very, very quick on the back of Reese Budd here. And I think it's going to benefit him. It may not mean that he can do anything about it today, but it's certainly going to up the level of riding that we're going to see out of Drew Cremer moving forward.
Absolutely, Will. And it'll also give him something to work on in his training.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it also helps just with overall speed as well too, right? To see, it's very easy to feel like you're going as fast as you can possibly go until you see someone go much, much faster. And then you realise, oh, hang on a second, there's another level to this. I can keep going faster. I can push further. I can rail that rut harder. And I think that's exactly what's going on for Drew right now.
On screen is our battle for third that's starting to brew here. Campbell still holding on to this on the silent machine there on the Stark Varg. But Burgess is starting to creep towards the back there. Bova's back on track now in 5th. Keeping close to the rear wheel of Burgess. So that 3, 4, 5. Oh, Bova's just had the same thing. Gone off track again. And that's going to let the 23 machine of Corey Eisel just sneak up to the back there as well. So we're going to have basically a 4-rider battle here shortly for this third position in our MX2 A and B moto. But Bova's got to figure out how to stay on track there through the middle section.
You can't be doing that time and time again. Once a race or twice a race, maybe, but twice in 2 laps. Beach will be looking at that for sure.
Beach, he's getting an itchy trigger finger right now. I can feel it. He's got the black marker out. It's hovering over the board. He's got his little book out. It's coming.
Well, look, John's gonna have to figure out something because he's shooting left and ending up off the track straight after that Dubbo Regional Council corner. He's done it 2 laps in a row here and definitely needs to work out a better way through that section of track. But Reese Budd's gone purple on the screen here after that previous lap. He's doing a 1:39.1, which is only just slower than his best qualifying lap, which was a 1:37.9. So Reese definitely showing some speed here. Everybody else is sort of in that 1:41 and above lap time. So that's why this gap at the front is just starting to extend a little bit for Reese Budd over the rest of the field. But at the moment, there is a bit of a lonely ride going on for Drew Cremer in second. The action is here in that drone shot. You can see round turn 2 there, the Kennards High corner. That is Campbell still holding third over Burgess, over Bova. Let's see if Bova can stay on the track this time. He's had a little bit of a slower go at it, actually, to try and do that, I think. He's managed to stay on track, which is a good thing. There goes Eisel on the 23 Honda. Burgess making a move on Campbell. He took a different line through the split lane there. He made it work. He was on the inside on the exit of the split lane and just took the line away from Campbell. So Campbell now relegated to 4th on the Stark Varg. Burgess up to 3rd. Let's see if Campbell can fight back here. He can put that electric power to the ground. Maybe he's got an advantage here with that electric power. We're not sure if that's helping him out or not.
Dave, it's interesting you mentioned that because we saw a change away from the electric power for Meg in the women's rounds from round 1 to round 2, didn't we?
We did.
She started out on the Varg and was nailing starts and was really using that electric power to her advantage. Round 2, she switched back to a petrol bike, and we went and spoke to her and asked her why the switch. And for her, it was that she couldn't feel the bike and she couldn't hear the bike. She also found that coming up behind lapped riders, she couldn't let them know she was there. So what these faster guys will do is they will rev the bike up when they're coming up to a rider to let the rider know they're there, especially when you're at the front of your class and you're often lapping riders. You need that exhaust note to be able to let them know, hey, someone's coming, move over. And with the Stark, obviously you can't do that. So there's an advantage in that you can sneak up behind someone, but there's a disadvantage that you can't tell them to get out of the road because I'm coming through.
Oh, you can tell them to get out of the road. You literally have to tell them to get out of the road.
Excuse me, sir, would you mind moving over?
Exactly. It's a little bit of a yell required. So anyway, Campbell is doing a good job there. He's still 4th. Burgess is in front there now in 3rd position, and Bova managing to keep himself on the track these last couple of laps through that section in the middle of our field there, holding down 5th. Corey Eisel's just dropped it back off of screen there in that 6th position, but there is our race leader, Reese Budd. Oh, look at the line he's just taken there in the middle of that, heading towards the second roller section. He's over-jumped the tabletop before it, on purpose, mind you, and then railed the very outside fluffiness of the track there, and just shot straight through those rollers like they weren't even there.
It's a bit of a favourite move from our friend Reece Budd there, isn't it, mate? We saw this at the last couple of rounds as well. He seems to really like putting that rear tyre in that top 10 millimetres of dirt and roosting the absolute heck out of our barriers there. No matter what sponsor is on the barricade, he doesn't mind covering them in dirt with the power of that Honda machine, and just using, like you said, that fluffiness, that top edge, which to us mere mortals, that's freaky to be up there in that soft stuff at the top, but he doesn't seem to mind it at all.
Well, when you're up that high on the edge of the wall, you've got to be careful that the top doesn't break away, but so far so good for Reece Budd. He's had a good run around that part of the circuit, and I'll look forward to seeing that when he comes around here in just a few seconds time to watch that again, because that was quite picturesque, if I do say so, from up here. So Budd through the split lane, he's going inside out at the moment on that National Motorcycle Line split lane section, and using the very edge of the track here, trying to avoid a couple of those braking bumps. You see him just cut through, wheelie across them again there to get a good run there. Oh, we just cut off on that section. I was wondering if he was going to try and triple out of it. As we see some of the riders a bit further back, there might have been a move made just there by, no, I think Campbell's just trying to keep position on Bova. Oh, Campbell, the rear end of that Varg just stepped out a lot, and that's going to give a little advantage to Bova, who took the door that was open and he walked straight through. So John Bova up to 4th position in this moto. Giles Campbell back to 5th now on the Varg after that little mistake there. That thing stepped out massively, didn't it, Greg, as we saw him?
It just stepped out and opened the door for Bova to come through, but hopefully he can get the traction down, see if he can put up a fight for this position. But you can see as they come down into the New South Wales motorcycles corner, starting to stretch away just a little bit. They've both hit the same right angle in one of those ruts that Russ was talking about earlier and knocked themselves offline. Just trying to find out where our leader is up to. It must be, pretty sure there he goes, Reece Budd down into the first split lane.
Yeah, did you notice the line that he took into that split lane there, Greg? He's going inside, outside. I noticed Drew's switched up as well, and he's following him through there. But I would say the majority of the fast riders we've seen this weekend have gone the opposite. They've stuck to the outside than inside, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's interesting to see maybe the bigger bikes is the reason they've changed it up, or if the track's deteriorating a bit more. Look at that. That is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Mate, the way he rails corners is just out of this world. Like I said, he has so much faith in those tyres and so much faith in that top couple of millimetres of the berm. It's unreal. I don't even know if I'd have the faith to stand up there on my 2 feet, mate, let alone come around it in 3rd gear wedge the way he does.
Yeah, he's definitely put a lot of faith in the top of that berm, isn't he? But so far it's working for him, that's for sure. As he's got an 8-second lead over Drew Kremer. 3rd position is Riley Burgess, then John Bova and Giles Campbell. If those two have still have not overtaken each other or changed back, if the Stark hasn't got past him. So the leaders go through and down in towards, Kennard's higher corner. Once again, just leaving a beautiful roost line behind him. Blue flags and a couple of bag markers getting out of the way, which is good to see, although he doesn't give the back marker much room there. And down into, let's have a look at this. Can you see he has gone inside but then outside on that split lane, Russ? You're exactly right. He's definitely got the power to the ground over that jump.
Mate, I'm just watching the 299 machine come off the track here. He's just rolled it through the back of the pits. And it's quite an interesting situation he's got going on the back of his bike there. He has torn the inside of his sprocket completely off the hub. So the sprocket is stationary as the bike's being rolled along. So he's broken all that inside webbing off the sprocket.
Ryan Jones,
and completely separated it from the hub.
You know how that happens sometimes, right? That can be that sprocket maybe came loose at one point on the hub, and then they've decided, oh, it's all right. We didn't check that hub is any different, and they've just retightened it. And then because it's got a little bit of give in those bolt holes, it basically can tear the sprocket because it's got a little bit of movement potential there. And so, yeah, you can end up tearing that sprocket basically off the hub, and the hub was actually the issue because it elongated the holes where the bolts go through. So, yeah, a little bit of a problem for him. Hopefully he's got a spare wheel to put this back together.
Yeah, hopefully he's got a spare wheel and he can get back out for the last moto. Something's happened here. Drew Kremer, where's Reese Budd gone? Drew Kremer's come over the line in first, followed by Riley
Reese
Burgess.
is down. Reese is down right here in front of me, exiting the back section of the track. So you're right, there's been a massive shake-up in the lead. Reese took a few minutes to get up there. He's back on the bike. Everything looks okay from here, but yeah, that's unlike him. One, to make mistakes. Two, to take that long to get back up.
So there goes Reese over the finish line. He's definitely lost a bit of time. What this has done is now we've got a battle between Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess for first place.
Oh, here we go again.
Stand back.
The boys are back.
The boys are back.
Very good. So now I'm seeing a little bit of a gap. Kremer's got the lead right now, but it's not much over Burgess. Burgess is going to take one look at this situation and know exactly what he needs to do. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I reckon I saw Kremer getting a little tired out there. He's been chasing Reese Budd and really hanging off the back of him, doing really well, learning those lines, learning those tricks, but he's probably also been riding at a much faster level to what he's used to. So he may be feeling a little tired. I don't want to put any kind of commentator's curse on him or judge what's going on here too harshly, but he's been pushing pretty hard for a while now. So has he got the stamina to get this done? As I'm watching Riley Burgess push up on the back of him here and close up that gap.
Yeah, well, they've just gone over the start-finish line. It's down to 1.6 seconds, so it's game on here. Drew Kremer won't know that unless he sees him that it's Riley Burgess behind him, but Riley Burgess definitely knows who's in front of him, and he would have seen Reese Budd go down, so he knows exactly what's in front of him and exactly what he's got to do. We watch him come down through the Dubbo Regional Council corner there. As the marshal in front of us gets the last lap board ready, so next time they come around, they will get the last lap board.
Now, where is Reese Budd sitting in the lap timing, mate? Can you see?
Only 7th, mate, so he's dropped down quite a bit here.
Yeah, okay.
He was just behind the Corey Eisel, Joel Campbell battle that was going on, I think, before on the screen.
So he might have jumped up on that timing when it updates here, but yeah, currently listed as 7th. The blue flag's flying there for Kremer as he's making a move past the 32 of Zach Henry, who's just going to go a lap down in this moto. But you can start to see that Burgess is closing that gap up as they head in the Risen Unlimited corner there. So Burgess is just creeping up again. The sort of shades of yesterday afternoon Moto 2 MX3 happening right now.
Yeah, this seems to be a bit of a pattern here, boys. Tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems as though Kremer seems to extend his lead over the front side of the track from sort of this final turn onto the start line and up into the top section. And then Burgess seems to catch him from where the split lane starts and then move into the back section.
If they come around and take the last lap board, I think you're right there, Russ.
There's something to that track. Obviously, one of them is a bit more comfortable in one half and the other's more comfortable in the other, but I saw them take different lines as they went onto that start straight section. Burgess has definitely closed his gap, so he knows what's at stake here in this MX2 moto with Budd down on the ground. Burgess has an opportunity to make up some points here in this championship because he's currently 2nd behind Reese Budd, so every point that he can get his hands on here would be beneficial in this championship standings. But at the moment, Kremer's holding on to this lead.
And Reese Budd did just go over the line, still in 7th position. But the battle we want to see is out front between Drew Cremer and Riley Burgess. Like I said, Burgess knows who's in front of him. Cremer might not be 100% certain who's behind him. So I think Riley Burgess, as he flirts with the side of the track, has got all of the inspiration he needs chasing that number 5 in front of him.
Oh, Burgess has gone down. Burgess out of shot there behind the tabletop. He's gone down. Obviously pushing as hard as he possibly could. Wasn't able to keep control of the front of that motorcycle. I dare say he's just pushed the front on the exit of that corner. And that's the end of that one. So he's got to get himself going here so he can hold on to second position. But that's going to give the win to Drew Cremer. Just a couple of corners to run here for Cremer.
Get carried away. We've had the leader and a second place crash out in the last lap and a half. Drew's only got a few corners to make, and then he'll take the victory here as he goes through the Motorcycle New South Wales corner and heads on towards the finish straight now.
So the number 5 machine of the Gas for Drew Cremer. Going to grab the win here in Moto 1 of the MX2 A and B. He's going to get the job done there. A little bit handed to him with that crash from Reese Budd, but he had to be there putting pressure on him to take advantage of it. So well done to Drew Cremer. The second position, there he is, the 275 of Riley Burgess. And it looks like we're going to get the 23 machine. Yes, Corey Eisel is going to step up into third. He's found his way. He was down in like 6th or 7th there for a little bit. And we've just seen Reese Budd come through, but we'll get an update because as John Bover went through, Joel Campbell went through, so it looks like, and Justin McHugh went through. So yes, Reese Budd is going to end up 7th. He caught to the back of that group. If there had been one more lap, I think Budd might have went round all of them and ended up in maybe 4th. But he's going to end up 7th. That's how it's done for him. So an unfortunate moto there for Budd. Everything was looking great, but it didn't find out that way. But for the number 5 of Drew Cremer, he got the win. So we're going to go to our moto winner down there with Russ. Russ, what do you got, mate?
I've got Drew Cremer here, and he's going to be pretty happy that he just beat Reese Budd. Now, yes, Reese did hit the ground, but who cares about that, mate? You beat that guy. What is really, really impressive to me is how you were hanging off the back of him. You were clearly paying attention to his lines and learning that speed. Tell me what that does for you, hanging off the back of someone like Reese Budd.
Oh, it's definitely a good advantage getting in behind him early and just kind of tagging along his lines, because some of his lines are really good, actually. And yeah, just kind of finding the flow of where he might be a tiny bit better and then I might be a little bit better, and kind of just fixing those 0.2 of a seconds here and there to just kind of keep it throughout the race-ish type thing, if that makes sense. So
yeah, we could definitely see you learning lines and trying new things, mate, and I think that's definitely key for you, especially with someone like Reese here. It's a massive opportunity for you to learn from him and find where you can be even faster. Riley did a really good job at catching up to the back of you as well. He obviously pushed the front and tucked it, dropped in, but mate, congratulations on that win. Great start to the day, and we'll see you later on.
It's great to see Drew using that as a bit of a learning, as he said, as we watch the next race come off. C-grade MX1 moto.
I think that's the 805 of Lindsay there. I think at the front of that one, getting the whole shot, but it's the 27 of Richie Lawler. Obviously that shoulder is okay after his crash in the C-grade MX2 class, because he's gone shooting straight to the front of this one. Hopefully as he comes down into the split lane, he can navigate it a bit better than he did on the first lap of that MX2 moto. And it looks like he's okay going through that. A few riders on screen going off track there as they're making their way through the pack. But the 981, I think that'll be Samuel Noonan, is also finding his way to the front here quickly.
Braking bumps are looking very dodgy. Obviously, he's had some magic water on that shoulder.
Noonan making the move there on Lawler. Lawler went to the berm and left the door open, and Noonan took full advantage. He's grabbed the lead of this moto.
And got great drive over those rollers.
Oh, Lawler getting all sorts of sideways off the first roller there.
Yeah, Lawler's not 100%, boys. I went and had a chat to him in the pits, and he's putting on a brave face, but there's no way he's feeling 100% secure with that shoulder and pain-free, that's for sure. So I think he's going to be doing a little bit of management going on today, where he's definitely got the pace to run up the front of this group, and you might see him having to succumb to a second or a third over the day just to manage that shoulder shoulder, because I dare say...
almost came together there.
I dare say, even if he gets it together and can hold the speed, he's going to be in a ton of pain. And if, God forbid, he has another little tip over and lands on that shoulder again, it could be all over Red Rover.
Yeah, look, not a good situation to be in, but he's making the best as he can. He still looked pretty good there as he left that last corner. He chucked a wheelie all the way to the next tabletop and then threw it sideways for good measure. But Noonan is the man out front, Greg.
Yeah, Noonan, the man out front, and looking pretty good there as he goes through the Dubbo Regional Council corner. I suppose it's up to... fatigue's going to come into it with Richie later on, because if that shoulder's not feeling 100%, he's going to be using different parts of his body, so he's going to be putting pressure on different parts of his body, so other parts of his body are going to fatigue more as the day goes on. He's got a 15-minute moto here. I think he's got 2 more for the day. So that's a big ask for someone who's reasonably fit, especially pushing at the pace he rides.
And he's if you watch closely, he's making a few little mistakes in corners already. So I think this is where, obviously, he's got youth on his side, which is why he's able to push through some pain and still run up the front. But this is where he's going to have to make a decision about how hard he pushes throughout this race and where he leans into managing his position and his points as opposed to trying to win everything. So I think he's going to be worth watching and keeping an eye on, just how he gets through the rest of the day here at Dubbo.
Well, the next part of the challenge for this is we see a rider off screen, off camera, off screen, off camera. I've just said the same thing. Sorry, yeah, thank you, Greg.
For everyone at home, there was a rider off the circuit. That's what Dave was trying to say.
I was getting there eventually, just going the long way around. But for Lawler, I was just going to say that, like, this moto wasn't too long after his first, and a bit of a mistake there that, like Russ was mentioning, that he's making some mistakes in his corners. He's just not able to hold the bike down as well as he would like there to keep it in the rut. But yeah, this moto wasn't too long from that previous moto where he had the injury initially, so he didn't really cool down as such. The trick for him now is going to be to keep this shoulder warm and mobile through this gap between Moto 1s that are happening now, because there's going to be a bit of this will be the longest break that he has before the next Moto 2s for the 2 classes, and how he feels there will be interesting to see, because this will cool down. And like I said, it's going to probably stiffen up because he's going to have to try and keep this warm and mobile. Otherwise, it could be a problem here when it comes to Moto 2s. For
he probably needs a good physio to go check him out, mate, if you know one.
Well, there's one that's busy. One that's busy talking on the commentary currently, so we'll have to see if there's any others floating around.
23, it looks like. Cooper Reed.
23. He's had a little layover there. I think he put a bit too much faith in one of the ruts in front tyres. Another rider struggles as well. Those ruts are treacherous down the back there. You either seem to do them well and get through them, or they completely stuff you up.
Definitely getting deep, those ruts there. Is, like I said, it was the 23. I didn't see the second bike that went down, but we're got our riders. Noonan just managing the race out in front. Richie Lawler just did the fastest lap last race, so I think he's ignoring what yourself and Dave have suggested about management and looking after the body, and he's just going to go for it.
Youth, mate, youth. How old is he? Do we know how old he is, Dave?
No, but like he's riding on some of the junior classes as well, so he must be like just 16-ish, 17-ish at most. So yeah, youth is definitely on his side.
Yeah, but he can just put that out of his mind, ride super hard with a busted shoulder, and then deal with it later. So must be nice, hey?
Well,
must be nice.
Interestingly too, on the terms of a lap time, you're mentioning he just went fastest as well. Comparing his best lap time this moto to his qualifying in this particular group, he's only 2 seconds slower with the busted or sore shoulder. So he's not doing too badly so far. So he's holding it all together as best he can.
And you've got to think that 2 seconds probably can be put a bit down to the track as well. So, you know, maybe we're making more of it than it is. But like Russ said, he spoke to him and he's not 100%, but he's definitely riding well. And to be young again.
We see some of the track crew trying to get some water back into the track too, Russ. I noticed the hoses are starting to go here, so they're obviously just trying to chase a little bit of moisture here as well as the wind probably continues on out there.
Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up and it's getting slightly more consistent too. It was just a little breeze that came and went earlier on this morning, but now it seems to be hanging around, getting a little stronger as the day goes on, and we are going to see this track dry out and turn into a bit of a dust fest, I think, later on in the day. So we'll see how the track crew goes. I know that they were fairly reluctant to do too much watering throughout the day. We heard our friend Reese Budd have some thoughts and feelings on that at Lakes for round 2, where they were chasing the dust all day and really trying to put moisture into the track. It's good in one factor that it keeps the dust down, but it also makes the track particularly treacherous as well. And if that water lands where it shouldn't, it can be outright dangerous too. So it's something the track crew keep in mind when they're trying to manage the dust. It's not as simple as just wetting everything. There's only certain sections of the track they can do.
Well, Richie Lawler was just right up on the back of Noonan then.
He looked like he wanted to make a move, didn't he? But he wasn't successful.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about a move, that's for sure. But another little mistake in a corner there. I'm not sure if it was because of the shoulder or just because he was too close to Samuel Noonan. But we'll see if he can get back up on the back of him now. And that weather, you're talking about, Russ, there's a lot of wind. There's a little bit of cloud cover coming through, but not enough to block out the sunlight and the heat, if that makes sense. It's actually quite warm out there, I assume, in the sun.
Yeah, well, I can tell you exactly how warm it is out here in the real world. Not
currently
in
24 degrees, according to our truck crew. They put the lovely graphic up there. The eyes and ears around here, the Skywalker studio guys are all over it. 24 degrees currently and 18 kilometre-hour winds. So, yeah, it's a little bit breezy out there by the sound of it.
They are doing a fantastic job at Skywalker Studios.
So let's just quickly running order as well for this MX1 C grade. Obviously, we're watching this battle here at the front with Noonan and Lawler, and I think Lawler might actually be trying to get to the inside here. I think he might have got this done actually. So we might scrap the running order for the moment because Lawler's going to change it anyway. Oh, a bit of a bobble on the exit there, and I think he's given it back to Noonan. So Lawler did the hard work, got himself in front, made another mistake and let Noonan just get through. Oh, and Lawler dabbing the foot. I think he was pushing the front into that corner there. That looked a bit dangerous, but I think Lawler's finally going to secure this lead position and just fight through that. Oh, that rut. Oh, did you see that overhead shot there? Wow, that looked horrible on the exit, the drive there that both of them were getting.
6 getting the blue flag as the leaders go past him, and he stayed well out of the way, which was good. As Lawler and Noonan go past at a rapid rate of knots.
That pass with Lawler, he also just did the fastest lap of this moto, a 146.0. So even faster than he was earlier in this one. So Noonan now back to second, despite leading him a fair chunk of this moto so far. But there is still 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go here. So it's Lawler from Noonan. The 220 of Kobe Wise is currently third. Lee Harriman in fourth, who's your championship leader in this class. Ty Henderson, Maverick Wells Ross. That's your top 6 as they run at the moment. Still, like I said, a lot of time to go on this moto, so a lot can change here just yet. But there's Lawler. He's got a few lap riders to battle with.
He's got a fair bit of space between himself and Samuel Noonan there. Even while dealing with those lap riders. I'm not sure if Noonan made a mistake.
Maybe he did. That's maybe how this is, you know, sort of gapped out quickly, because it has changed. They were basically nose to tail, and then once this move has been made, Lawler's just skipped away here. So there must have been a mistake from Samuel Noonan to let this gap extend as far as it has, but he's also got to battle through those 3 lap riders, because Richie had a nice run through there. They all seem to manage to get out of the way for Richie.
Yeah.
But I think Samuel's just struggling there. A couple of them in that overhead shot we're just looking at. So we'll see if he gets through finally, because that might change the gap. But there's Lawler in that bright orange gear. There's the rut we're talking about. Look how deep the exit of that rut is getting. It's horrible.
You can see that, and it goes for a long way coming out of that corner as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of feed-off paddling in that section if they get stuck in that rut later in the day. So
Noonan having to deal with a bit of traffic.
There mustn't be anything wrong with Lawler's shoulder. He's just gone faster again, a 145.3 this time around. So maybe that's why the gap is extending, just because Lawler's found his pace late in this moto.
Yeah. He's obviously sat behind Noonan and felt it out, let the shoulder see how it feels, how it goes, and he's decided it's fine. So let's go for it. like exactly like Russ said, youth.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
We're running out of it up here in the commentary box and on the commentary team.
We definitely are.
You see Lawler, he's just navigated past a few more lap riders. One of those was the 49 machine, which I don't have the number for right this second, but I was going to be smart and call it out. But it's definitely the 144 was also there, which was Lachlan Day on the Kawasaki, I think it was. So they're just going a lap down. Lawler's starting to feel things out here and looking really sharp now.
Very sharp. And definitely, like you said, put a bit of gap between himself and Samuel Noonan over the last 2 laps. And it's like you said, he's just upped the pace. He's just turned up the wick a bit more and said, well, if you want to come with me, let's go and see what you've got.
You wonder if he was just obviously, when that move got made early on him, if he just sort of thought, maybe I should just check and make sure I'm all good with the shoulder, not do anything silly for a while, and then he's realised, hey, I'm actually okay.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Maybe I should ride like I know how and just go.
Yeah.
So yeah,
stick to what he does best, because he's very bloody good at it.
Definitely is. Is
over the start line again there. And here comes Samuel Noonan.
Yeah, the gap has definitely reached out. They're not even in the same parts of the circuit anymore. So
no.
Lawler heading down to that Kennard's higher corner.
He's got 8 seconds on Noonan now. Sorry, cut you off.
No, you're right. So considering they were nose to tail 2 laps ago, I think Lawler flirted a lot with that edge of the track, but well, I'll leave that there. Lawler continuing on at the front. Blue flag flying for the 81 machine to get out of the way there. The 81 is Tommy Noonan. Well, Tommy might have been able to help his brother there and just slow Lawler up a little bit. If they are actually brothers, I'm assuming so, with the same surnames. Lawler out in front, into that roller section. Got a nice flow there. Did that beautifully into that first roller section. Still pulled up for the inside of the whole shot graphics berm. No drama.
He's obviously got the confidence back in this shoulder now. Like you say, whether it was he was worried about it, or he was just didn't want to push it, or he knew it was fine. He was just happy to sit behind Noonan because he knew he had the pace. But he's definitely got the confidence in that shoulder to push now.
You know what I've noticed, but in this motor, obviously this is our C grade level, guys. We're comparing to what Reece Budd was doing in the entry to that second rollers, where he was blowing that berm, the very edge of that corner out. Nobody's even near that section of track, and one, probably because they're not coming in with the same corner speed to take the momentum to carry them out there. But 2, they probably haven't even considered that part of the circuit that's available to them, right? Like,
very true.
A man of Reece's talents, as much as he ended up 7th there after a crash, he's looking at the circuit in a much different light than everybody else is, at the pace than everybody else is doing too. So,
but these guys are learning and riding, going back and watching this live stream through the week. They'll have ridden the track, they'll have seen their lines, they'll be able to watch the lines of the faster guys, know and compare to their own lines, and learning as they're going through. Like we were saying before, C graders, they're trying to get the speed to get up to that A and B grade race. You know, I can't see it being too long before Richie Lawler is up there racing with him.
Blue flag flying there for the 71 machine, and that's Jaden Vassallo going a lap down there. Jaden currently 28th on our running order. See some watering going down in that section of the track. That's in the middle of our circuit there, between 2 of the tabletops. Ooh, bit of a kick there for the 81 machine. Didn't quite make that down ramp as nicely as they would have liked.
Good there, Tommy Noonan.
Hey, Dave, who's our headlight warrior that's out there, mate?
Yes, I do know that one. Hold on 2 seconds. I've just got to refresh the number here.
Is it the beta? Is he on the beta or Gas? Gas, I think it is.
I will check and I'll come back to you.
You don't see...
oh, yeah, I can see it's the 762...
764?
764, maybe it's Joshua Hill.
Might be Joshua Hill.
We'll just check that one because we can't quite see the number from this direction.
Here it comes. Yes,
there's a 4 there. Yeah, maybe Josh. We'll see.
We've always got to shout out the odd headlight warrior, mate, whenever we see them.
They're my favourites. They're my favourites. After having the WR out there doing the track preview with the headlight on for a motocross day, they're my favourites.
There goes Richie Lawler taking the last lap board.
So 1 to go here in the MX1 C-grade moto. Lawler from Noonan from Wise is your top 3 here. We haven't seen much of Kobe Wise. It must be a bit of a lonesome ride there in 3rd position because the action's been all at the front of this one with Noonan and Lawler battling it out there through the middle section of the moto. Noonan succumbing to the pressure from Lawler and relinquishing the lead. But it's been Lawler in that bright fluoro orange gear. You can't miss him out on track. Getting through these lapped riders on this last lap. He's probably going to take this win if everything goes smoothly here for the last half of the lap. Just going to navigate a couple of roller sections, a couple of corners. Not like it's difficult, right, Greg?
No, apparently it's fine. Sore shoulder or not. It's definitely, look at that momentum and the flow through those rollers.
The shoulder doesn't seem to be slowing him down at the moment, that's for sure. But like I said, let's see how he goes between our round 1 motos to our round 2 motos, because he's got a bit of a gap. And whether he cools off too much, that might be a bit of a difficult thing. He's going to have to keep it nice and mobile and warm. So.
Yeah, very true. Keep it nice and warm, nice and mobile. It is the 704.
No, 764. Yeah, it was
Headlight
Josh
Warrior.
Hill. So good work, Josh.
Shout out to Josh. Take the number plate off, pull the blinkers off and come motocross racing.
Why not? I do it all the time.
Love it.
Hey, I see Blake Baggett, former national champion in the AMA series out at Glen Helen with a, they call it a dual sport over there, but with the headlight and the tail light, out doing motos with his kids these days, so
this
why
looks
not?
Like our Richie Lawler taking the checkered flag. So not bad after hurting his shoulder in an incident earlier today. He's come back out. And
he's got a decent gap on the field too now at the end of this moto. It's really distanced out here at the end. We're looking for Samuel Noonan to come through, and he's about to do so to grab second, and he's 20 seconds down. So that gapped out quite a significant margin there in that last few laps of this moto. And we're looking for the 220 to come through for 3rd. But we might go quickly to Russ. You got the moto winner. Check in on how that shoulder's doing.
Got the moto winner here, Richie Lawler. Mate, you took a big hit in the race before. We were all worried about your shoulder. You seemed to be sort of holding back a little bit at the start of the race, and then you came through, mate. Talk me through that race and let me know how the shoulder's feeling.
Yeah, the shoulder's feeling bad. I'm starting to feel it now. But, yeah, the race is good. Me and Noonan had a really good battle, and then he got a bit squirrely and I punched a hole through and I got it.
Mate, you did really well. It was really cool to see you push through that pain and get the race win, mate. So congratulations. Go back and sort that shoulder out and we'll see you the rest of the day.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council. Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Back at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club for our next moto on the grate. Or on the gate. There's no grate this round. We just got concrete starts. But it's the junior 1 through 5, 13 to 15 years. You can hear those two-stroke sing as they head up the straight. Who's going to get our whole shot here? It looks like there's a KTM heading out front. It's the 222 machine. Oh, of course. Not in my list. What a bummer. We'll have to see. But the 222 machine getting a great start there. Followed closely by the 26. I think that'll be Liam Millard there in second position on track. And the 222 is Brax Pollard. There he is. He's not on our entry list, but he's on our timing and scoring as it scrolled around. So well done, Brax, on that whole shot. Blake Bohannon's actually a little bit buried here. Probably around 10th on circuit. So making things a little bit interesting here. Fanboy's going to have to get out there and cheer for his favourite rider shortly to encourage him, but it's still the 222 of Brax Pollard at the front of this moto. In third position there, I see the 113. That's Rusty Killick. He was good in the qualifying. I saw his name flash to the top at one point, so he's obviously feeling it here at Dubbo. As we see the field just make their way through.
Speaking of fanboy, you had a chat with Richie Lawler at the post-race interview there, Russ, and he said that shoulder's not real crash hot.
Look, mate, I'm going to have trouble concentrating because my #1 guy's out there, and we are looking good out there right now. We're moving up from 7th position towards the front. But yes, had a quick chat with Richie, and we were absolutely right. The shoulder was bothering him. He was in quite a bit of pain. And I do believe we're on the money with saying that it was the youthfulness that was getting him through, because he's not feeling good at all. And we saw that with the start of the race, him feeling pretty ordinary. But as Blake Bohannon comes through, I don't know what happened, but he went from 7th to 3rd in that corner. That was unreal. I don't know how he did that. 7th to 3rd in about 2 corners.
I think he got a little bit of an assist there from Liam Millard going down and blocking a few of the riders' lines that they were taking. So he was in the right place at the right time to take advantage, was Bohannon. But we've had a change at the front too. They're battling over it. I think Rossiter on the 8 is trying to make the move on.
Watch the marker, boys. Watch the marker.
But yes, it is going to be Rossiter on the 8. Getting to the front now, so he's going to have to run and hide as fast as he can, because I see that 262 with the red plate in 3rd position now, not far back.
Rusty Killick
into second comes Blake. Oh, not quite. Blake's going to make a move. He's going to go to the inside now. Can he hold it? He can't quite get it done.
They're side by side through the rollers. I think Blake's going to get this done because he's got the inside running here, and he does.
He gets it done.
Up and over the tabletop.
Excitement in Russ's voice coming out.
It's that fanboy effort just coming out. Yeah, look, good line there.
Boys, if you can just keep it down for a second so we can just appreciate what is Blake Bohannon on an absolute charge. Here he comes into these rollers. Is he going to get his way into first position within this lap? Up over the tabletop he comes.
He's trying to chase down Rossiter as we watch it on the screen here.
Rossiter's going to have to make some moves here as Rossiter goes to the inside. Blake takes the wide line, sets himself up for an inside run into this final turn, and onto the start straight go both the boys. Whipping left, whipping right. Both to the inside, ski jump there for the start straight. The entire crowd has moved up onto the fence watching this race. I can see Team Bohannon down here on this end, but almost everyone has come out of the pits and onto the fence line to watch the action here today.
Rossiter still going strong here at the front. Bohannon actually not gaining because Rossiter's purple on our screen here. He was the fastest man on track, but only just.
Rossiter holding him off for the time being. He did make a little mistake coming into that split lane section. It hasn't made too much of a difference as Blake chases him down that back straight. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Blake's bike looks like it's moving around a little bit more than we saw it bounce around yesterday. Obviously, the track conditions are a little bit different today. Bigger holes, bigger braking bumps. And Blake still being a small, younger, lighter rider as well. That could be playing into the way that his bike's reacting and moving around today. But he's not moving up on Rossiter. Rossiter doing a great job of leading this race, managing from the front and putting some serious lap times down.
I think that bike moving around will be the fact that he's on the 125, not the 85. So he's a smaller package. He's like the jockey on the Clydesdale today is Blake Bohannon. He's got to put a bit more body effort into keeping this bike down on the ground and in a straight line, as they say. So got a bit more work to do. But Rossiter, he's actually gapping.
Rossiter is doing a great job out the front as he just goes past the finish line right in front of our commentary box, followed by Blake Bohannon. I'll just wait for the screen to update. It's 3 seconds.
1:43 lap time from Rossiter. He's gone 2 seconds faster than his previous fast lap time, and he's over a second faster than Bohannon's lap time just gone. So Rossiter giving it to the established Bohannon here.
here.
Rossiter is going to make this very difficult for Blake Bohannon, and if he wins this, Russ might not interview.
Well, look, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We want to see Blake get pushed. We don't want to see him just run away with every race and take control of the series. We want damn good racing, and we want him to be pushed. And if Rossiter's the one to give us that, then that is unreal. But he is just charging ahead right now as the boys head into the back section of the track. It doesn't appear as Bohannon's making any ground on him whatsoever. So maybe Blake is paying attention to Rossiter's lines, learning from him now as well. But it seems as though there's a little bit of calmness up the front. It doesn't look to me like either of those boys are pushing above their heads. But the gap doesn't seem to be changing.
No, Raphael Rossiter doing a great job. 3.1 seconds it was at the start of the last lap.
Well, what I'm just noticing here, I'm wondering, I want to make a little decision here. I'm wondering if the pace that Rossiter's had, if he can sustain it any longer. But I feel like it's just coming off the boil right now for Rossiter. Okay. I wonder if he's spent himself too early.
Yeah.
Trying to get away from Bohannon. But let's see what this lap time is. I just feel like he's come off this pace just a tiny bit.
So he's just gone over the finish line in front of us.
They're both down in the 143s, but it's not the same pace that he did the last lap around from Rossiter.
3.2 seconds, though. The gap is quite steady. I think it was 3.1 seconds last lap.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So, like I said, I feel like Rossiter is just starting to lose a touch of the pace that he's had early in this moto.
Or has he got a gap and now he wants to manage it? As we've got Raphael Rossiter followed by Blake Hannon, Rusty Killick, Will Kale. And then the screen changed again.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, as always, as we watch.
Whoa, there is not much of that jump being used there by Rossiter on the exit of the split lane. No. I'm sure Beachy will find his way over there at some point, but maybe this moto might be the one that he wants to get there for.
He'll be around somewhere.
But I think I noticed him over at the start, so he's got no idea that that's going on.
Oh, okay. Well,
Rossiter, but out front.
Looking clean, looking comfortable. Like you said, he's pushed to get out in front. He's got himself a bit of a gap. Let's see if he maintains the gap and manages the race, or if, like you've suggested, as you've seen him go through the risen corner, if he's run out of steam and Blake Bohannon slowly starts to get back up on the back of him.
Well, this moto's disappearing quickly, right?
Yes, already catching up to, well, I say already, but yeah, catching up to some lap traffic already. The boys out the front, they are setting a cracking pace though. Both doing 143.6 as last lap, and Rusty Killick did a 149. The blue flags come out.
Few lap riders entering the chat here now as Rossiter gets past it fairly quickly and easily thanks to the blue flag. Bohannon now has to deal with that lap rider as he heads up over the start straight and goes for the sweeping outside line around the top.
And Raphael Rossiter has just done another fastest lap, a 143.207.
Oh, this could be a problem.
And Blake did a 144.05. So Rusty in third did a 150. So these boys out the front are flying compared
and
to the rest of the
not
field.
Dropping off then. If we're thinking that he's going at sprint speed right now, that blows that theory out of the water, doesn't it? As Blake Bohannon blows both feet off the pegs in the split lane there and kind of stuffs up the exit of that as well. Rossiter nailed that section too, so I dare say the gap is going to grow here right now as Blake looks like he's just making a couple of small mistakes there.
The small mistakes. He looks quite good through that roller section, but definitely coming out of that split lane section made a bit of an error.
Rossiter's just continuing to put in qualifying laps. I thought he would run out of steam because he looked like he dropped off, but maybe he just took that tiny breather on that one particular lap that the gap stabilised, and he's just decided to put his head down and keep charging. Because Bohannon is not closing this gap up as we probably would expect, but he's been put to the challenge here. Rossiter's shown him how to do it.
Rossiter's also looking really comfortable as well. If you look at his riding, he seems to be relatively calm and comfortable. He's pushing quite hard, and so the bike is moving around. He's got a different style of riding to Bohannon, but he doesn't seem to be backing off at all, and he's happy to be hanging it out sideways.
Pushing quite hard. He just come through that last corner. Front wheel and back wheel were almost in line for a split second. That was Yeah, quite wild.
Yeah, the bike was very out of shape as Russ goes, oh, he's very comfortable. Yeah, in that moment he wasn't so comfortable, but he's still he's actually got a 5.5 second gap here with just over, well, this will be 2 laps to go at this point of this moto. So, do we see Bohannon lose his first moto?
He's made a big mistake there. Rossiter's made a huge mistake. He did exactly what Bohannon did the lap before, coming into the split section. There must be a massive hole there because he blew his feet off the pegs and had to paddle to get himself out of trouble. And Bohannon was right there to cinch up on him. So this lap time will be interesting, and maybe we're starting to see a few mistakes come out of Rossiter now.
He's still got the length of the straight with those 2 tabletops in it between Rossiter and Bohannon, so he's still got a bit of time up his sleeve. But yeah, that might be worth going over there to have a look at the that corner where the split lane is, Russ, and see if there is a hole there, or if there's you can see why they've both blown that corner as Rossiter rounds the last corner, does he? No,
not quite. You've gone a little early.
Too early again.
Happen often for you?
So Rossiter just coming into this final section. Blue flag is out, but he's got a clean run around him into the finish line as he rails that ruts. The last lap board is out, and away he goes. Bohannon chooses a very different line there as he works to get around some back markers. And I don't think that Bohannon's going to have what it takes to get this done within this last lap.
At this stage, so it's been a perfect run for Bohannon in this class. He's got 4 motos from 4 starts. Rossiter's had 4 seconds for 4 starts, so this is the turning point maybe in this championship here in the 13 to 15 years 125 category. We're going to have the first turn of the results, and Rossiter looks like he's going to steal the win away here and make this series and this championship just get a little bit more interesting.
This is going to do a lot for Rossiter's confidence too, to come second to Bohannon this whole time and then now beat him straight up. There hasn't been a crash, there hasn't been an incident that's taken him out, but the gap between Rossiter and Bohannon now is growing. It is much, much bigger now. So I think this is going to give Rossiter a ton of confidence moving into the rest of the day and potentially the rest of the series.
Oh, 100%. You'd have to think this makes him just, you know, balloon in confidence for the rest of the day here. But, you know, that thing can evaporate with very quickly with a bad start in Moto 2. So let's just see how it all plays out. He's going to obviously gain some confidence, some points. Feel like he's the man right now, and he is, because he's doing such a great job.
And exactly what you said, Russ, he didn't get it through an accident or something else. He went head-to-head. And by the looks of it, he's only got a couple of corners to go. He's going to come out on top. So it will give him a massive boost in confidence and a couple of points as well as he comes over the tabletop. And the second one across the finish line, Rafael Rossiter to take the first moto of the 125s, 13 to under 15 years. And there goes Blake Bohannon. Surely, do you reckon Russ can get an interview with him?
Well, I don't know if he's going to want to. He's going to have to prop him up if he does. Well, I mean, Blake's going to have to prop up Russ because Russ is going to be more deflated than Blake is probably at this point.
Did you see as they went over the finish line there, the difference in stature? Like, Blake is stepping up to a bigger bike, but there is not a lot of him when he's on that 125. Yesterday on the smaller bikes, he did all right. As we've got...
yeah, Rusty Killick just came over in third on that 113. So we might go down to our man on the sidelines. He's got the man of the moment, the winner of the moto, Rafael Rossiter, with him.
I'm down here with Rafael Rossiter, mate. That was an absolute clinic that you put on there. Bohannon's been really dominant in this class. It's awesome to see you step up and just beat him straight up. There was no gimme or anything like that, mate. So how does that go for your confidence leading into the rest of the day and the rest of the series?
Basically, it's not over till it's over. You can't get too ahead of yourself, but I've had enough of losing all the time, and I think it's time for me to step up.
It's been a lot of second places, hasn't it, mate? So we're all cheering for you. It's super cool to see that. You looked really in control the whole time as well. A little bit of loose riding, which I think is your style, but in control of the race. You seemed like you were breathing and you were riding really well, mate. So congratulations on this win. I want to see a ton more out of you, and I think you can do it. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Russ, we're all cheering for Raphael. I thought we were fanboying on Blake, Russ, but anyway. All right, well, look, we're going to have to switch. Yeah, it did hurt, didn't it? We're going to have to switch gears here because we've got the big boys. It's the MX1 A and B grade out on the circuit, ready to rip here. Gates down. We're looking for that 22 machine right there, Reese Budd, but it's going to be the 202 and the 28 going at it for the whole shot. The 28 of Cooper Holroyd is going to grab that whole shot here in Moto 1. But you can see Reese Budd sweeping around the outside there on his Honda. Where's Rossenditch on that 202? He's just had to relinquish that second position to Budd because he's forced his way through and around the outside of Holroyd goes Budd on the 22 machine. That was impressive, Greg. As we go in, watch the field there come through. Bunch of the riders went number 2, Brandon Steele just going past with Budd at the front. Holroyd, Rossenditch. I can see Burgess just back there in 4th, battling with Bova, I think it is, for 4th and 5th there. Bova just making the move on Burgess.
There's going to be absolute fireworks here, boys. That top 4, 5 guys all can get this done. Obviously, Budd is the dominant one in this class, but I think 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th is going to get super spicy.
Oh, yeah. 100%. As a move is being made. And 2 riders go down.
Was that Rossenditch?
It was. Bova tried to get to the inside. I don't think Rossenditch realised he was there. Tried to turn down in front of him.
Another one. Huge crash behind them as well as riders trying to go around the outside and avoid the carnage. They end up causing more themselves.
They've almost ended up in the Risen Unlimited barriers there. But
so it's the 2 Honda boys and then Burgess in 3rd.
Head shakes from 134 and 48 there.
So Caden Gray and Kurt Innes go down there trying to avoid the already crashing Bova and Rossenditch. So action aplenty here on the opening lap of MX1 A and B, but it's Reese Budd putting a lap down at the front of this field. He's got his teammate on that Moto Coach Elite Honda there in 2nd in Cooper Holroyd. He got the whole shot, wasn't able to keep his teammate Reese Budd behind him as Budd made an absolute blinding move around the outside of this corner a lap ago.
The 2 boys at the front are starting to open up quite a gap, but as Russ predicted, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th is going to be into a battle a bit later on.
So we can see in 3rd now it's the 275 machine of Riley Burgess. Got a little bit of a gap because those other 2 went down battling over that same piece of ground in that Risen Unlimited corner. But there's our leaders.
Down through the back of the circuit on the rollers.
Bova coming out of the split section so hard, he just about launched clean off the track there, looking for every inch he could possibly use. But those 2 Honda boys are going to check out, I think. There's going to be a gap back to Burgess. Burgess is going to get to run his own race and try to hold pace, exactly like what we saw with Drew Kremer. Hooking onto the back of those faster riders is going to help educate him as the day in the series goes on. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the job done, but sitting in 3rd for him right now is an awesome position to be in. It's going to help him spot those faster lines and learn what these boys at the next level are doing to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a great lesson for him to sit back there. I'm not sure how much we'll be able to see, though, because these 2 boys at the front are clearing out at a rapid rate of knots.
Now, I'm really happy to see our boy Rossenditch there. He's back up and running. He's gained a few positions. The bike looks okay, doesn't look too banged up.
So Reese Budd just laid down a 140.945 out front, and he's definitely put a bit of time between him and his teammate.
Just an update on Rossenditch too. He's just come through the line there in 12th position. John Bova, who was down with him, is showing in 5th position after that tip over. So
it's the 134 of Gray on that same Honda Moto Elite coaching team that he's pretty banged up. He's lost the visor on his helmet. His goggles look a bit messed up. The bike looks a little worse for wear as well.
Yeah, he was the one. He was the one down with Ninnis that was trying to avoid the first crash of Bova and Rossenditch. So yeah, he's copped probably the worst part of that stick by the sounds of it.
Yeah, there was a bit of head shaking when they were picking the bikes up there, so I think there's a lot of finger pointing at each other saying it was your fault. No, it was your fault. As we watch Reese Budd through the risen corner.
He greased that roller section in the middle there before that corner as well. Just absolutely floated through there like it wasn't there. As we've seen a bit of a battle here. I think that's 4th and 5th potentially there. Is that Bova just making a way back past maybe Justin McHugh? I believe it might be. So Bova trying to recover from that accident early in the moto.
Little mistake out of Bud there coming out of this corner. I just pointed out to my cameraman that he's going to blow the outside of the corner to pieces, but instead he dove to the inside to prove me wrong. And the rut actually failed for him. It stood him up straight and couldn't get out of it smooth. You've seen a lot of these riders do it. Everyone's using that inside rut. It's actually complete rubbish. No one's getting through it smooth. It's standing all the bikes up, stopping them, kicking them sideways as Rossenditch goes through it right now as well. The riders are going to need to switch that up because that line is actually terrible right now. They're going to need to choose a different line to get around that corner smooth, because we know that if you nail this corner, this straight is much, much better.
Yeah, so they've blown that rut out. Like you say, they've got to start looking for a different line around. As we watch a couple of riders come through the last corner off screen, quite getting rattled around a bit. As we see Reese down at the back of the circuit and onto that roller section, not as clean as last lap as he goes through the Whole Shot Graphics corner. Come over to these twin tabletops. Spaced out a little bit at the front here. Let's see if he does this. Last time he went through this section, it was beautiful. Yeah, once again.
Just floating through that middle roller section. He's figured out the exit and how to get the drive for the double-double to head to the inside part of the next corner. He's doing a nice job at the front, but he was doing a nice job at the front in his first moto for the MX2 as well, and managed to throw that one away. Say that tongue-in-cheek because he's probably still would have beaten me by quite a significant margin, but he did end up in 7th and he should have had a win there. So he's got to keep his head screwed on here in this moto to make sure he secures the win that he's currently working on.
Both the boys still using that inside rut here. Let's see what Riley Burgess does. Yep, everyone's still going for it. They're trying really hard to make that work. It grabs Bova 284 and basically brings him to a stop there for a split second. So I'm really interested to see if the riders are going to switch it up, because to me that looks like it's not working for anyone, but maybe it's still quicker.
Bova is definitely closing in on 3rd, which is Riley Burgess. So Bova trying to make up for that crash. He's right to the rear wheel of our 3rd place rider. So the battle here at the moment, 1st and 2nd are gone, but the battle is going to be for 3rd as we see Bova dive to the outside. Burgess covering the inside of that Dubbo Regional Council corner. As they come towards us now, head-on shot there. You can see how tight that gap is.
Gone the opposite in the split lane. They've gone one inside out, one outside in. And it looks like Bova on the outside.
They still come out pretty much exactly the same, so the track's fairly even there for the time being. As we see Burgess go around the outside, trying to miss some of those inner ruts and braking bumps. And he's going to dive to the inside to try and cover the line, but Bova tried to go inside of him there, and he got right alongside, but Burgess still holding it, just covering the line well enough. Bova tried to cut back to the inside to get a better run here.
I think it does good racecraft
here.
Yeah, through that section. That's the way that Reese Budd takes it too. Take the
Bud's down. He's dropped it. He's gone to set himself up for that rut on the inside we've been talking about. Lays the bike over, and his teammate is right on his rear wheel now.
So Reese Budd, it's a deja vu situation for him there at the front, because MX2 he did pretty much the same thing.
Bova making a move now too, Dave. Trying to get around Burgess. He's going inside, outside, doing whatever he can to get around him. Burgess is riding a wide bike. defending that race line as the boys head up into the back section. Bova goes to the outside to try and sweep him. The boys set up for a sprint down the outside. Bova's got it, but can he make it stick?
It's not from the outside. He's not going to, but he tries the over-under.
He's done a good job there to turn that back inside, but Burgess is going to end up on the inside run here again. Can he shorten up the track by taking that inside line and get this position back?
Bova gets the power down.
They're very level, but they're going to be Bova just ahead as they head to the split lane. They're going to go take alternate options. Oh, Burgess, massive mistake there. Somehow keeps on top of the machine, but he had both legs off paddling for a second there.
Bova just gets the job done and gets a little bit of distance between himself and Burgess. Burgess, I suppose it's pressure, isn't it? But he kind of gave it up with that little mistake there. He'll be a bit annoyed at himself. Let's see if he can push and get back up onto Bova's back wheel and try and make him work for that third position.
So Bova recovering now. Probably feels about where he should have been from the beginning of the moto had he not gone down and tangled with Rossendich.
Let's see what line Reese Budd, our race leader on his Honda Elite Moto Coach team bike, does. Still that inside line. He's refusing to give it up. Holroyd, number 28, the same thing. Oh, it really stuffs Holroyd up. Kicks his bike sideways, gets cross-rutted. Bova's got the move done on Burgess there as the boys come around. Bova looking to sprint away.
Bova coming through that last corner onto the straight.
That corner is so key. If you can get a drive down this straight into that final corner before the finish line straight, it really makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Well, everyone's going down the inside. Bova sat down on the outside and just railed the outside of that corner and drove onto the straight. Definitely put a gap between himself and Burgess just in that little section of track. As we watch a couple of other riders off screen come through that corner looking for that same line.
Bova's actually finding a few outside lines here that are making it work for him. So he's actually, when you're on those outside lines, you've got to put in absolutely a lot more effort to make those sections work still. But he's making it happen right now because he's definitely moving away from Riley Burgess here in these, it's the midsection of this moto still. We've still got a long way to go.
Absolutely.
But he's definitely finding some outside lines to get around this track a lot faster at the moment. So
yeah, let's have a look at a few different lines here and there. I'd be interested to see if he uses the same line coming onto the straight this time, or if it was only because he was trying to get around Riley Burgess that he ended up out there. But it definitely looked to be quicker when he came down the finish line straight past Riley Burgess. As we watch him through the roller sections down towards the whole shot graphics corner. That's right where Russ is on that last corner, watching him come through as we see Reese Budd come through, followed by Holroyd.
I'm down here getting absolutely roosted by Reese Budd. I'm on the inside of the corner. I'm not even sure how that happens, but he's definitely hard on the throttle on that Honda 450 of his. Bova comes around, still leading Burgess. Burgess doesn't seem to have an answer for him right now.
Interesting that Reese Burgess followed Bova through that outside line there. He's seen him take it last lap and overtake him, and now he's going to give it a go himself.
Yeah, Riley just picked up on that line as well. So let's see, is this next corner as well, the Dubbo Regional Council corner, is where Bova is going a bit wider and using the edge as well. Let's see if Burgess follows him there as well. No, he doesn't, but he probably has a look to say, oh, that's something out there too, because he's definitely gapped him again. So hopefully Riley is going to school, as they say right now, and just learning a few things.
Definitely going to be picking things up as he follows Bova around, that's for sure.
Bova came down on the absolute edge of the track there in the split lane section. He was touching the white markers as he came down. I'm just watching Rossendich and Jones go at it there. Obviously Jones got that rear wheel fixed up. Rossendich makes the move and heads down to the back of the pack.
Yeah, so that'll be for 6th and 7th, moving Connor Rossendich up to 6th and dropping Ryan Jones down to 7th.
Which again, that's a pretty impressive result there from Rossendich after that tangle early on. Happy to see him get up and come back through to a decent result. As Bud, our race leader, comes around, the blue flag waving furiously. He gets completely stuffed up by the back runner.
He got very mucked up there. He got pushed out wide and just could get no traction, no grip and no drive. but he's gone around the 2 back markers and up through turn 1, down in towards Kennard's higher corner.
It's not making a huge difference for him at all. He's still got a nice lead over his teammate there, so I don't think there's too much frustration going on. But he's cleared those riders now. He's going to come down the straight towards me into this split lane, rails the outside, chooses the inside rut of the outside option, and heads down to the back section of our track. Yeah, Holroy using the same line as well.
We've got him on screen, and Bud taking the that corner down the very end before they go into the first set of rollers, taking the outside line to get away from all those brake bumps that have kicked off in the middle as we see him go for the whole shot graphics corner and over the 2 tabletops. Interesting, Dave, that he's decided to go away from that inside line. We can see it breaking up with all those brake bumps.
Well, he was still doing that little wheelie across there in the moto and for the MX2 moto, but he's sort of not quite doing it as exaggerated as he was in that moto now. But yeah, he's just trying to find some different lines, which he actually needs to do, because like what happened we saw at the end of that previous lap where he got forced to a line that he hadn't been on before, he didn't look the smoothest as he had to go around those lapped riders because he got forced out to somewhere he hadn't seen before. So it's all well and good when you're out the front, you can take whatever line you want, but as soon as you move somewhere, you've still got to be able to turn a decent line into a consistent line, and he's just throwing it sideways over the finish line tabletop there for good measure.
So he still did a 141. His fastest lap is a 140.5, so he's definitely still moving along all right, but that's similar to what we spoke about during like this morning and yesterday morning's practice and qualifying, is about once laying down a good lap to find help with your gate selection, then you do start mucking around in different lines, because you're probably going to end up pushed into or forced into riding not the optimum line at some point in the motos.
Yeah, and you got to know what it's out there at some point. You know, you have to see some of these lines, and I gather he just hadn't used that one at all because he looked terrible, for lack of a better word, right? As he went through it. So, yeah. Sorry, Reese, but I've just been honest. As we see him now, here's that line we're talking about. He's sort of just drifting from outside to in. He was wheeling because there was a bit more of a pronounced rut face there. He was wheeling over the top of that initially, but he's obviously cut it down enough now that he doesn't have to do that. But he's coming up to a few more back markers here, so he's had to change the line. There's that one he was doing, blowing the edge of it out. I actually prefer him doing that. That looks so much better than going through the inside of the corner like he's been doing in this moto so far.
It does look pretty spectacular, doesn't it?
Well, from a footage point of view, yes, but I think it's actually better for him. He can smash the throttle and not worry. The inside line, you got to be a bit more. It looks a bit greasier. You got to be a bit more cautious on the throttle application, and I think Reese just thrives a bit more where he can hammer the throttle on the outside edge there.
Yep, very
in the
true.
fluff.
As we see. I think we've seen Jaden Dick pull off the track, have we? Oh no, there he is up there. That's where I've seen him riding down beside.
Yeah, Jaden Dick definitely pulled off the track and was idling up the side of it. I can't see where he is now, but definitely having some issues.
Yeah, well, he's pretty sure he's just about to go for the split lane towards you now, Russ.
Yeah, there he is.
So I don't know what happened. Maybe he missed. He might have ended up in that same line that Reese Budd was coming onto the finish straight, and ended up on the ground beside the tabletop, so knew not to accelerate, so Beachy wouldn't penalise him.
Yeah, that's right. He could have just stuffed up this corner and stood the bike up, which would screw him up for the run up that finish line. So yeah, not too sure, mate. We'll have to look at the instant replay for that one.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, absolute instant replay. It's coming. No.
Next season.
Next season. All right, Reese Budd. Yeah, despite a little crash in this one, he didn't have the same outcome like he did in MX2, where he ended up dropping down the field and had to fight through for the 7th. He's managed to survive this one. And like I said, I prefer him on that outside run in that particular second whoop section. Yeah, okay. But he's got another big gap out the front. Even with that tip over, we still got a couple of laps to go here.
Yeah, he'll get the last lap board, I think. Oh, no,
it's saying 3 laps to go, which is something I haven't really seen before. But anyway, he's coming towards the finish line, so we'll find out here shortly. But this rut, even for Reese, he looks average in that one, because it's just such a nasty section of track at the moment. They haven't had anyone else develop anywhere else in that part of the track.
I'm really surprised he's not going high in that berm, fellas, and railing the outside, which he's so well known for. It's really interesting to me that they're sticking with that inside line and just battling through it.
Yeah, you'd think one of them would have figured out that it's not optimal, and like Reese is in a position where he could potentially have a look at it for the next coming motos because there's no pressure on him at this stage of the race. So maybe you'll see that in these next couple of laps, and I just figured out why it says 3 laps to go, because time's expired and this class gets 2+, is a 2+ laps at the end, not 1+ lap.
Right. Okay.
So Bud's got 2 laps to go here in our MX-1 A and B moto. Flirts with the edge.
The edge there, and that's a much smoother line watching him through that corner as he comes into the roller section down the whole shot graphics corner, because he's not hitting those brake stutters that appeared on the inside, which everyone else seems to go to. Not that we've seen many others on the footage, because Reese is just out in front, crossing from the inside to the back to the inside on the next corner.
Yeah, they've absolutely laid over that track marker on the exit of the split lane there, because it's it's Cotton beaten down a fair bit as he just goes past the lap rider there, the 2:17 of Jaden Dick, who we were just talking about before. So he's still circulating, obviously at a much lower pace than he previously was, but still out there. And Reese, here's this rut. He's still using it. Look at how bad it is on the exit there. He's had the front wheel out of the rut, a foot off to try and keep the balance. It's not a great looking line.
Takes the last lap board in front of us. And he's kind of given up on the outside rut coming through the last corner onto the straight as well. We'll have to wait and see if the other boys coming through still run that outside rut.
So this is a battle for 4th, I believe, with Burgess and McHugh. Looks like McHugh has closed the gap here on Burgess as we're getting late in this moto. Good job for Justin here on that 355 Yamaha. Right to the rear wheel, and they're both using that same deep rut. Everyone's using the rut. I feel like somebody's got to go be the explorer and go find the new one for them. So if we tick back a fair bit to the start of this race, things have worked their way through, but it was the 28 machine that got the whole shot here. But he was quickly passed by that teammate on that Moto Coach Elite Honda by Reese Budd, and then obviously Reese went down partway through our moto, regathered, didn't actually lose the lead at all, kept the lead over his teammate Cooper Holroyd, and it's been a lonely ride after going down early for John Bovo as well. He had a little tip over with Rossenditch, but he's re-established himself there, and just
watching Justin McHugh get all out of shape there as he's trying to chase down Riley Burgess and make a race of this. That might have pushed him off, not giving him enough time to get the move done. Is that
even Riley was a bit out of shape there. His body weight was inside the bike as the bike was trying to go the opposite direction to the corner because it had picked up a rut, and I was just waiting for Riley to push the front there, but he managed to keep it together. But here's the moto win already at the finish line for Reese Budd. He's got a massive gap, so Budd gets the win here in the MX-1 AB Moto 1. And we're looking for our second position rider, which should be the 28 machine. And he's going to come through in just a couple of seconds. He's in the last corner. So here comes Cooper. Grabs second. Had a good hole shot. And we're going to drop down to our man on the sideline. Russ, you're with our moto winner.
Moto winner here, Reese Budd, mate. It's great to have you back here again. Haven't said good day to you yet. It is awesome to see you out there riding around. Give me a little bit of a rundown of this track, mate. We've seen Canberra, we've seen Lakes, and now we're here at Dubbo. How is this shaping up for you?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty tricky out there. I don't know. You can see a little bit on the broadcast, but yeah, the track's very, very shiny. There is ruts in the turns, but it's there's not a lot of entry ruts, so it's very tricky to get into them, navigate your way through. So yeah, look, it's very technical today. Had a little tip over there, just got a little bit excited with the rear brake into one of the turns, and the rear just went over the rut and put it down. But overall, I really love this 450. So who knows, we might see me line up on one of the Pro MX on the 450. So yeah, just having a lot of fun right now.
Mate, we'd love to see that for sure. You're looking absolutely amazing out there. The bike looks like it's doing what it needs to be done. Those ruts, like you said, are treacherous out there. Yeah, we're really going to enjoy seeing what you can do with this track, mate. Congratulations, and we'll see you later on in the day.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de cane.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Welcome back to the Dubbo Motocross track for the round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross titles, and we've got the Moto 2 for the MXW women's race away. Can't see who got the whole shot there. It is 251 of Claire Pollard got the whole shot. No. Well, that would have got Dave another cent, wouldn't it? Didn't he bet on Claire yesterday to get the whole shot?
Probably one of the safest and most uninteresting bets you could possibly make out there is Pollard getting another hole shot.
Well, there's someone down in there's 2 bikes down in the switch lane. I can't see who it is.
It's the 219
of Ada
Harris. That has completely shifted this race around.
This will make it an interesting race now with Ada Harris. The riders are up and going again, but she's going to have to come from the back of the pack here and work her way through. As we see the leaders down into, what are they both going to take the inside option. So we've got, pretty sure Claire Pollard is still in the lead. I can't see the number of that.
Yeah, that looks like Pollard. Is that a Honda behind her?
It might be. So there's...
And then it looks like Mia Tung is in 3rd place, but I'd like to know who that Honda is.
So
257.
257.
Is that Stevie?
Claire Pollard.
It's Pollard in 2nd.
So there's Mia Tung in 3rd.
And it's the 62 machine in 1st place.
This is Lee Rims, who had an off in the first moto, was coming 3rd and had a streamer of roll-offs hanging out behind the back of her helmet.
Yes, and she's a little bit of a newcomer to the series.
She is, but remember when the 2 leaders got up and lapped her, she stuck with the back of them, and I think we commented during the first moto, it'll be interesting to see how she goes in this second moto, and I'll tell you what, Russ, she seems to be going quite all right. She's got a 2-second lead over Claire Pollard, who got the whole shot. And then we've got Mia Tung in 3rd, Ella Hamilton in 4th. And it looks like Ada Harris made her way up to 9th when she crossed the finish line at the end of lap 1. So we'll keep an eye on Lee and see how she gets on. Hopefully she can she had 2 little offs in the first moto. Hopefully she can stay upright and make a day of this. She's looking quite comfortable out the front.
Yeah, just watching the 219 machine now coming through the split lane section and heading into the back part of our track as the girls are all fairly well in the same area of the track here today. The competition is nice and even. Where is our girl Stevie? Greg, can you see her in the timing there?
It says she's coming 10th in the timing, but she's just got W on the timing board. I can't see what number she actually is. Okay. If you were watching earlier, Stevie was up in the commentary box giving us a bit of a chat. She's down from North Queensland and doing the circuit down here, trying to improve her riding. And she's definitely doing that. Like I said, she's getting around in 10th at the moment. She's just behind on the timing Ada Harris, but I'm not sure if Ada's still there or she's moved on. But if she can tack onto the back of Ada, she'll...
Oh, big mistake from Mia Tung there.
Big mistake there.
That's going to allow the number 12 of Bella Arnott to move up a little bit closer on her Power Sports Central Husqvarna machine there. She's looking at the back of Mia Tung. Mia's an extremely quick rider. Her and Bella have been going back and forth for a long time.
So Stevie's number 4. No, sorry, Stevie looks like number 25, is it? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, the pack of girls are spreading out here now. Our leaders still holding strong. That 62 machine. Pollard in 2nd. and Mia Tung still in third. Bella Arnott not willing to let go of that position. She's under a little bit of pressure from the 219 right now as they head down to the back part of the track.
You can see him going down over the rollers now, and I think you find that Stevie has got number 18 on a bike. But over the tabletops there, so Lee doing a great job out in front, like you said, Russ. She's new to I think this is the first round we've seen her in this series, and she was doing fine in the first race. She was third until she had a couple of wee offs. But then, like I said earlier, when the leaders passed her again, she stuck with them and sat behind them. And we were saying at the time, hopefully she was learning why she was sitting behind them. Someone's just gone down. I'm not sure who it is. I'm not sure if it was our leader again. No, it wasn't.
No, it was Claire Pollard in second. She's jammed up there. So Mia Tung moves into second place. Bella Arnott moves up into third as we get a rearrange. Bella is still under pressure from Ada Harris on the 219 machine. Bella's going to want to latch onto Mia Tung here, keep her in sights. Ada Harris stuffing up that corner, that tricky rut that's been plaguing all the top riders this weekend, has come into play there for Ada as the girls go over the start-finish line there and into the front section of the track.
Yeah, you can see them coming up the hill, and our leaders just making their way out to the Dubbo Regional Council corner. Sorry if I get me words right. Oh, bit of a foot off the foot peg there. Down towards the split lane where you are, I believe, Russ, as she's taken the outside, high on the outside.
Yeah, our leaders stretching the gap out a little bit as Mia Tung cops a huge hit there. Bike comes fully unbalanced. Bella Arnott enters that split section again. She does it really smoothly and really well under control, but is under serious pressure from Ada still. She's trying to get a bit of a gap on her as she focuses in on the back of Mia Tung, chasing her down on her Honda machine.
Yeah, we're just watching Lee down the back of the circuit, coming around in the middle of the rollers section, down to the risen corner, and she looks quite comfortable.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she's working too hard at all through there. She's looking fairly calm and okay. Mia looks like she's trying to push reasonably hard to close up that gap.
Got a yellow flag on the approach to the switch, the first switch, and they've just pulled it in. Typical.
You notice these things and then it's like, oh, I shouldn't have worried about it.
Yeah.
But Leah is doing a good job here out front, but it's going to change this overall running order for the overall today, because she obviously had that issue in Moto 1, but with Ada coming through from fourth at the moment.
Bella with the look sideways. Sorry to jump in on you there, mate. Yeah. She's under serious pressure from Ada Harris. Ada takes her around the outside and jumps right in front of her over that tabletop. What a move by Ada Harris as the girls into that top section there. Again, these two have raced many, many times before. There'll be no love lost between the pair of them as this battle rages on. Can Arnott answer back to Ada Harris?
Well, she's getting a run here. Is she going to end up on the outside or have to follow into the Dubbo Regional Council corner in turn 3? And she's gone very inside there on Ada. But that move for Ada, I was just about to try and lead to. When she was in fourth there, she was off the overall win. But now that she moves into third, I think that would be enough for her to actually go 1-3 and still outdo Mia Tung going 2-2 for the overall for the day. So that move was worth making by Ada Harris there to get into third position.
It was a fairly motivated move, if I'm being perfectly honest, mate. She came into that corner pretty hot, took a fair bit of risk on.
Well, you didn't see the side of this side of the tabletop. She didn't use any of the down ramp, mate. She's fully just landed flat. She was going for it.
Yeah, she came into that corner really hot, mate. Much quicker than she has all day long. And that's what we've been talking about, making these moves when you can. She obviously got good drive out of that tricky rut. I didn't see whether Bella stuffed it up or not, but she obviously got fantastic drive into this final turn, and that was what allowed her to get around the outside of Bella and just launch down that start straight.
Well, she's hunting down now Mia Tung, because on that shot we've just got, you can actually see all three girls in the one view. So Ada probably got a little bit of the red mist going at the moment. I think she can see the target just in front of her. She's trying to acquire it right now. So Mia Tung better keep pushing here if she wants to hold on to second, and she probably needs to even try and push further forward, because if she wants a chance at the overall and to keep growing what would be the championship, well, she's going to probably just jump into the championship lead is Mia Tung, but Ada with this position will close that gap on Mia.
Ada Harris with the clear track throws down the fastest lap of the race, a 1:54.229, so she's definitely got the hammer down.
She's on a charge.
She's on a charge, exactly right. She's chasing Mia Tung.
They're both in the same corner now as they come out of that top section of the track and head down this straight. Ada now applying pressure to Mia Tung. She's running out of time, so she's going to have to make a move quick.
4 minutes 40 left in this moto plus a lap, so yeah, she's probably got a couple of laps, but like I said, she's going to have to try and apply pressure from the rear and see if Mia's getting aboard to say that Ada's catching up to her.
Absolutely. I'm pretty keen to see if Bella can latch onto the back of her too. Latch onto the back of that faster rider. Use some of her momentum to propel her forward. So she doesn't want to lose sight of Ada Harris if she can avoid it right now.
Oh, I think that's getting harder and harder to do, because Ada's moving closer and closer to Mia Tung. The screenshot here says that they're not that far apart anymore. Both exiting Risen Unlimited corner. Oh, Ada just pushed the front massively there, Russ. I think you saw the same thing.
She's on a charge. Yeah, I reckon if I looked at her goggles, they'd be completely red right now from the red mist that she's clearly dealing with. She's really moved up to the back of Mia Tung now there on her T-Dub Husqvarna machine. Mia stuffs up that corner a little bit.
You see the girls are actually starting to exit that rut halfway through, where that massive hole basically is formed, and that trench that they've got to deal with to exit it. They've all started jumping out of it partway through, so they're at least doing something a little different here compared to what we were talking about through our MX1 moto, the moto before this one. So the girls are trying to find something different there, but look at this gap into Kennard's High corner.
Both taking
nothing in it.
Both took the same line up out of turn one. They're down to the Kennard's High corner, over in the Dubbo City Council corner. I'm not sure. No, it looks like Ada has gone the inside.
Oh,
Mia's tried to go the outside. I'm not sure if that was a successful mission.
Ada tried to leave a right leg behind there. She jabbed it and it went straight behind her.
Yep.
Not the most comfortable of positions, if I say so myself. I've been in that once or twice myself.
Oh, right on the back.
Ada is pushing hard. She's just pushed the front end again in the corner
she's
there.
Making those mistakes, and this is what's plagued a lot of riders here this weekend, but we've seen it over and over with the girls. Some of these unforced errors when you're pushing really hard. This is where Ada's got to take a breath. She's got to slow it down and get a little more calculated with these moves. She's right on the back of Mia Tung now.
Oh, I thought she was going to duck inside there, but Mia's just closed it off a little bit. Oh, no, she did. She did try to make the move on the inside, Ada Harris, but it wasn't enough. She wasn't quite close enough. Mia Tung manages to hold on to second for now. They're in the same corner. All those ruts were going to come into the one spot there.
They're in the same corner, in the same rut, on the same piece of dirt, mate. There's nothing left between them.
Oh, so this is going to get interesting here. We've still got plenty of time in this moto. So
Ada setting up for around the outside. Here she goes. She's going to make it. It sets her up for the inside rut. Will this rut do what she wants it to do? Oh, she climbs out of it, but makes it work somehow and shuts the door on Mia Tung.
She did well there, Ada. She caught up to Mia and then took her time, found a spot to pass her, and then just used the momentum over that tabletop down to the inside of the corner and just took the bit of track that Mia wanted.
So this is a nice ride now. We said that when Ada got to third, that was going to be the overall. Well, moving herself into second past Mia Tung, definitely solidifying some extra points here. One for the overall for the day, but also in the championship chase here. So that'll close this gap even more for Ada to Mia Tung, who will become the leader after this weekend, unfortunately due to Taylor Thompson being out with injury. So, whoa, Ada showed us all three panels, number panels on the entrance to that corner. I'm not sure she meant to do that, but she definitely showed all of them.
What is her lap time compared to our race leader right now, boys? Because on the eyeball test, I reckon she's moving up on her.
So Lee did a 1:55.6, Ada did a 1:54.7, but there's a 6.8 second gap. So they'll get a last lap board when they come around. So they've got a lap and a half to go. And I'll have to see how much the gap has came down between Lee and Ada on this lap. Is that? I'm just trying to see where the leader is.
Ada just making a move past one of the lapped riders there. I think that might have been was that the 13 of Kira Collins, from that high shot?
Yeah.
So Kira going a lap down, we believe. But Ada's got a little bit of time, but we're going to have to see what this gap ends up being when they cross the line here this time past, because that will tell us whether she's still charging hard for maybe even potentially the moto win or not.
I don't think
there goes our leader, the 62. The gap is fairly significant.
I think Lee's got a pretty good gap for one more lap. She does a 1:54.5, which is a very
Ada, sideways again.
That might have ended any chance she had of catching the leader there, but it's definitely given Mia Tung a second chance to close back in for that second position on track. But Ada just holding it together for now. Ada's a little bit loose at times. She does have a tendency to throw it away.
That wasn't a little bit loose, Dave. That was an attempt to crash 3 times in one corner.
Well, Mia Tung's got to put herself in a position where she can pounce on these mistakes. We've talked about it all weekend long, where these girls have got to put themselves in a position where they can optimise on mistakes in front of them and they can make a clean move past. So if Mia Tung's paying attention to Ada Harris right now, she needs to be aware that she's starting to make a few mistakes. She's starting to get a little bit loose, and she needs to just close that gap up. Easier said than done, but close that gap up and be right there to pounce when she makes another mistake.
She's definitely trying. She took a different line through the Dubbo City Council corner around the outside, tried to get the run down that little short straight heading into the split zone, but it didn't work. Looks like she's got a foot down there. I'm not sure if that's there. Looks like Ada coming through the shot, or is that?
Yeah, Ada's just in the bottom of that shot there, but that's Leah out front there. Just watching her bike through some of these sections, I'm not loving the setup on Leah Rimba's bike there. The back seems a bit soft, the front seems a bit stiff. It's got a bit of a funny angle when it's sitting into the corners there for her, as much as she's all over the front, over the gas cap there in the corners in the right technique position. Front's just standing really tall. This looks really rigid in the front end there for a smaller girl there on the bike. Don't know it's helping her out too much. So yeah,
another attempt at crashing in the final corner for Lee Rimmers as she takes victory after the drama she had in Moto 1. That was a great comeback.
Guys, Bella Arnott is really close to the back of Mia Tung. She was almost close enough to make a move there in a last-minute dash. Can't quite get it done. But that was very, very close. She closed up a huge gap on the back of Mia Tung.
So Lee wins by 11 seconds over Ada Harris, Mia Tung, and then, as Russ has just pointed out, Bella Arnott right behind her and got the quickest lap on that lap, but not the quickest lap of the race. That went to Ada Harris.
And Claire Pollard's just come through in 5th after her little mishap in that one as well. So we'll have a quick break in our coverage for after this MX women's class. We've got plenty of action. We're only just starting round 2 of motos here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Dirt Bike Club here, and I'm just walking over to Ada Harris. Ada, that was an absolute stellar run there, mate. You did so well. Couple of little stuff-ups, though. Talk me through that race from your perspective.
Yeah, definitely making a half of myself going down first lap, but fought back, did whatever I could, and came back, got second in that race for first overall, so I'm stoked with that.
You did very well, mate. That was a very impressive run. Can't wait to see what you're going to do for the rest of the day. Congratulations. We're going to move on to a few other riders here. I've got Mia Tung. Mia, that was an awesome effort for you from our perspective. How was that race for you? Are you happy with how that went, or are you feeling frustrated?
I'm feeling a bit frustrated. I definitely know I can be up there more, and just, struggled with arm pump.
We did notice a little taper off there towards the end, so bit of arm pump coming into play. We've seen that with a few of the boys as well. What's your tactic for dealing with arm pump? Do you have a special trick?
I just try to remember my technique and try just big deep breaths.
And what do you think brings on arm pump for you? Is it holding your breath? Is it riding over your head? What's the thing that happens that tends to bring arm pump on for you?
I really only get arm pump when I race, so I think it's the intensity and just really tensing up.
Yep. Forgetting to breathe and just getting a little bit over your head. Absolutely. Congratulations. That was an awesome race. Well done. We're going to jump over here to Bella Arnott. She did really well here on her Powersport Central Husqvarna machine. Moved up through the pack, really clean race. And the most important thing for Bella is staying healthy, which we really like to see. So Bella, walk me through your race, buddy.
Yeah, that was a good race. I struggled all day to find flow with this track. And concrete starts, my starts were terrible. So I was coming from the back of the pack to closer to the front. But yeah, I just stayed upright, which is always good, and flowed.
Now, you said to me quietly off camera before that you absolutely hate this track. What is it about this track that you don't like or doesn't suit your style?
Well, I did hate it, but it's come around. I just don't really like how tight it is over the back, but as the day's gone on, it's gotten rougher, which is what I like, ruts and rough.
Now, your home track is Lakes, Cessnock, maybe a bit of Maitland as well, so you're probably used to that harder pack, rougher track. So really good to see you up the front. We're hoping to see it a lot more as the day goes on. I'm hoping that confidence is getting high. Looking great out there on your Husky. Well done, Bella. Congratulations.
Great to catch up with a number of the girls there from our MX women's race. Our MX Vets 40 Plus Moto 2 has been underway for a couple of laps here as we're getting those interviews. We had the box-in-box picture going on there. Awesome from the Skywalker Studios to be able to do that here at our state round coverage from Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. But in this moto, it was the number 9 on the Suzuki, that exceptional yellow machine that seems to be doing the world over at the moment. Getting the whole shot yet again with Nathan Brocktrop, and he's been leading ever since the gate drop. Lee Harriman had to work his way from a third, fourth place start. He's now up into second. It is the 77 on the Kawasaki, the 77. Todd Williams in third position. Daniel Collins in fourth, Mark Cook in fifth. And Robert Lindsay, who wasn't out there in our first moto, has managed to find whatever was wrong with the bike or himself and managed to get himself to the start line for the second one. He's out there currently in sixth position. So we see Brocktrop just navigating the end of the circuit here. He's going to put another lap in the books here. This field does sort of spread out quite significantly here. A lot of different paces for the riders in this class. Lee's doing another good job here in second position. Harriman, that is, as he trying to do his double duties. Trying to get a solid result in this one, but also in his C-grade MX1 class that he is the championship leader for. Noticing Nathan Brocktrop's just gone fastest here with that last lap around with a 1:48.8, which is just a second and a half slower than what he did so far in Moto 1 today. So Brocktrop still on pace here as the day and the track conditions change, Greg.
Sorry, Mark Cook, headlight warrior, as Russ wants to call him. Out there doing a good job, 2:12. And just here comes Robert Lindsay, like you said, didn't get out in the first moto, not sure why, but here he is in the second one, out-turned some laps, which is good to see.
Williams on screen there, getting chased down by Collins. So this is the only battle on track at the moment, third and fourth. Williams just getting a little bit sideways there, trying to get the power down on that Kawasaki out of the corner there to get the drive for that roller section.
A little bit squirrely.
Yeah, a little bit squirrely. Collins putting the pressure on here. Not sure if they were this close in the first moto. I don't remember them being this tight together, but they're doing a good job here, putting a bit of effort in. And they're actually, at some shots, you actually see second position in Lee Harriman just in front of him. Now, I'm pretty certain this was a very much gapped out field in our opening moto, but Collins gets to the inside there, trying to look for a way around Williams in the early stages of this moto here. This is 40+ vets. This is different from our original vets classes at the opening 2 rounds of our championship. That was our 30+ vets. That championship is now complete for those guys. A couple of the riders here, obviously, Brocktrop and Harriman, doing both classes because they've old enough to be a part of both, let's say.
Very well put. I was just wondering how that was going to come out, Dave.
Yeah. Look, I'm old enough to be a part of both classes as well, so you know, maybe I should do double duty, commentate most of the day and jump the WR back out here.
We could mic you up.
Oh, I'm so down for this.
Yeah, see? I knew Russ would
He's
have
been
my
quiet
back.
for a little while after his interviews, and as soon as we mention something along these lines, he's just straight in there.
Let's do it.
I think if
Mic him up, throw him out there with the vets.
The vets, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure you'll get too many words. You might hear a few pants, but and a few cuss words, but
No, I was going to say, that's all right. We can tip a few boys off to duff you up a bit, and we'll definitely get some words out of you then.
We'll have to have the bleeper on speed dial. Our finger right on the bleeper, ready to go.
How long's the delay on the coverage? Because we're going to need the chance to go back and cut them out. I joked with one of our Motorcycle New South Wales officials last night about that exact fact, but I don't know how serious I would be at that point. But
I still want to see you go in with some of the junior riders, mate. I still think you on the WR450, maybe with what, the 65 boys?
Oh yeah, they'll still towel me up.
That would be hilarious.
Oh, look, shout out to little Ollie Cale. I was getting geared up for the track preview on Friday afternoon, and then this little guy comes over and says to me, "Oh, are you doing the track preview?" And I said, yeah. He goes, "You any good?" I said, "Oh, probably not as good as you. What's your name?" And because I couldn't remember, I didn't know his face without his gear or his number on his back. And he goes, "Ollie Cale," and I go, "Oh yeah, he probably is better than me." Oh, anyway, not to worry.
One of the riders looks like Robert Lindsay there, having a bit of a drama, coming out of the Dubbo Regional Council corner and going around some of those jumps, back on the track in the safest possible way, which is good to see.
Just watching there, we see that was Harriman going through shot, but just behind here, you're going to see the green Kawasaki pop in. That's Todd Williams. He's gapped. He's actually catching up to Lee Harriman, and he's dropped Daniel Collins. That battle was third and fourth happening there. But he's sort of just moved away from Daniel and actually towards the back wheel of Lee Harriman. So Lee's going to have to just keep an eye on that gap behind him, because he wants to hold on the second, obviously.
Yeah, he's doing all right, Todd. He's, like you said, he's building up the gap. Building up the, closing the gap up, I should say, to Lee Harriman.
So we see Collins there right in front of that camera, got all the way up into it there. We've got that stationary cam looking straight down the eyeball as they coming into that split lane section, and Daniel basically eyeballed it up and said, no, not today, I'll turn here. It's all right.
Do you think it was only because the camera was there that he decided to take the corner, Dave? Is this what you're suggesting?
100%, that's the only reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, I'm sure the boys at Skywalker Studios are happy to hear that he does not want to run into one of their cameras.
So we see, actually Todd just had a nice little line there on the inside of that split lane section before the second rollers. He actually went wide and cut back across the ruts. I've noticed a few riders doing that, particularly the girls class, the women's class, I should say, just the moto before. Just trying to get away from some of the deeper aspects of the track. Trying to open it up and just make it a little easier. That when the track's so deep like that, you really can tear up your hands in terms of bouncing through some of those ruts at pace. So if you can find a bit of a smoother line, carve it up in a different manner. You just, Todd, the front end wanted to go away from him there. Lucky he had a dab of the foot to save himself.
I don't reckon his hands will be the only thing tightening up as that happens.
No, definitely not. There was something else in the posterior region that might have been under clench.
It does. Well, before he had that moment, it does look like he is closing up a little bit on Lee Harriman.
I feel like he's getting closer, you're right, but it's not happening at a great knot.
No, but he's slowly closing the gap.
The gap at the front is massive, though. Nathan Brockdrop's got 25.5 seconds over second place, which is Lee that just left the shot there. Todd's looking pretty good. Other than that moment we just mentioned before they're coming onto the finish line straight, he's looking pretty aggressive in his riding style. So obviously he's feeling it here in this second moto for Dubbo.
And I think that explains what happened coming onto that finish line straight, the fact that he's pushing.
Yeah.
So he's trying to push to close the gap to Lee Harriman. That's why he had that little moment.
Well, and look, it's visually gotten closer this time around. Like, as we go here, we're going to come up on one of our riders that's going to go a lap down. That's the 6.24 of Robert Lindsay. But Lee's got to go the long way around here. But there is Todd. He's going to duck to the inside, do that line, like I said, cut across that rut, turn out early. And yeah, look at him. He's closing in.
Definitely closing in. And Lee got a little bit not tangled up, caught up in the back marker, but so has Todd. So that's
just enough.
Yeah,
just enough.
But they've both got just a little bit out of it, so it hasn't affected it per se.
So we'll have to see if when and if Todd gets to a bit closer to the back wheel here of Lee. If Lee's just been cruising just to be, you know, saving some energy here for his double duty day, or if, in fact, that's as fast and as all he's got, because...
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, once he realises someone's behind him, see if he turns up the wick. He just landed on the down face of that first jump on the finish straight there. Looks quite comfortable with Lee, but Todd's definitely closing up in on him.
Yeah, well, last time around, like, it was a... I think, well, it was 25.5 second gap to the lead to second. It's now 31. And I think it was more like a 4 or 5 second gap further back, but it's down to 1.6 according to that on the timing. So it's definitely closing. There's our lead man on his mastercraft of a Suzuki machine. The Yellow Magic putting it to work out the front. Not sure that fluoro orange helmet's necessary with the yellow kit, but it's what he's got. What he's got.
What's going on there?
Yeah, it's very very aggressively bright. Maybe it's just the black jersey that's helping set it off there as well. Nathan needs to have a word to his stylist before he comes back out next round, I reckon. Maybe a couple of stickers to break up that orange on the helmet or something.
We might catch Russ if he's free to go down to the pits and interview him, ask him why he's dressed like that and see if he wants to improve his style. I'm sure Russ could do that for us.
Well, yeah, look, you know, he could suggest somewhere. I'm sure he'd say to go see Power Sports Central, or maybe you could get some custom gear made from Risen Unlimited.
Yes.
We had our man from Risen in the booth with us at Lake Macquarie. He's not with us this weekend, but he can customise your look from head to toe with basically put whatever you want on your jersey and pants from his setup there.
Fantastic.
That he's able to do. He's got the whole website, risenunlimited.com, that he's able to, you can design it yourself, and then he'll work with you to make it work on the 3D aspect of the print.
Am I right in saying as well that it's printed on the jersey? It's not an iron-on, so therefore it lasts
It's within
longer?
the jersey.
Oh, it's within.
It's within. You've got to do the hands. Nobody can see us right now, but we're doing the within symbol. And it's a sublimated jersey and pants. It's not a stick-on as such, like you were sort of indicating there, Greg.
Yep.
So, yes, it's a very nice fitted. So it actually means, too, that when the jersey stretches, the printing doesn't pop off because it's glued on as such. It's actually part of the jersey. It's within.
It's within. The hand gestures are...
It's within.
We should take a photo of this and put it on the social media, I'm sorry. Within. If we've got the drone around somewhere, can we come and get Dave doing the within symbol, please?
Well, look, I think Todd Williams is getting within closing range of Lee Harriman as well in third, because they're still closing that gap.
Yeah, well,
it's
3
maybe
seconds.
settling a little bit, but maybe Lee has, like we said, just turned it up a little bit here. But there is Todd, and there's Lee just in front of him. Like we said, the gap isn't that big, but Lee potentially managing this.
Yeah, well, like you said, if he's just been sitting at that comfortable speed to save his energy, he's doing double duties this weekend or today. So maybe he's just got a board and said there's someone behind him. All right, well, I'll turn it up a bit.
I don't think the vets get bored. So
No.
the eyesight at that point is probably going. I know mine is. So they're trying to read a pit board at speed, somewhat speed in the vet class. It's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
No, keep digging, Dave. You're doing great.
Hey, I will back it up, right? I'm not going to say it if I can't do it. So I have enough trouble reading the board going past when I'm going past in first gear, let alone going past in third or fourth. So I don't think any of these boys need to try that either. I'll just ask you to read this small text on the page again, shall I?
Yeah, no, my reading glasses are at home.
Yes, exactly my point. All right, we've got 2 laps to go here. We're waiting for Brockdrop to come through and grab that last lap board, but he's probably got a lap and a half or so to go because he's down the bottom of our circuit. Can spot that orange helmet just about anywhere.
As we watch Todd Williams.
Still trying to close, but
Still trying to close.
Maybe, I feel like that's maybe opened up just the tiniest of bit. Oh, and he's just made a mistake, has Todd, in the Dubbo Regional Council corner. He wanted to have a closer look at the bannering there, see if it was up to spec for the council. Seems like it's okay because he's continued on.
He's continued on, but he's also given Lee Harriman a bit of breathing room, which I'm sure Lee will be happy with.
Not sure what you had for lunch, mate, but you have to keep turning that mic off.
Yeah. As we watch the Kawasaki 77.
We see in the background there too the 212 of Mark Cook just going that lap down in this moto, so that's 5th position.
It's the headlight warrior as our leader. Nathan takes the last lap board.
So you can tell there too, like if Nathan is taking the last lap board a couple of seconds ago, we're watching this battle for 2nd and 3rd. These guys are in completely different sections of the track, so Nathan has opened up a massive lead here. Quite comfortable at the front. He's obviously got a different speed level than the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks rather confident out there. He's obviously got plenty of time to play with, so he doesn't need to push, but he looks like he's having a great time out there, which I think this will be his last moto for the day.
I think he's MX1 A and B as well, so he's got basically 2nd moto of our program and I think last moto of our program. So he will be here to the very end.
Very end, okay, yep.
So unlike some of these guys, they might be packing up and being done and out of here.
Yeah, yep.
Straight after this, because this is their 2nd and final moto of the day.
Okay.
We just watched one of our Motorcycle New South Wales cars in the background working their way in. It'll probably have a few of our officials. They must have went out for a nice little lunch break. Oh, a little bit of a kick there for the Suzuki.
Very close.
We're here in Russ. You've found your way around on the circuit again. Where have you got to? Oh, actually, did Nathan just stall that there, I think? He might have just had to refire that as he was going. Lucky he could bump it by the looks of it, because he wouldn't want to pull the Kickstarter out on that one.
No.
Russ, where are you in the world, mate?
Mate, I am down here on the start straight, checking out how it looks as you come out of the gates. I'm holding in my hand a pretty big chunk of rock. There is a whole heap of these throughout the entire start straight that can cause absolute havoc if you are eating roost from behind one of the other lead bikes, especially in these bigger bike classes, the 250s and 450s. Here's another lovely little chunk of concrete. These are the sort of things that are coming flying at you pretty quick when you come off this start line. So helmets, goggles, chest protection, which is now mandatory this year, is a really, really good idea when you're dealing with the kind of conditions that we often find in all these tracks. But to go to the dirt itself, the wind has dried this stuff out, so you're getting this really crusty, hard stuff across the top. It's the pattern of the Bobcat tracks, but it sits up tall, the wind dries it out, and then it becomes this crusty, horrible surface across the top. There's no real advantage lines that I can see in this start straight. It's all pretty even and held together fairly well. You can see in this class, it's a great example of where all the riders want to be sitting for their gate picks. Most of them bunched around between sort of 10 and gate 30, right around the doghouse there. We've got our race official headed out with the 15-second board, giving all the riders the eyeball. There is There is a hand up on the start line. The mechanics, or dads often, or mums, can request a bit of a hold on the gate if there is an issue that one of the riders is having. Now, I believe, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it is simply a request. The gate can drop whenever the officials say to drop it.
Yeah, there's no, nobody can hold it. It's up to the clerk to basically say we are going. So unless there is some sort of major medical issue on the line as such, they would basically drop that gate no matter what you do in terms of if the bike's running or not. So I think we saw that actually yesterday. There was a bike that was requiring some assistance to get started, if you recall, and they still dropped that gate, and that bike had not yet to be started. So, yes.
Our vets race is done. Nathan Brockchock from Lee Harriman, Todd Williams, Daniel Collins, Mark Cook and Robert Lindsay with the finishing order for the over 40s vets in their second moto.
And we've got our 13 to 15 junior lights, 250cc four-strokes out on the circuit, ready for their Moto 2 now. So
there's still a hand in the air. I see Beachy on his comms.
So maybe, obviously, if Beachy's involved, then he's the one controlling the show here. So he'll be allowing this to go that way. But depending on what is the hold-up, he will then decide when we get this board, this 15-second board, put up in the air. So keep an eye on him, Russ, see what he says.
Yeah, I would imagine it's to do with how much time we have left in the day as well, right? I'm guessing he's going to be far more. He's going to be far more lenient if there's extra time in the day or if we're running behind. Beachy, what's going on, mate? We're having a bit of a hold-up.
Transponder had died, so they just put a new one on.
Okay, so transponder died, so I'm guessing that's why they've been a bit more lenient, because that wasn't really a rider's fault necessarily.
Yeah. And that's to do with the official side of the day, and obviously that's not something that he is able to control because he's more than likely hired that transponder. So that makes complete sense why they held that moto up.
All right, here we go. 15-second board is up. Board drops down, revs come up. Gate drop, let's go racing at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. A horrible start for the 116. Stuffs it out the gate and ends up dead last. Who got our whole shot there?
Well, it looks like it's the 125 of Heath Davey going to find himself at the front of that pack, but another rider that was with that 116 was our whole shot getter, and second position in the first moto, the number 8 of Raphael Rossiter get caught up there on the start as well, so he's buried in the pack as they come around turn 3. But Davey, our first moto winner, finding the front of this pack early here in Moto 2, but he's getting challenged by the KDM on the outside there. That's the 613 of Noah Thomas. And he's got the 418, is it? Or the 410? 410, Seth Sharonbaum in third position as well. So a couple of new names here showing up at the front of this pack early. I see Tyson Williams there in fifth. I think that's the 32 as well. In fourth, which was Paul Ruffalo as well. So Paul had a third position finish in the first moto. So he's looking to get on the overall podium for the day with a solid second moto here. But it is Heath Davey as they head into the Risen Unlimited corner, making his way around at the front of this field. Heath was looking rather spicy in this first moto, throwing the bike nice and flat and sideways off these finish line tabletops. So let's see what he's got for us as he comes around on this first lap. At the moment, he's just trying to get a bit of a gap on this field.
Yeah, just trying to give himself a bit of room then he can choose his own lines. He's got the whole shot, got a great start. And as you can see, as he comes around onto the finish straight, he's definitely got a bit of a gap on second place. He's got a 2-second gap, so he's definitely put himself in the perfect position. There goes number 8.
So I did notice too, the 6th position on track was the 203 of Charlie Thompson. So Charlie doing a good job there. Obviously a reasonable start as well. He's just behind the championship leader, who's in 5th of the 169 of Tyson Williams. Tyson going to have to try and fight his way forward here to try and gain some more points in this championship battle. I'm noticing actually, Greg, on our list is the 259 of Joshua McCloskey, but he is actually did not start here. So obviously that crash from yesterday just shook him up enough that he's not out of here on the gate today. And also Braden Grace Loveless, he's currently second in our championship. He's not a part of this race today either. So going to be a bit of a change in the points running here. It's actually probably helping Tyson and Rafael Rossiter for the moment move further forward in this championship order.
Rossiter was caught up in that first corner.
He was.
Drama.
He got a bad start off the very early part of the gate. So have you noticed where he's up to at this stage?
Eighth at the moment.
That's not bad.
No, that's what I was thinking. He's definitely coming through the pack at a good rate of knots.
Yeah, he was a lot further back than that as they tipped into turn 1, that's for sure. So good recovery. And Rossiter was our man that made the win over Blake Bohannon in that 125 class. So we should be looking for some fast laps out of Rossiter to try and make his way forward in this one. But obviously the bikes are very different here. He's on the 254 stroke in this moto. It's not the 125 that he was just tearing up the place in front of Bohannon earlier in the day. So we watch the 410 there, just getting a little bit sideways on the lean angle in that last corner. Sharon Bomb just testing out the tyres, the edge of the tyre.
There goes Rossiter. He's up to 6th now, so he's
still progressing.
Definitely moving forward. He's behind Noah Thomas. Heath Davey with a 146.266.
And Davey just on the absolute limiter on that YZ GYTR machine as he comes past me at the top half of the track. I'm at the very first turn. This is a flat turn. If you're used to a hard pack track, or maybe you've got some flat track background, you can see the technique in these riders. That outside elbow is up and high, pointing towards the sky. And yeah, if you're anything like Davey, it's wedged wide open and just propelling you down this hill into turn 2.
Good thing those Yamahas have got a high durability rating on them, because that valve bouncing is not usually recommended for a motor.
Yeah, look, the Yamaha is built like an absolute tank, and that's why a lot of guys and families like that platform, because it is a I don't want to say simple in a derogatory term, it's simple in a beautiful term, that it's a fairly straightforward machine, but it's just known to be a super strong bottom end and something that can handle the bashing that some of these guys give it. The real problem is not just the bike on the limiter, but it's when the riders are on the limiter and then leave the ground. So if you're on the limiter before you go off the top of a ramp, that can cause an over rev in a motor, and that will cause you some dramas.
Just watching Rossiter make his way further forward in this pack as well on a Yamaha also. He just made a move on the championship leader there, Tyson Williams. So I believe he might have found his way up in the 4th in this running order, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, so he is. So it's Davey from Rafalo, from Sharonbum to Rossiter, and Rossiter goes purple as he goes through. A 145.6 is the fastest lap of this moto. So Raphael is finding his pace here.
Fantastic. And Davey coming down this finish straight in front of us was, yeah, wide open, as Russ said earlier.
What was it that Raphael said to Russ in that previous post-race interview? He was sick of getting beat. I think he's trying to work on that right now, because he's just gone around the outside of 3rd place, and he's going to hunt down Rafalo now in 2nd. So Raphael is on the charge here at Dubbo in this second moto of the 13 to 16 years, 254 strokes. But that's Davey out front, just making his way through those rollers. He's got a nearly 7-second gap on 2nd place, but that 2nd position might be about to change hands here if the number 8 has anything to say about it. He's right to the back wheel of Rafalo now. He's probably going to try and dive to the inside here of the split lane. And he does so.
Exactly that.
Carries that. Oh, look at the way he carried that front wheel out of the rut over that first roller. That was beautiful stuff there, Greg.
Fantastic to watch. And crossing from one side to the other side over in front of the rider. Now going for the whole shot graphics corner. He's definitely on a man on a mission.
You know you're feeling the flow when you can pick the front end up partway out of the rut and just place it on the other side of the first roller like it wasn't even there. That you're feeling the flow at that point.
Yep, definitely. As Davey comes through, sorry, just laughing, comes through the finish line in front of us.
Listen to this bike as he goes past.
You hear it go, da-da, da-da.
And that was actually one of his more conservative runs as well. That's Rossiter right there. He was making just as much noise out of the back of his machine as well. Rossiter solidly in second now. Not quite able to see our race leader on the same straight this second.
Well, he's just done a lap time, 1:44.128, 2 seconds faster than Heath Davey. So Heath Davey's in front now and looking comfortable, but I don't know if he's going to have it all his own way for the rest of this race. We've got 4 minutes 10 plus a lap to go. See if Rossiter can close the gap down.
Rossiter on screen here, just charging out of that corner, diving down to the inside. He's taken on all those braking bumps. He didn't bother about a smooth line. He just went the short way. Yep. What's the quickest way from point A to point B? You just go straight there, right?
Shortest line.
Just had the number 99 of Tipper come past me down this hill, and on the descent into that bottom corner, which is turn 2, on the brakes so hard the bike's kicked up and he's sideways and basically just rode the front wheel all the way down into that corner, tips it in and launches out of it, which is pretty awesome to see from one of our mid-pack guys here in this class here today.
All these guys are more than capable of holding on to these beasts at different rates of knots and in different states of straight and not straight. So obviously the skill level is quite high here at the state titles out at Dubbo. We're keeping an eye.
7.07 second gap. Rossiter has closed it to 6.2.
So he's working on it, but Davey probably now knows that he's had the chance probably to look over and see who's in second, and he probably knows it's Rossiter. So if anything, he might have just not buttoned off anymore and just decided I'm just going to keep my steady pace here going at the top.
Yeah, the eyeball test would say to me that Davey's backed off a little bit when Rossiter's wicked it up.
Yeah, no, that probably makes sense from what we're seeing up here on the timing screens, but Davey's got still got a 6.2 second gap. He's got time in on his side. He can roll off a little bit and have a comfortable 2 or 3 laps to the end.
Rossiter can definitely see him on the same straight now. Every time they make a turn, Rossiter's got him in his sights, and that always helps with those lap times, right? When you get to lock on to the enemy in front, that definitely pushes you along.
Cool. We're just watching the battle in 3rd, 4th, 5th here. Tyson Williams just sneaking up to the back of the 410 here. He's going to try and go the long way around the whole shot graphics berm. We'll have to see what the run's like for Tyson. He's going to try and work his way to the inside of this next corner. Can he get the job done? He's battling that rut. Who's going to drive on? Yep, Tyson's got it. He's moved his way up in the 4th position. He's relegated Sharon to 5th. So can Tyson get a little bit of a charge going late here and get himself onto the moto podium, because the 32 of Paul Ruffalo is right there in front of him now as well. So Tyson with it all to play for from a championship aspect for the points that he needs. He's currently at the top of this one, but with Raphael getting past him, moving his way up in the 2nd, he's going to gain some points in the championship. So the standings when we get to round 4 might be a little bit tighter here in this particular class.
Rossiter down to 4.5 second gap to Heath Davey, but I think he's just going to run out of time to chase him down in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, they're nearly in the same corner together, mate. Getting much, much closer. Rossiter pushing really hard. The boys are choosing quite different lines from each other, and I'm wondering if that's what's propelling Rossiter forward as he dives to the inside for the split section there. Davey chose the outside, then inside. So it looks as though they're running very alternative lines. One's choosing inside, one's choosing the outside, as Rossiter tries to narrow this gap. Davey's dealing with a little bit of lap traffic back there. Looks like the lapper did the right thing, moved out of the road, gave him plenty of space.
Yeah, well, Davey's got a lead to protect, and Rossiter's got a rabbit to chase, so very interesting. You can see why they're picking different lines. Rossiter, beautiful coming into that roller section there. It's floating the front wheel over the top of that rut.
He actually used that like little bit of an early cut across, but he then started carrying it over the rut and then just continued, didn't he? So he's, like I said before, he's just feeling the flow. He changed his lineup and he still looked just as good. So he's not worried about which part of the track he's on to turn in a fast lap time, that's for sure.
Do you think he's got some headphones on in that helmet, mate? Got some music cranking?
Well, maybe. maybe. He's definitely doing something right because he's just going. He's absolutely flying. So
last lap board, he's definitely closed the gap, but I think he's just going to run a bit shy on time to catch up to Heath Davey. We'll just wait for the screen to change over. 3.3 seconds. That's definitely within, well, he's coming into the Kennard Tyre corner. You can see Heath Davey just exiting the corner, so Rossiter's right there behind him.
But Davey with coming up short on that tabletop as they came into the Dubbo City Council corner.
That has cinched the boys right up together. The gap is nearly gone. Rossiter can smell blood in the water.
Yeah. Davey's going to have to be careful here as this moto closes out. Only half a lap to go, but
taking the difference through the split line. Rossiter took the inside outside. Going down over these braking bumps and into the back of the circuit down the rollers. Whoa.
The bikes are getting all out of shape there, aren't they? They're not comfortable going down to that back left-hand corner.
Very out of shape.
We keep an eye on them from the drone here, from our Skywalker Studios drone. You can see they're both basically heading into that same corner. They're within 20 metres of each other. This is probably the closest they've been all moto, apart from when they'll sit in behind the gates at the start. So Rossiter, he's got less than half a lap to go here. Can he do anything with this run that he's on to close in for the moto win, or is he going to have to settle in for second? We're going to find out here. He's still pushing hard, is Rossiter. Davies just leaving the door open a little bit there, taking a wide line. Maybe confidently in front, obviously.
Yeah, thinks he's got enough time. Rossiter took the bait and went the inside.
Both feet off the pegs for Rossiter. He gave that everything he could. He's going to close right to the back wheel, but it's not going to be enough. The 1-2-5 of Heath Davey grabs the win there. The 8 of Raphael Rossiter right on the back wheel takes second. Great ride for Rossiter to come through the pack after a bad start, but Davey controlled that from the very beginning. And Rossiter, just pointing out there, Greg, fastest on the last lap with a 1:43.79. Over the line there in third will be the 32 of Paul Rafalo. So that was an exciting finish to our 13 to 16 years 250cc class. We'll take the chance to have a break and regain our breath here ahead of our remaining motos in Moto 2 section of our day here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to round 3 state titles here at the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. We are getting ready for our C-grade riders here. This has been a class with battles that have been absolutely legendary. The number 27, Richie Lawler, launches out the gate, has a look over at the competition, dives to the inside and nails the whole shot. Lawler was laying on the ground earlier, and Taplin, who gave Lawler the biggest run for his money, stalled the bike in turn 1 and goes into turn 2 in dead last place. Lawler over the tabletop with a gap already, which is exactly where he wants to be, but Taplin, absolute disaster for him as he goes into the 3rd and 4th turn there. Not happy at all.
I think it was Taplin who got cut off there going into the first turn from the right side of the dog box as we looked at it. So yeah, bad start there for Taplin, our first moto winner. We'll have to see how he can recover here as the field works its way to the back of our circuit, Greg.
I've seen 111 Lewis Martin coming out of the Dubbo City Council corner get all crossed up and rutted and feet coming off the foot pegs and all sorts. So he's a fair way up the order. I'm not sure if he's still going to be there after that effort. But so apparently Richie's shoulder's okay.
Obviously it's working pretty good at the moment, and he's kept it obviously moving between because he seemed to be doing okay right now. So whatever he's done to manage it during the break between round 1 and round 2 of our motos for the day, it seems to be working so far.
Good.
He's got the 408 behind him, and that's Ashton Hickey on the DJM Racing Yamaha. So a good start there for Ashton. And I'm trying to pick up who's our 3rd place rider. There's another Yamaha there. I think it might be the 258 of Seth Mainwaring, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But we've got the Cowie of the 22 of Ty Henderson up there in 4th.
Got the 258.
So yeah, we were right with the 258 of Seth. But the field is rocketing through now past the finish line, so we're going to get everyone in their running order. It's Lawler from Hickey from Mainwaring, Henderson, Harris in 5th, Oxley in 6th, Martin, Noonan, Gainford and Taplin. Our first moto winner is 10th after that bad start that we just mentioned.
Taplin with the moves too. Again, come down that hill on the front wheel. The rear barely in contact at all. Makes the pass on the 225 there as they go into this corner. He's now dealing with a few guys in front of him. He's looking to make a move on the 103. Taplin searching all over the place as the bikes kick left and right, coming into that split lane section there.
Yeah, Taplin was definitely carrying the speed coming into that split lane section on the brakes. It looked like he was trying to go around the outside of 2 or 3 riders. Does he realise this moto goes for another 12 and a half, 13 minutes?
I don't know if he cares,
at the same time.
I think he's just made a few moves there. You guys will have to see if you can spot it. I'm as far away as I can possibly be, but it looks to me like he made a few positions up in 1 or 2 corners there, which is classic of what we've seen at this track from some of our more advanced riders. They seem to be able to make those big moves when the group's all bunched up under brakes and dive to the inside or use the outside lanes to not only make one position, but to make 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah, watch them come out of the risen corner here, and they're all bunched up. So, like you say, it is a good time for the experienced rider, especially because he had got muffed around at the start. Good time to make some moves, and everyone's bunched up together as we watch Richie Lawler.
He's just gapped his field, hasn't he, in the start of this MX2 C-grade moto?
He's disappeared again. He's
just gone a fastest lap too, as Richie Lawler with a 147.6. Ashton Hickey there in 2nd doing a 150. So
Taplin up to 7th, so he's a man on the move, and he's got 3 or 4 bikes within reaching distance of this lap. So he should become a burst due just now, Russ, down into the Kennard Tyre corner.
Yeah, there's a real obvious difference between the boys' bikes. Oh, as the 220 slides out right behind me, he's in a bad position here. That was wise.
Taplin makes a move up the inside of the Dubbo City Council corner, so he's up to 6th now. Down into the split lane. Once again, he's braking approach speed coming down to that split lane. He's fantastic.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Greg, there was that it's been really interesting to watch Richie's bike as he comes down this hill into that corner. He's keeping it nice and straight and tidy under brakes. Watching Taplin come down through that same section, the bike is bucking all over the place. So, a couple of things. Either it's a better setup, 2, riding style, or 3, Taplin's just pushing that hard that the suspension has nowhere else to go.
I think Taplin's pushing that hard because he's just made the move past the 22 Kawasaki of Ty Henderson, and he's about to get to the back wheel of the 258 of Seth Mainwaring as well, who's right behind the 981 of Samuel Noonan. So Taplin's got a chance to make up about 3 positions here, but here's a rider down. There's a yellow flag. It's a Husky that's been on the ground. Not sure what number that is from our drone shot, but there we go, we'll pick that up. It's the 514 that's gone down, Xander Painter.
Lawler opened up a huge gap in that last lap.
Yeah, gone fastest lap again, so that's probably part of it. He's just done a 147.5.
There's Taplin going through. I went for the screen to update, but I think he's in fifth?
He's in fourth.
Fourth position.
Fourth position, and here he comes. He's looking to make a move on third as they dive down to the hill. Where's he going to go? He takes a little bit wider on that one as he lines up the 981. The 981 with a quick look over the shoulder. He knows what's going on. He nearly tees him up, and Taplin stuffs up that corner.
Big time stuffed up that corner.
Gets back on the gas.
The drive down here into this switch lane, like I said before, he's on the brakes. He's fantastic down to there. They've taken the opposite. One's gone inside, one's gone outside. Samuel Noonan, 981, and Jake Taplin having a battle out here down towards the back of the circuit over the rollers.
Taplin looking to make a move now. Can he get around him? He goes high.
Noonan steps it up the inside, not letting him have all his own way.
Noonan pushing super hard. I can see legs hanging off the back. The bike kicking all over the place. He does not want to give that
position, but Taplin's working everything he can to get to the front of this one. You know, I think he's just made that move, actually. I think he almost got on top of Noonan on that tabletop. Noonan just tried to run it in there on that next corner. Now, I think with that position, that's going to put him into third now, Jake Taplin. I'm pretty sure that's going to give him the overall for the day here in this MX2C grade if things stay the way they are. So,
well, he's not that far behind Ashton Hickey. He's got time up his sleeve, and he is a man on a mission. He's already gapped Samuel Noonan as they head down towards that Kennards Hire turn 2.
Taplin with a huge rear brake lock up as he slides into that corner. Looking to gain that position on Richie Lawler. He is working super hard to try and make up that speed. He's inventing some new lines down here in this very dusty inside lane on this corner. Looking to move up into second position.
He is pushing. He is pushing extremely hard. Sorry, Dave?
Sorry, Greg. We just noticed that 972. Just wanted to quickly mention him getting up and going. It was Maverick Welsh Ross. Unfortunately, having a little issue there at some point in this moto.
See him up and back going again.
Now, boys, speaking of pushing, Richie Lawler on his last lap came around me at the very top corner of this section, turn 1, and sat that bike up on the back wheel and wheelied all the way down the hill into the Kennards Hire corner. So I don't think Lawler is willing to give up any of his lead at this point at all.
No, he's definitely looking much better in this moto than he did Moto 1 for this class when he had that accident in the split lane on the opening lap. So he's making up some time here. Unfortunately, he's lost a few points in this battle to Jake Taplin for the championship lead after that Moto 1 score, where it was only just up to 10th, I think it was, in the end. But with a win here, oh, look out, Taplin's just moved himself into second, so that's going to just reduce the amount of points that are going back the way for Richie Lawler. So Taplin's going to keep holding on to this red plate for this particular class here. And he's going to grab the overall today with the way he's riding, and he just greased that rut up the hill onto the start straight. He had that bike cranked over.
Taplin's got a 15-second gap between himself and Richie Lawler, and he's a man on a mission. We'll have to see what it comes up as next lap.
5.5 minutes to go plus a lap. There's a chance, but I think Richie at this point would be monitoring that pretty well, but Taplin is going for it as we watch him just come down the hill here over these couple of obstacles. Just flowing that corner in entry there. See Mainwaring and Noonan in the backdrop there that he's just moved his way past in recent laps. We see the 408 just disappearing into the background of Taplin, so he's still got third. So, Mainwaring, not Mainwaring. Hickey is going to have to just try and keep an eye on Noonan there, because Noonan's not too far back in fourth position. So
yeah, they're in the same shot there, aren't they? So to see how they go, I suppose too we'll find out if Richie Lawler's shoulder is going to be an issue later in the race. He's got plenty of time up his sleeve.
Looking at how he's riding, mate, I think I need to go have some words with him about my dodgy shoulder, because I reckon he's fixed that, whatever he's done in the break. He's looking red hot at the minute.
Yeah, he just come out of the last corner on the back wheel and Yep.
Oh, he's shaking his left arm out over the finish line tabletop just then. So there is obviously something bothering Lawler still. So as much as we're joking about the fact he's riding like a man possessed still at the front of this pack, there is still a little bit of an issue there with that left shoulder because he just had to shake that arm out. So
if anyone can explain to me how that works, like how do you have a crash like that? You clearly got an injured shoulder. You can still get the whole shot, still lead the race, and still put down the lap times that Richie Lawler's doing. That's incredible.
Lawler did a 1:48, but Taplin just laid down.
Oh, Taplin's down.
He is.
Taplin's down.
Down in the Kennard corner.
Spun out. He's too aggressive on that throttle and gives up second place.
You have to work. He's back to fourth, I believe, now.
Yeah, he gave up more than just second. He's dropped down to fourth position.
Just about to say he's laid down a 1:47.483, the quickest lap of the race. And before I could finish it, he was in the dirt. So let's see if he can work his way back up to second. He's now got Hickey and Noonan back in front of him. And someone needs to tell Richie Lawler he's got plenty of breathing space.
He's got a massive gap now, hasn't he? As much as that's nice for Lawler, it's not what we were looking for out of Taplin at that moment in the race.
No.
Richie's got enough time to pull over and stretch that shoulder out, mate. He'll be quite happy with that. Obviously, he's not going to know for sure, but yeah, he'll be happy to see that he's got a nice little bit of breathing room there. And I'd like to say that he could back off, but I'm not sure it's in him.
I don't know if he knows how to back off, but he'll definitely have time to look over at a few points on the track and realise there's a yawning gap where there used to be a Jake Taplin. So as he comes to the last corner.
He's got some nice style on this first tabletop on the finish line straight here. He just sort of leans into it. He brings his body forward onto the bars and just, you know, cranks it sideways over in the air, and just kind of stylish from Lawler there.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like he's backed it off a little bit, fellas. Watching him come around the top of the track here, I reckon he's well aware of his gap, because he does seem to have just turned it down a little bit as he shakes out that arm yet again.
Second, third, fourth are all within, say, 100 metres of each other. So Taplin's in fourth. He's got Sam Newman and Ashton Hickey in front of him after his spill. Let's see if he's going to ride like he was and see if he can get back into second, or if he's just going to put the cue in the rack, so to speak, and take fourth, which I think I know the answer to that question.
So why did we ask it?
Yeah, Taplin needs to sort of have a bit of a think right now about what he's doing. There's really no point to pushing super hard for him. My advice, if I could whisper in his ear, would be just get what you can get, keep yourself healthy, stay upright.
Well, that's not 100% true. Didn't say if he comes second, Dave, he wins the overall for the weekend?
I think he might be in that position still in fourth, because the guys that were around him in the first moto are already behind him, as in the 21 and the 22. So that was Lachlan Neville and Ty Henderson, or was it our 121? Sorry.
Well, they're all behind him anyway.
Of Bailey Harris. So they're all behind him for the moment. And obviously Richie, as much as he's winning this moto, had a terrible result in the first one. Samuel Noonan, who's up there, didn't feature too highly in that one, and Ashton Hickey as well, also not too highly. So I feel like Taplin's got the overall in fourth.
Okay, we can see on the drone they're all in the whole shot graphics now. They're all within a corner and a little bit of each other. So we'll find out.
I feel like Taplin is going to go straight past, or at least attempt to go straight past both of these boys again in this moto, despite the fact we're about to, we're going to miss out on the last lap. So there's 2 laps to go for this one. As the second and third, fourth boys come across. Oh, he's Taplin having a little funny moment with the crowd just there. I think you're sort of saying, what the hell's going on, to maybe one of his supporters on the sideline there. He had a little hand gesture and a look over, Greg.
Okay.
Did you do sign language, Greg? Because I didn't understand that one.
I don't think that was official sign language.
You know the difference, do you?
We know rider sign language, and it's usually not very polite.
That's, not something you can say on a live broadcast.
Well, Taplin still in fourth there.
He's trying to make the move.
He's going to go the different. He's going outside in the split lane. Let's see if he can get the move done on Hickey here on the exit. Are they going to come out fairly level? Yes.
Very close.
So it's a drag race down the back of the circuit here for Taplin and Hickey. Let's see who gets it done. Taplin's got to take on all those inside ruts, but I think he's making the move here.
Got the drive.
So he's going to pop himself into third in this moto now, is Taplin. He was there earlier. Had to work his way back there after a bit of a tip over.
See if he's got an answer for Samuel Noonan, who's in front of him. Nice through those rollers. They're all, as you can see there, they're all in the same shot as they go through the risen corner. Just have to see if he's got, oh, that's a back marker.
That's a back marker he's about to make the move on. It's always hard to tell sometimes from the drone shot when you get excited about it. Like, oh, wait, no, not that guy.
He's up.
Yeah, so Taplin third, Noonan second, Lawler gone out in front here, which is probably good for him with that shoulder that's a bit aggravated.
He's already taken the last lap forward, Lawler, as he goes up towards turn 3.
So Noonan's over the finish line now. Taplin as well. There's a little bit, I'd say that's about a 2-second gap between those guys there in second and third. So is Taplin going to force it and try to close this gap, or is he going to settle in for third, take the points that he can get towards this championship and have a sensible outcome here? Let's find out here. We've got one to go, Greg.
One to go. I wonder if he knows he's on the podium, because I don't know if he realised how many riders passed him when he's a little off. If he thinks he's in fourth or he thinks he's on the podium. But he's definitely so good down into this split lane section.
Oh, he got a nice kick there just on that head-on shot that we had as it's cut off there.
And this time he's gone inside out. Last time he went outside in, he takes a different line every route. Every lap, sorry.
Well, he's just trying to figure out what's going to work this time around.
Yep.
Sometimes the bike kicks in a direction and you go, I'll take that line this time.
I'm going this way now, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we keep an eye on him from the drone. There's Lawler just lighting up the rear tyre, he was, I think, on the exit of that one. Not getting the best of drive.
No.
But he is out in front by a 24-second gap. So he's about to wrap this one up here in the MX2 C-Grade Moto 2. He's probably not going to end up on the overall podium. Maybe he will. But that first Moto score is going to really hurt that chance. But he grabs the Moto 2 win here. So we see the 225 come across there, and as a lap down, that's Hadley Gainford. We're looking for our second and third battle. Noonan still got this, but Taplin's right to the rear wheel, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything with it here in this final turn. And it's going to be the 981. He's going to grab that second position, so that's Samuel Noonan, second in this moto. Taplin on the 12 will take third, and he looks a little bit unhappy with himself as he just carves his way into the pit entrance lane, let's say.
Got a bit caught up in those ruts coming out of the last corner onto the straight.
Yeah, so not the outcome he wanted. He threw away that second position there, did Taplin, but Lawler with the win. So we'll take an opportunity to have a quick break on our coverage here from Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. That was MX2 C-Grade.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome back to round 3 here at the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club in the beautiful regional area of Dubbo. My family's joined me out here this weekend. They're over at the Taronga Western Plains Zoo, enjoying all the animals, which are actually right next door. So hopefully we don't see any rhinos or lions sneaking in their way onto the track here today. Junior girls are up on the gate. The 5-second board has dropped down. The starter official makes his way off the track. The revs come up and the gates drop down. Who's going to get the whole shot? It looks to be the 251 Honda machine of Pollard, followed by Ada Harris as the two girls drag race down the hill into turn 2. Who's going to come out on top? Ada Harris has it done, followed by Claire Pollard.
Ada with a commanding move there. Oh, she's thrown it away.
She's thrown it away.
Both feet got off the pegs on the exit of that rut. Got all out of shape. She couldn't keep it upright. And she's thrown away the moto lead she just got into after a powerful move there in that turn 2. But Claire Pollard's inherited the lead back here.
It looked like Olivia Adu got pushed off track there and had to go all the way down towards the split section before she would get back on. So I'm not sure how pleased she's going to be about that as well.
Ada Harris again. This is the Ada story. She's going to be so frustrated at herself for that mistake. Just speaking to her earlier, she was already frustrated at herself for some unforced errors. And there we go again. That one might have been a little more complicated than an unforced error, but definitely not where she wants to be. She's made things hard for herself. Now, she's got the speed to get through most of the pack and work her way to the front. But that's gone from an easy, front-running, awesome hole shot to back of the pack and having to work really hard for it.
Yeah, we can see her on the overhead shots here. I think she's already up to about 6th in this moto, trying to make the move. I think that's Layla White that she's trying to get past now for 5th on track. So Ada's already trying to make a way forward. Oh, I think Olivia Adu just having a nice swap off the end of that tabletop there, getting all sorts out of shape as she left the downside of that tabletop. But she managed to stay on top of the bike there. But Ada's just in the background of that shot, making her way past. Oh, she used that terrible inside rut, but she did make it work. She got past Mia Cameron. She's also managed to run past Olivia Adu as they come to the finish line now. So she's all the way back up to 3rd already. But the negative part of this story is that Claire Pollard's already in turn 2 in Kennard's High Corner, and Ada's only just into the start straight section. So she's got a lot of ground to make up. She's got to get past Jayla Parker first, who's currently running 2nd in this moto.
She's got to get past Jayla Parker, and she's got to, like Russ said, not make any more mistakes in this moto. She's got this, I don't know if she's got the speed to catch up to Claire Pollard, but maybe once the, Jayla Parker has the same issue, feet off the foot pegs, but didn't go down.
Yeah, she probably didn't hit it quite as hard as what Ada was trying to do on that opening lap, but she had exactly the same issue, and Ada learnt from that one. She was probably half a metre inside of that line this time around and found a bit smoother running. So yeah, look, Ada, unfortunately, she found out the hard way where not to go on the track, and now she's moved away into 2nd. So we're back to the running order that we expected, just not in the physical space on track that we thought, because normally Ada and Claire, like I said in Moto 1, usually about 5 metres apart from each other all moto long, unless there's an issue. So, and we've seen that just now. So let's see what Ada can do, if she can close this gap at all.
Yeah, well, she was 11 seconds behind Claire at the end of lap 1. So we'll see if she can close the gap over this lap, or, like you said, they're usually 5 metres apart, travelling the same pace. It might stay at 11 seconds if Ada can't close the gap to Claire at all.
We also need to keep an eye on Ada and make sure that she's not going to make any more unforced errors. This is fairly typical of her to get herself in a position like this where she's made a lot of ground back and she's going to fight for first for sure, but she needs to be taking a deep breath, getting control of the heart rate, and just starting to click off her markers and click off her laps in the chase for first position here. She's got plenty of time. She's got an open track with no back markers in front of her right now. She needs to just control the heart rate, put her laps in, and get the job done.
Well, Claire Pollard just laid down a 1:57.873, the fastest lap of the race, until Ada Harris came over with a 1:55.958. So
that's a big difference.
Pushing, yeah.
Well, she's also pushing because she just absolutely missed the down ramp on the finish line, did Ada Harris. I think she landed about 3 or 4 metres past the down ramp. So she's given it all she's got, but this is what you're saying, Russ. This tends to lead to a mistake from time to two that we've seen out of Ada. So we'll have to hopefully see if she can control that rage, as they say. So.
Yeah, she often comes out after the race with a lot of emotions as well, right? I've interviewed her plenty of times when she's been in these sorts of positions and she comes off really frustrated at herself. She's quite a hard critic on her own riding, especially when she knows that all she needed to do was back it down a notch and ride her own race. She tends to go a little over her head sometimes and make some silly mistakes that have cost her big time in the past.
Yeah, well, the fact that she's spoken to that post-race, hopefully she's thinking about that at the moment. and just trying to put some good laps time together. But we've got Claire Pollard from Ada Harris, from Jayla Parker, Olivia Hadou, Mia Cameron, Layla White, Ashton Warren, Chloe Hart, Bonnie Aldridge. Good to see Georgia Lindsay. She had a last moto. She had the crash.
She was the one on the start.
Gate,
yeah. So she's up a little bit higher this time, and actually, you know, with the pack, which is great.
Yep. And then you got Holly Impey at the back. So all our girls out there still running, which is good to see. As Claire Pollard chucks down a 1:55.4.
So she's actually outdone that fast lap from Ada, and Ada's not as quick that time through, a 1:56 for Ada. So Claire's responded there.
So they're within half a second of each other. So that's exactly what you were saying.
They're basically very similar lap times. They don't move too far. No one's got a real speed advantage most of the time.
No.
But, yeah, so where they start tends to be where they end up right next to each other the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Russ. We'll see how they go.
Oh, Ada, the bike was completely sideways, facing the wrong way as she's going down that straight towards the split lane there. I don't know how she stayed on top of that there, but that would have been an absolute scary, heart rate rising moment for Ada Harris.
Yeah, it's down on those brake bumps down at the split lane there. That really didn't look like the fastest way around the track. And I think she just needs to, exactly what Russ said before, just cool the jets for a minute. She's going to come home in a second place. I know she wants to be first, but I think after an incident on lap 1, she'll be happy to come home in second, and no more incidents like that, I think, for a heart rate, and the team's heart rate as well.
Well, yeah, spectators on the sideline probably felt that one for her. So that was a lot of sideways action in a point that you should be going completely straight. So, yeah, not ideal. As we see these overhead shots again, our drone giving us great vision here of the Dubbo circuit. You get a feeling for the complete layout here as we go around. There's Ada back into our main shot, just fighting with that rut. They have managed to make it jump out and miss the big hole that was in the exit of it, but it's still pretty nasty the whole way through. And once again, she's just missed that down ramp on the finish line tabletop by a good couple of meters. Yeah. So she's not slowing down at all in my eyes.
No, she's overjumped that by a long way, but she was also 2 seconds a lap slower, or a second and a half a lap slower than Claire due to that incident.
I was going to say, I reckon about 2 seconds of that was looking the wrong way on the straight lane. Oh, wow, that was hugely sideways. As we see Claire go down there, not get quite that bad, but definitely got some of those braking bumps, throwing the bike, her Honda just a little bit out of shape. So Claire looking the goods in this moto. She got the first moto win. She's looking good here in Moto 2. On board her BCP Factory Honda Junior MX team ride. She's got a Fox gear on there, got a nice colourway offsetting the red bike with the blue and yellow gear this weekend.
Yeah, it does offset well with that clashing, doesn't it, as she comes past. Is that Holly Impey? Yep.
I think it's Impey, yep, on the 332 Cowie. Just going a lap down there is Holly in 11th position.
Dave, where is Jayla Parker sitting as far as lap times and also in the championship, mate? She's been quite an interesting young talent that we've watched come through the first couple of rounds of this state titles championships.
So Jayla's in third. She's got a 2:05.3 last lap around, which is the, apart from Claire and Ada, the
next fastest.
Yeah, the next fastest lap as far as the championship's concerned.
Yeah, look, she got third overall at round 2, and I think that's fourth overall at round 1 in this class, but she's currently third in our championship standings, 21 points down from Ada Harris at the top of this list. So she's right up in there for this overall championship race, and this moto will help her standings in that regard. So
she's quite a steady rider, mate, and what I mean by that is, like, she doesn't seem to be lighting in a bottle and doing anything absolutely crazy, but she seems to just log her laps at a really good, steady, consistent pace. And I think in this junior girls class, that's going to be a really major advantage for her moving forward and as she progresses in her career, because the topic we've been talking about is unforced errors here in the junior girls. We've seen that out of a few of the main girls, especially our Ada Harris, right? So looking at Jyla Parker and the way that she's riding, her technique is great. She doesn't seem to ride over her head and just seems to log her laps, sort of running her own race. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, I would agree with that comment, Russ. She's got a really steady technique. Nothing looks rushed for her. We just watched her go. I was just watching out the commentary box as Ada's on the screen, but watching Jayla go into that Kennard's High corner, and she just paced herself into it, got the body in the right position, leg up nice and high for the corner, and nothing aggressive on the exit. So she's not breaking traction with the rear end and, you know, potentially risking a crash. She's just in a really good body position, controlling the motorcycle. So yeah, she's probably one of the ones that, and we say this, put the commentator's curse on, but she's probably one of the ones not making too many unforced errors. So yeah, consistency is paying off for Jayla Parker here in the 13 to 16 years girls class.
She looks like she's got, like you said, great technique, great body position coming into the corners. So as time goes on, she gets a bit more experience. If she can maintain that good body position and consistency over the next couple of years, well,
more speed will come with that, right?
Yeah, look, Dad's a great rider as well. I don't know, she spends a lot of time riding with him. She's also from my local area, which a few of these top girls actually are. So quite a few of them all train together, ride together. They're familiar with each other and all go to some pretty impressive coaches. I believe she spends a fair bit of time with Craig Anderson. I think she may have even spent some time with Mossy around at Jai's place there as well. So she's surrounded by some pretty talented riders and some pretty talented coaches. So it's no surprise that her technique is really nice. But what I'm most impressed with is just how steady she is.
Yeah, Jai Roberts, is that the surname you're looking for?
Jai Roberts, that's it.
Gotcha, mate. Got you covered.
Thanks, buddy.
We watch Claire Pollard here. She's still out front with an 11-second gap over Ada Harris, just putting in her laps here to close out this motor. She's got 2 to go at the moment, or probably a lap and a half from where she is on the track at the moment as she heads to our whole shot graphics corner. Speaking of technique, Claire is one of those ones with a solid looking technique as well. Good body position, transitions well into her corners. Yeah, elbows are nice and high. Oh, red flag on one of the jumps just in front of Claire here. Rider's bike sitting on top of the down ramp here. I'm not sure which number that is. It might be. Is that maybe it's the 474? I'm not sure. It's a KTM that's on its side there. Can't see the rider on the downside of the jump, unfortunately.
Put the medical flags out. Yeah, the riders slow down and go around.
So the Red Cross meaning the riders have to keep their wheels on the ground. But that rider's getting the attention from the medical staff, so hopefully everything's okay there as we watch Ada Harris just come through that section as well. We're hearing through our heads it's 116. It's Georgia Lindsay that's unfortunately down, so it wasn't what I thought with the 474 of Olivia to start with, but yeah, so it's Georgia Lindsay. Hopefully she can get up and moving again here shortly as we see the 67 of Chloe Hart on screen. And I think that's the 26 of Ashton Warren just in front of her.
So Claire Pollard at this point in time is out in front with about a 15-second difference over Ada Harris, Jayla Parker, and then we have Olivia Hadju in 4th. She's, I can't see the time difference because she still hasn't come over to click it over. And we have Mia Cameron in 5th. We have Layla White in 6th. We have Ashton Warren in 7th. Chloe Hart is in 8th. Bonnie Aldridge is in 9th. Holly Impey is in 10. And we're just being told that Georgia Lindsay is up and walked off the track on her own steam, so that's always good. Might have just rattled a cage a bit. And
say so, considering that she maybe took a few seconds to get up and going. So, but it sounds, the fact that she's up and walking, always a good sign. So hopefully that means there's nothing too major wrong and she just needs to take a little breather.
So the last lap board's out. As we've just seen Jayla Parker go through and take it. So Claire Pollard and Ada Harris have already been through.
And there's Ada in the back part of our circuit. She's got about half a lap to go. So probably a few turns ahead of her there in the drone shot is Claire. She's making her way past, I think that's Chloe Hart and Ashton Warren. So she's putting those girls 7th and 8th, a lap down. probably not too dissatisfied with that at this point of the day when the moto's almost done.
Yep.
So Claire, 2 turns to go here, and she's going to get a 1-1 day here at Dubbo for round 3 of our New South Wales Motocross State titles. She's going to make a move forward through in the championship, so it'll probably end up being a 3-point gap between Ada at the top and Claire in second. And there it is. There's the win for Claire Pollard. That'll be the overall for the day for her.
She punches the air too. She's pretty excited about it.
Good to see she's pumped on that
Great
race.
job. Straight off the track and straight down to Rust with Claire.
Congratulations on the win there, Claire. That was absolutely amazing. Controlled that race basically from start to finish. Walk me through how that went for you.
Everyone knows my starts have been shit. I somehow managed 3 good starts, and then Ada made a mistake. And yeah, a few weeks ago back, Ada kicked my ass here, and I went back to work so hard. And I feel like it's all paying off, and I'm really happy about it.
Congratulations, buddy. That was an awesome race. Well done.
Yeah, good work, Claire.
I've got Ada Harris down here as well. Ada, you're always great at giving us a chat after your big races. There was a big crash there. Just walk me through how that race went really quickly.
Yeah, I got a good start, but just went down first lap and just couldn't find my flow. Just rode my best and came away with second. So
that was a huge comeback, mate. You should be really, really proud of yourself. Well done. Congratulations. We're going to head over straight to the start line as we get ready for what is definitely going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, definitely going to be fireworks here. It's our MX2 A and B grade. We're going to be looking for the 22 of Reese Budd to redeem himself after leading that first moto for the pretty much 3/4 of it and then throwing it away and ending up 7th. It was Drew Kremer that ended up on the 5, getting the moto win from the 275 of Riley Burgess, and the 23 of Corey Eisel got himself onto a moto podium there. So those 3 guys will be looking to try and get themselves back to the front here for the overall and see if they can sneak Reese Budd off that overall podium. But we're going to be looking for the number 52 of Giles Campbell on the Stark Varg. Trying to get another hole shot here. He was able to sneak that one out at the first moto. The 15-second board is up, and Russ, you're down in that first corner area. Let you take it away, mate.
5-second board is down. You're gonna hear the revs come up now. Gate drop, and the boys are away. Who's gonna get it? Bud looking like he can get the job done, and he does. Drew Kremer gets a little swallowed up there by the crew. Let's see how they come out of turn 2. Reese Budd, followed by the number 52. That's your boy, Giles Campbell, on the Stark Varg. And the 2 boys sprint away and try and put a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the crew immediately.
There's a Yamaha there in 3rd position. I didn't quite pick up that number, but he's had a good start. But I think we can see Drew Kremer trying to make his way there around the outside of that Yamaha. But for the moment, it is Bud from Campbell at the front of this field. Looks like Giles got his starts worked out on that Stark Varg finally. Been calling him only now for about 3 rounds to get a couple of hole shots. He's put himself at the front of this one. Good work, mate.
I mean, if we're going to start talking fanboys, mate.
Look, I just like the Stark Vargs, right? The boys are ripping at the front here as they are on camera. Giles doing a good job trying to stay to the back wheel of Bud here, keeping the pressure on. But looks like Kremer has made his way into 3rd position. I can see Burgess there in 5th trying to get around our Yamaha rider. Still haven't picked up what number that is there. That is in 4th position. We'll have to wait until they come past the finish line. Oh, wait, there it is. It is the 355 of Justin McHugh, I believe. So, good start from Justin. He was up in the battle there.
So Drew Kremer closing in behind in 3rd place, takes a different route, different option at the end of the finish straight to the 2 guys in front of him, and see if that gets him up a bit closer behind the Stark.
So Kremer, yeah, closes in as you can see him behind the trees there from our drone shot. Reese Budd just starting to creep away already at the front of this one.
Stretching his legs a bit.
Kremer closing in on Campbell. Kremer's going to want to get in front of Campbell to try and secure the overall here for the day. But we've got plenty to go in this moto. We've got a long way in this one. So that's Bud right out to the edge of the track there, trying to find something smooth to run that Honda over.
There's not a lot of options there as far as smooth goes, Dave.
No, there's nothing left there that looks anything like smooth. So we see Kremer getting a good run into those rollers. We got McHugh, then Burgess, and then it's Bova, and I think it's Eisel there in 7th. So Eisel was our 3rd place in that first moto. He came on strong at the end of it. I just saw Kremer having a bit of an issue there. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught that down the end of our circuit. Now he's on screen, so he's dropped back. He's lost a couple of positions. This is going to hurt him for the overall if he doesn't work it out.
Justin McHugh and Riley Burgess there in front of him. Looks like he's gone around the inside-outside of Justin McHugh.
He's going to try and cut to the inside here of Burgess on the exit of this one. He's going to recover these positions by the looks of it. No, Burgess might just be able to hold him out here in that last corner. Oh, geez, he lost the rear end of that bike, didn't he, Kremer, as he found the dry spot of that exit.
Very much so. He's definitely got himself a bit of work to do, like you said, if he wants to take the overall.
Yeah, there must be something up with Kremer there, fellas. Doesn't quite look his usual spiciness, and especially with Burgess coming past him. Oh, here we go. Maybe I spoke too soon. He's trying to make a move around the outside. Can he make it stick? He's using every inch of the track to get the job done. Round the corner the boys come. Kremer falling back just off the pace a little bit. Something is definitely off with Drew there. I doubt he's gone straight to having issues with the arm pump, and maybe they stayed as an issue from the last race. But yeah, Drew not looking like the Drew we saw earlier today.
Well, Burgess just in front of him there, Kremer, but Bova is almost to the rear wheel of Kremer as well. Now, Bova was a strong rider in the earlier moto today as well, so Kremer's going to have to get his, you know what, together, as say, early in this moto, so that he can continue to try and hold on to this overall, because otherwise he's going to slip through his grasp here, and that might be partly because he can't hold onto it from the forearm pump.
Yeah, see how he goes. Messy couple of laps from him there, but let's see if he can get it together. He made a mistake. I don't know if it was because of his forearm, like say, arm pump, or if it was just a general mistake. But now he's got back. He's right up behind Riley Burgess again, and let's see if he can get him behind Riley Burgess and either look for a weakness or find a way past him as Reese Budd goes over the finish line.
Giles Campbell on the start, really hanging on the back of Reese Budd here. We mentioned this earlier when Drew Kremer was on the back of Reese Budd, and I think Giles might have been listening and has taken what he heard from us, which was that it just accelerates your learning and pulls you along if you can latch on the back of someone from Reese's level.
Absolutely, it does. As we see down the Kennards higher corner on the screen, we've got Riley Burgess and Drew Kremer going for it again, handlebar to handlebar, and John Bova's actually creeped up right in behind him. So now this is going to be a three-way battle for 3rd position on the podium, as we see down through the National Motorcycle Alliance corner.
Oh, Bova getting out of shape there on the exit of the split lane. He lost a little bit of ground there.
Yeah, Bova came in there pretty hot, looking like he wanted to make a move on Drew.
Burgess getting out of shape on the entry to that last bottom corner there as well. So this track is really starting to fight back against these riders here late in the day in our program. But I'm noticing too that McHugh and Eisel are just behind these guys here. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on track.
Yeah.
All within basically a second to 2 at absolute most. So the battle is here. If anyone makes a mistake, they're going to lose a lot of positions as Kremer tries to get to the inside, which is going to turn into the outside in our Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Can he carry the pace around the outside? I think Burgess just showed him the outside of the track. I think he did the same thing to him yesterday, that exact same corner. So Burgess is familiar with that line to point out the edge of the track for Kremer. As Bova's got probably the best line on that last left kink before the finish line. He's using the very outside edge of the track, and it actually is flowing super well for him.
Doing that last moto as well, and it's giving him a great run down the finish straight.
You're going to have to keep an eye on that, because he might make a move here while the others are trying to block the inside and not realise that he's flowing around the out.
Yeah, Bova's in a great position to make a really good move here, especially if he's been paying attention all day long, knowing that these two boys in front of him have got a bit of beef between them and don't mind banging bars. There's been allegations of brake checking and some dirty moves going on. So if Bova just sits behind them, lets those two do battle, it's going to open up a gap for him at some point and make a move around both of them.
Well, I think he made his own mistake there and run just slightly off track.
Bova, jeez, that got really close on that left-hander before the first roller. Bova went to the inside. Kremer shut the door hard, and that would have been a big crash if they had made contact there. So John should count his lucky stars that he didn't cut into the back wheel of the gas number 5 there.
Does that mean we're now going to have a bit of a 3 riders that are all going to have a bit of beef with each other coming out of the side?
I think they might all be disappointed in each other just equally. So
it has given Riley Burgess a bit of a breathing space, though. I'm not sure if Kremer made a mistake or if it's just because he was getting attention from Bova. But Riley's got a bit of gap there, a bit of breathing space to pick his own lines, use his own lines. As Drew Kremer, it's very messy coming out of that rut.
Let's watch Bova here. He's actually gone to the inside. He's gone away from his favoured line, which is probably a bad idea from my point of view, because it was working much better the lap before. But anyway, he might end up back there in a second when we come around the next time. So Bova there, and I like the colouring of Bova's hostile gear kit there. That white and purple black setup stands out nicely.
Looks to me like Drew has given up on the battle with Bova. He's pulled ahead just of him a little bit and started to focus back on Burgess, which is where his focus needs to be. It needs to be forwards and it needs to be to the back of Burgess. That's got to be where his focus is to be able to get that next position locked into place. He doesn't want to be racing backwards, doesn't want to be dealing with the guy behind him. You want to be racing forwards, focused on that next rider.
Yeah, well, I just noticed too, just at the back of that group that we've talked about, back to sort of 7th, which was Corey Eisel. Just behind him, Mason Ryan on the 299 is closing in the 8th position as well. So we're really the top 8, well, at least 3 through 8 is within its battle of itself here.
It's all starting to bunch up well. Yeah. At the front, Reese Budd's got a lead of 8.5 seconds, and then it's about 5 seconds between Jai Campbell and Riley Burgess in 2nd and 3rd. And you can see Riley Burgess just in the front of the shot there, in front of Drew Kremer.
What are the lap times looking like, boys, for our friend on the Stark Varg there, Giles Campbell? What sort of lap times is he running? Because
last time he did a 40. Sorry, he just went over and did a 44.9. Reese Budd did a 43.1. The fastest lap of the race is a 1:42.
I think Giles is going to be pretty happy with himself today. He's been sort of still learning this Stark Varg over the opening few rounds of this season and just figuring out the little nuances and differences between a gas bike and an electric bike. And I think he's finally figured out his starts again. And obviously where he's running right now in 2nd in this moto, just behind Reese Budd. He's all by himself there in 2nd, so he's got to be pretty happy with himself if he can hold on to this at the end of this moto.
It's a comfortable 2nd, and it's not through anything happening. Like
no, exactly.
He's earned it, right? Exactly right, yeah. Yeah, it's a comfortable 2nd. Like I said, he's got I think it's a 7-second gap now down to Riley Burgess in 3rd.
Bova, sorry to cut you off, Russ, but Bova's just decided to take the inside of the track markers down the back of the track there.
Beachy might have something to say about that.
That one wasn't cool. Sorry, John, but that one was not where you're supposed to be on the track, mate. As he closes right to the back of Kremer, but a little bit of an advantage gain there. And again.
Okay, I'm not sure what...
John's using some of the track that it hasn't been used yet on the weekend.
Some of the bit of track that's still got grass on it, which I don't think they're supposed to be on.
Anyway.
He's still definitely trying to put a move on Kremer. I don't know if...
Kremer doesn't have the same flow that he had in Moto 1 today. There's just something, and he's just actually run wide into that corner, and Bova's taken advantage of the open door and gone straight through there. So Kremer not feeling it here in Moto 2, which is a shame because he's potentially going to lose out on what could have been the MX2 A and B grade overall for the day for him after getting that first Moto win. At the moment, it looks like it might end up going to the 275 of Riley Burgess. So we'll have to see how this plays out here. We've still got 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go in this moto.
We've only got 3 seconds between Riley Burgess and John Bova, so interesting to see if he can close up that gap for third place. Now he's dealt with Drew Kremer.
Yeah, it's definitely not even 3 seconds. It's much closer than that as Burgess comes past me here, followed by Bova and Drew. Little off-track exercise there as well, but you're right. Drew Kremer does not look like the same Drew we saw earlier today. Not riding with that same sort of flow and intensity as we're used to from Mr. Kremer.
He's going backwards as we speak because he's actually got some company from Corey Eisel, and I think that might be Mason Ryan, is it? Or is it Justin McHugh there? That Eisel might be the man moving forward because he's got past McHugh and he's about to dive to the inside of Kremer in the whole shot graphic sperm, and he does. Oh no, he's gone down, Eisel.
He's gone down.
He's dropped it as he was trying to make the move.
He's back up and running, but he definitely tucked the front, I think, and went down there, which is a shame for him because he'd definitely gone forward.
So Kremer survives for the moment, but I think Eisel's going to work his way back forward. He's been really good today in the later sections of our motos, and he was doing it again. Had it not been for that little tip there, I bet you he just pushed the front too much, asked too much of that front tyre, and unfortunately just laid it over in that corner. So let's see if he can remount another charge here, because he was looking good there. From 7th, he'd moved up into 6th and was looking to go to 5th. But Kremer definitely dropping back from Bova, who only just took him half a lap or so ago, as they make their way onto the start straight area of our racetrack. Oh, there's McHugh. Eisel just in the back there as well.
Drew under some more pressure.
Had both feet off the foot pegs going up the start straight into turn 1 there, and Justin McHugh, is it?
Yep, Justin McHugh's just made the move in the 4th place there. 5th place, sorry. So McHugh through, and I think Eisel's just made the move on Kremer as well. So Kremer's definitely not the same Kremer we saw in Moto 1 this morning. Something's amiss there, and we might have to try and catch up with him later in the day.
And it looks like
find out what's happening.
It's only a matter of time before is it Rory Jones?
No, I think it might be Mason Ryan there, is it? Or at least it was before, because he'd made his way to the back of Eisel earlier on. Ryan Jones. Ryan Jones is about to make a move on Drew Kremer as well, so that's going to put Drew right down the running order for the overall situation. It's going to be like a 1-7 or a 1-8 by the end of this one that he's going to get wrapped up, which will actually be probably mirroring Reece Budd's 7-1.
7-1,
in the works.
As Reece just goes through and
puts another lap down. Reece just steadily doing 143s to everybody else's 146s and 147s. So Reece just in another time zone at the moment here at the New South Wales State Titles.
Just consistent and doing what he needs to do. Campbell did a 146.4. Riley Burgess.
Look out. The battle for 3rd is actually starting to tighten up. Bova is right to the rear wheel and making a dive on Burgess right as we speak there on screen.
Down into Kennard's high.
Burgess is not having it.
Not at all.
He's come back to dive down the front. The boys are sharing the same piece of real estate. Burgess has the inside line. Can he make it? Can he block him out? Side by side down the straight. Burgess gets the drive into the split lane section. Bova dives to the inside. Burgess bouncing around all over the place. Who's going to come out on top?
Bova gets the drive.
Yeah, Bova went right round the outside on the exit of the split lane to take that 3rd position away from Burgess. That might hurt Burgess in this overall standings here. I'm not sure how the points are right now, but Burgess was in the driver's seat for the MX2 overall, currently sitting there with a 2-3, but now it's a 2-4. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Bova, oh, they almost come together as Bova cuts back across that rut. Burgess wasn't expecting him to take that line, I don't think, and they almost T-boned each other accidentally there.
As our lead across the line to tick off another lap, Reese Budd.
So Bova showing some good pace here later in this moto. We've got about 2 laps to go here.
He's got the job done. It's just a matter of, and he seems to be putting a little bit of space between himself and Riley Burgess. So
just needs to make sure that Burgess doesn't come back through, because that will be, I'm sure Burgess is going to get a pit board here telling him that he needs a position or so to make sure that he holds on to an overall. Let's see what the board comes out. They've got one up there for him. Not sure what it said there, but hopefully they're telling him, keep moving forward, son.
Keep moving forward. I don't think John Bova's going to give him the choice.
Oh, they come close together there. Bova cut back towards the inside. Riley Burgess was already there as they went into the Kennard Tyre corner. Noticing the breather line there on the fuel cap for John Bova just flapping around in the breeze. It's not tucked in anywhere in particular at the moment. We see Corey Eisel and Justin McHugh in the background having a battle there of their own for, that'll be 5th and 6th. So Corey Eisel's got back to McHugh. Oh, look at that battle. Look at the turn there. Eisel carved it up because McHugh wanted to take him high. He's cut down earlier, has Eisel done a great move and taken the position back. He had gotten to this spot before this little tip over in this exact corner about 2 or 3 laps ago. So let's hope he can get through here safely this time, as he does. So he's moved himself in the 5th as Corey Eisel. This is going to be a good day for Corey because he got 3rd in the opening moto, a 5th here. He might find his way onto this overall podium here.
Reese Budd takes the last lap board and starts the last lap of the race.
Bit of a foot-off moment both for Eisel and McHugh as they exited the Risen Unlimited corner there. That rut just catching both of them out on the exit. But Eisel looks like he's solidified that 5th position now. So like I said, a 3-5 scores that Corey Eisel's looking at here on his 23 machine on the Honda.
Campbell and the Stark just got to deal with a rider that he's putting 1 lap down and does it cleanly as he goes through turn 1 and down towards Kennard Tyre corner.
We're keeping an eye on Burgess there in 4th. It's going to be 2-4 at the moment for the moto scores. I think Bova was just off this podium. I think he was a 4-2, so he might sneak in here with the overall with a better second moto here.
It looks like the Dubbo Council corner, the wider line that Bova's taken seems to be suiting him better. So maybe that inside line's chopped up a bit. A few more riders taking the outside line.
As we're going to watch our man at the front of the field here, the 22 machine, the Moto Coach Elite Honda, Reese Budd, doing what he probably should have done in Moto 1, taking a massive win, but if not for a little tip over. But he's redeeming himself here in Moto 2 for this MX2 A and B grade class. He's going to get another moto win, so he's going to go 5 from 6 of the motos through this season for this class. He's going to hold on to that championship lead, does Reese Budd. So congratulations to Reese for that moto win there. We're going to look for the number 52 machine. It's the Stark Varg. Giles Campbell going to come through here. Got to find him here in second. He's just dropped back a little bit further from Reese in these last few laps. He's probably just going cautiously to make sure he didn't make any mistakes and secure the second place. I think he's happy with himself. I saw him look up just then. Yeah, he's giving a fist pump.
Yep.
Yes, he's happy with himself. I think he's starting to find a sweet spot with the Stark Varg. He's getting comfy. So watch out for him in the future races. The 284s has come over. That's John Bova. Burgess through in 4th. And it's going to be Corey Eisel through in 5th. So I think we're going to see maybe Bova, Burgess, Eisel podium, but we'll have to check the results when they tally up the totals there for this one. So that's our MX2 A and B grade race complete here. Budd from Campbell from Bova. That's your top 3. We'll take a quick break here on our coverage from day 2 of our state titles here for New South Wales Motocross. We'll be back with more coverage of our final motos of the day.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council. Whole Shot Graphics. Kennard's Hire. Risen Unlimited. National Motorcycle Alliance. Skywalker Studios. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Black Dog Institute.
And welcome back to Dubbo. We're about to see the MX1 C grade race kick off here at the New South Wales Motocross State Champions round number 3. And that looks like Richie Lawler on bike 27 getting down to take the whole shot, which he has, into Kennard's Hire turn 2.
I think that's the 981 of Sam Noonan in the background there in second position.
Yep, and is it Ashton Hickey? Fourth?
No, I think it might be the 808 of Lee Harriman.
It is, with the red
championship
plate.
leader. Yeah, the red plate stood out to me there, so he's grabbed a good start. He's in third.
There's a gaggle of riders, if you could call it that. The pack go down into the split lane there from our still camera.
Spotted our headlight man, Josh Hill, there on the 764 coming into the split lane.
Shout out to Josh. Richie Lawler over the rollers. Already looks comfortable.
Looks all right, but Sam's giving him a lot of company here early in this moto. He's trying to work up. I bet Sam's been getting the updates that Richie's under the weather with a sore shoulder, so making the push to forward to put the pressure on.
Yep, maybe. At least keep him
is that a rider down? It is a rider down in our whole shot graphics berm. It's the 45 machine of Andrew Beale. Just struggling to get up there.
Straight back up and on his bike, which is good, but it's a shame that he went down. He's on the move again, Andrew Beale, he said.
Yeah, Andrew Beale. HMH Plumbing, Big Reds Mechanical supporting that Yamaha mounted rider there. Unfortunately, just getting himself off the ground instead of maybe where he wants to be, a bit further forward. As we see Lawler, bright orange gear.
That outside line, which Lee Harriman
just took.
It's such a good line.
It looks much smoother, doesn't it? You can carry more speed too at a safer, with a safer potential outcome, right? As they head down to the Kennard's Hire corner. Not too much in this one at the front between Lawler and Noonan, and Harriman not too much further back either. So the top 3 all right there in this moto early for MX1 C grade. We see that state ground cam there getting us an extra angle of that corner, which was awesome through the Dubbo Regional Council spot.
Is that Kobe Wise up behind Lee Harriman? I think you'll find it is.
Yeah, it looks like it is there in 4th position, so a bit of company for Lee.
Yeah, reasonably close together. There's Richie in his fluoro orange gear. Out the front, once again, Sam Noonan, like you said, keeping him company. He's got a 2.5 seconds, but he's just got to be there. He's just got to be there beyond him, keep the pressure on him.
Oh, I think our headlight man's decided to do some hard enduro on the side of one of the tabletops.
Oh, there was another bike down.
Yeah, there's been 3 bikes there all of a sudden. There was the Yamaha that stalled, there was a KTM that went off a little bit, and then our headlight friend went off the side as well. So,
yeah, Josh Hill having a, like I said, a bit of a hard enduro effort there. He wanted to put the dual sport to work.
Surely there's extra points for that, right?
You would hope so.
Surely.
Can we talk to Beachy about that one?
Beachy might be very interested to talk about that one.
For a few different reasons, right?
I see him leaning over a fence down there, looking in that general direction. So we'll see if a board comes out of Beachy. But Richie Lawler coming around right now with exactly what he's used to. Another huge gap. I shouldn't say huge, a decent gap down to our 2nd place rider here, Noonan, as he leads him into turn 2 on the front side of our track here.
Yeah, Noonan's trying to keep him company and put some pressure under him, but Richie's just gone quickest with a 1:48.432, so he's definitely showing him the way. And I see you've given up on the beachy competition, mate. You're not going to win the steps sitting down.
Mate, I've had to take a little bit of pressure off the feet, mate. I need to take just a moment to get off my feet. It's been a long day. I don't know where I'm at. Let me just double check for everyone that cares. 7.8 kilometres, mate. So got a couple of hours left.
You've earned to sit down, mate. You've earned it, that's for sure.
Just one for the day.
Yeah, that's right. I'll see no more sitting after this.
Mate, speaking of which, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this part of the track. There's a brand new hole that is opening up at this late part of the day. There's a slick, very slick landing portion of the backside of the tabletop here that all the riders are locking up and sliding sideways. And then about 3 or 4 metres along, a new fresh hole is opening right up there. So this track is not done with its deterioration over the day. It is still breaking down, still changing for these riders. And it is one of the biggest factors here this weekend has been the track itself.
Yeah, we can see from the fantastic drone shots we've got from Skywalker Studios how the track is breaking down in different places, and you can see it changing out each moto basically. It's changing race to race. So as Richie Lawler just does a huge whip as he goes over the tabletop.
He didn't bother with the down ramp at that tabletop either.
No, it was.
Yeah, that gap between first and second's definitely opened up.
Yeah, Richie's definitely pulled the pin. I'm not sure if Noonan has backed off or if he just can't keep the pace up. Yeah, the 49 for Richie and a 151 for Samuel Noonan, sorry. We'll just wait for the screen to go around again. We can definitely see the deterioration of the track you're talking about, Russ, every time we get these fantastic drone shots up. But at the moment, you've got Richie Lawler from Samuel Newman, Kobe Wise in third, Ashton Hickey in fourth, and Lee Harriman very closely hassled by Brock Lindsay. So,
do we know the age gap difference between Harriman and Lawler?
I think we had this discussion at Lakes, and I asked Lee on the podium, and I'm pretty sure he was mid-40s if I remember correctly. And some of these kids out here in this C grade are like 17, 18. So Lee is doing a fantastic job. One, to be leading this championship, but two, to be in the battle of each of these motos with these kids late and doing double duty across the vets classes as well. So yeah, props to Lee Harriman.
He's an absolute specimen, isn't he, mate? He's at every race, he's at every event. He enters all kinds of different classes. I think he must rack up some serious hours on his bikes, because wherever I go, Lee's there racing.
Yeah, it's a love for the sport, right?
Yeah, good on him. Good on him.
Now, I'm not sure if this is a fair comparison or not. We're talking about the track yesterday and how the times deteriorated over the day. Now, obviously, Richie having a bit of a sore shoulder here from the morning to the afternoon. From this qualifying for Richie, he did a 1:44.1 in qualifying. In Moto 1, his best lap was a 1:46.4, so about 2.5 seconds slower in from Moto 1 to qualifying. But Moto 2 so far, he's a 1:48.3, so he's lost nearly 4.5 seconds from his qualifying this morning, and 2.5 seconds or thereabouts slower from Moto 1. Like I said, not sure it's a fair comparison given the shoulder situation for Richie, but it is demonstrating potentially a track deterioration and it just slowing down across the day here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Russ has said in all his track reports and track, every time he sees the pits of the track, how it's breaking up. Like I said, we can see it from the drone camera. So it's definitely, if it's the, his shoulder must be, obviously he's in pain with his shoulder, but he's definitely holding up all right.
He's recovered well, hasn't he? Obviously that motor that had happened and he didn't quite get a great finish in that one, but since then, in his other two motos, he's been right in there, giving it all. I think he got one moto win, and he's looking like good in another one here. So yeah, pretty good effort from Richie Lawler.
Yeah, absolutely. In this C grade MX1, the second moto, we've got 6 is Brock Lindsay, then Adam Beck. Jackson, I can't see the end of his name.
Where is Jackson on our list here? We can make sure we pull out his actual full name. Jackson Vojnovic, I think, and I apologise for butchering that if I have.
Okay, and then you've got
Maverick Welsh Ross. Oh, we've just got to write it down on screen. It's the 159 of Matthew Wilson on a Pure Fuel Hoodlin is his sponsor. But
Wilson was in 27th.
Yeah, so
still going to be in 27th.
Mr. Wilson not having a great moto there with a dirt sample.
No.
As we see Richie just putting one of our riders a lap down. He's coming up on the 23 machine there. That'll be Cooper Reed, JB Metro KTM. As we see the 45. There's Josh Hill on the headlight. Yep. He's back on track. No more hard enduro for Josh, at least for the time being.
For the time being.
Richie just trying to navigate a path through those braking bumps and ruts to get a run at these rollers here. Still managing to get the rollers just fine. Gave that inside marker a little touch up as he went over.
Yeah, a little tap on his way past. But he still looks comfortable, confident. It was his left shoulder, wasn't it?
Yeah, left shoulder.
So he's still...
Haven't seen him do the wave of it yet to try and just settle it down, but obviously it's probably still irritating him, but not to the level that it was shortly after it happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did notice him doing that on the last lap past me here, fellas.
Right, thank you.
The
arm
arm was off,
side.
shaking it out. Again, doesn't seem to be holding him back, does it? But yeah, he definitely had it off the bars and given it a shake as he went past.
Did he give you any insight into what actually hurt when he came down? Did he say, like, did he actually dislocate it and he's put it back in, or did he just bash it into the ground?
He didn't really give me too much of an indication, mate. He basically just said it was his shoulder and then kind of went quiet on it. So I don't know if he was playing coy and trying to make sure his competition didn't know too much information, or whether he's just 16 and that's as deep as thought as it goes for that kind of a situation. Sore shoulder, keep going.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Look, Richie's podium interviews, when we do them, aren't always the longest. So maybe it's just that's all the information he's going to give us.
That's all you were going to get.
But he still looks pretty good here. Still throwing the bike sideways off that tabletop.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not holding him back on a whip or two, that's for sure. So you see the 144 on the Kawasaki go through. That's Lachlan Day, A2B Trailer Services Pro Haul Kawasaki. Richie having a look over just to check where second position might be.
Yeah,
pretty sure he's got plenty of room.
I was going to say, he's got a fair bit of space behind you, Rich. He's got a 9-second lead, 9.9, so basically 10-second lead over Samuel Noonan, who is, it's just changed now. The timing screen. So there's the 981. That's Samuel Noonan in second place. Trying to get some rhythm over the rollers, over the mid-rollers section. Down through Risen Corner. So they're he's trying to keep it, the momentum, trying to find a part of the track that's not too busted up as he's on the brakes into that corner there. You can see the back wheel bouncing around a bit in those brake bumps.
Now, I want to make a point. While we're on these drone shots, and we just cut away from them, but as we're on those drone shots and we're watching over the top of them, here we go, you can still see how dark some of the dirt is. So I want to congratulate the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club for the efforts in prepping this track, because they've obviously got plenty of water into this over a long period of time, not just what they did the night before or this morning of the track. So obviously there's been a lot of effort go in from the club. The venue has been, the track and the racing has been fantastic, and that's partly to do with the fact that the track prep that they've done. So well done to the volunteers and the members there.
They've done a fantastic job. You can see from those drone shots how dry the area is around
it. That's what I mean. They must have been putting water into this for more than just the day. They've obviously done this over the week or so leading up to it.
Yeah.
And it's stayed in it. Obviously the conditions has helped. The wind hasn't taken too much of it away. And look, there's no muds as such either. So it's not like they soaked it in one way. No. So, yeah, congratulations, guys and girls. You've done a fantastic job on that aspect.
Especially even from yesterday to today. So the track yesterday afternoon was quite broken up. when he did the podium interviews with some of the younger riders, they were saying about their foot pegs and wheels, little wheels in the ruts, it was getting a bit too much. And even when we spoke to Drew Kremer in the box yesterday, he was talking about the track was breaking up, and that was sort of the middle of the day. So then to go overnight and turn this track around to what it is today.
Yeah, no, awesome job, right?
Yeah.
I've noticed as I've been cruising around, fellas, that there's quite a lot of sprinkler systems that have been installed in and around the track here. There's a few mobile ones that can be moved around, but there's actually sprinkler heads sticking up out of the ground all around the track. So I think part of what you guys are talking about is the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club having a really good system here, where it's not just hoses that you generally point in a direction and try and hope for the best, but a strategic sprinkler system that is set up so it can put, you know, smaller amounts of water over a longer period of time into this track and really have it soak down deep. And you're right, looking around the area, it's pretty dry out here.
Yeah, and just as you were standing in front of that sign, that was perfect, Russ. There's obviously Dubbo City Council have been, Dubbo Regional Council have been in support of the club and obviously helping them with the finances and the organisation so they can set up and put the event on like this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool when the local councils get involved in any of the local sports around the place. I know that Lake Macquarie Council is involved in the club there at Lakes and the other clubs around the area too. So very, very cool to have that level of support. And I'm guessing out here in the country regional areas too, it would be absolutely critical to be able to run these sorts of events and have these kind of facilities, because I don't know about you boys, but like the bathroom facilities here are great, the canteen facilities here are great, the parking's awesome, and then obviously just even how they've got the whole track laid out, the concrete start grids, the automatic gates. There's a lot of things going on here that take a lot of money and a lot of time to get going. So without that support, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, some of those things you mentioned, but too, Russ, are things that they've increased since last year when we were here as well. Like, I noticed a difference in the bathroom facilities. They were sort of 3/4 done last year, and when I went in there this weekend, they've stepped up another notch. So they've obviously still adding to this. So it's not like they did it once and then left it. They're having some pride in their facility and continuing to improve it further and further. So yeah, well done, Dubbo Dirt Bike Club.
As Richie Lawler comes around to take the last lap board, he's got himself a fairly decent lead over Samuel Noonan, who's done a great job. Ashton Hickey's in third and Kobe Wise in fourth, with Lee Harriman in fifth. And is Lee the red plate holder for this class?
He is the red plate. He's the championship leader, and he's potentially the oldest man in the field as well, which is...
And is he going to maintain his lead in that championship after this
I would
weekend?
say he definitely is going to maintain his lead in this championship, because he had 22 points coming into it over Lincoln Gwinney, and Lincoln hasn't featured too well in this one this weekend. Maverick Wells Ross is the third one. Maclay Brownlee was fourth. Ryan Johnson was fifth. Richie Law was down in seventh on this list. So even with Richie potentially, grabbing a couple of moto wins here,
Lincoln's
not really going to jump too far up the list towards Lee. So Lee's going to have still probably a fairly healthy championship lead.
Okay, as he goes over the finish line there in front of us, take the last lap board. Just starting to get a little bit dusty out on the track there, but at this point in the day, I don't think watering it is the option, as the wind, we've just noticed, has picked up and a bit of cloud cover starting to blow over. Richie through the rollers, puts another rider a lap down through the whole shot graphics corner, and starts making his way back towards the finish line to take the checkered flag of this second moto for the MX1 C grade riders. Is that Richie done for the day, or does he have another class?
I think that might be Richie done for this weekend, finally.
Checkered flag, and he can go and ice that shoulder and rest up. I'm sure he'd be quite happy about that. But he's got a couple of reasonable positions in the last couple of motos.
So Samuel Noonan's come through there for second already. We're looking for the 4:08 to come through.
There he goes, of Ashton Hickey.
So that'll be third in the moto.
Yep.
So And that'll be Richie with the overall in this class, and Samuel will get second. I'm not certain on who will be third in this one.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm pretty certain with that fifth there in that motor, that'll be enough points for Lee Harriman to hang on to the championship lead. You have to check out the Motorcycling New South Wales social sites for the updates and the points during the week following the event.
We're looking for 220 Kobe Wise to come through into fourth. There he is. And with that said, we'll take a break and come back with the next moto.
Dirt Bike Club, we've come out west to this amazing facility. Round 1 was in Canberra, round 2 was at Lakes, and 3 we're here in the beautiful Dubbo area. We've got one of these classes that has been an absolute stellar to watch all weekend. Let's see if Blake Bohannon or Rossiter can get the start. That looks like our boy Blake Bohannon. He gets pipped on the corner by Killick. The 1-1-3 of Killick sneaks up the inside. Let's see what happens after turn 2 and up over the tabletop. Rossiter comes around to make the outside, but Killick has got the whole shot and he's out in front. Rossiter's going to make short work of him, I think, as they come down into the split lane section. Bohannon hovering around in third place there, stalking those boys. Rossiter makes the move, takes the lead and controls the pack as they run down into the back section of our track here at Dubbo today.
And they run down the back sections over those bumpy braking areas into the first set of rollers. And it is, like you say, Rossiter with the lead. Your boy Blake Bohannon is in third as they take on those tabletops.
No, he's not.
He's in the second.
In second. Here we go, baby.
You can see Bohannon move from the next state, Russ Ken.
I thought you said you were tired, Russ. I feel like there's some energy level just picking up.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Bohannon's on the track. I'm full of energy. Let's go. Let's go.
The battle we probably want to see now from this one, because Rossiter got that win in the first moto, but he had a bit of a gap from a bad start from Bohannon. They don't have that this time around. They're 1 and 2 on track at the beginning of this moto. So let's see what happens with Bohannon right on his rear wheel. Who's going to get the win here? Who's going to take the overall, Bohannon or Rossiter?
We wanted to see these boys go head-to-head in a clean race, and they are starting to make a break away from this pack. Rossiter got a nice little gap on him. Bohannon coming up behind. Yamaha on Yamaha for these two lads.
Down into the
huge kick! Huge kick for Bohannon. He nearly goes down. How on earth did he save that? He's over the hill from me, and I saw underneath his motorcycle.
Yeah, we saw that too.
We could have done a quick oil change there for him. That was unbelievable. As a rider goes down right in front of us. That was a nasty stack. Who have we got? I can't quite see his number. He seems to be okay, but that was a huge crash. That is the track breaking down. It's the 458.
As we watch the riders come down to the first split lane section, you can see the braking bumps on the screen coming down there. So we've got number 18, Kai Freezer. Number 23.
Russ, I think that one down in front of you, mate, was Chase Sherlock. So the 458's going to have to make a bit of a push forward here after that little crash. Hopefully A-OK.
Rossiter in the risen corner still holds a little bit of a gap on Bohannon as they go through the second rollers. in the whole shot graphics corner and up over the tabletop.
Well, let's recall the interview too post-race, the first moto from Rossiter with Russ, and Rossiter pointing out that he was sick of getting second to Bohannon. So he's obviously motivated here at Dubbo this weekend to get one back on the young phenom. And he's doing a good job here again in Moto 2, so obviously the motivation is still high. He's still pushing super hard. And Rossiter putting down the fastest lap as he went over just then of a 145.6 to Bohannon's 146.7. The gap now 3 seconds from Rossiter to Bohannon. So Rossiter, if anything, is actually getting away from Bohannon here early in this moto.
What a great couple of laps, opening couple of laps from Rossiter. There is a bike in the middle of the track. I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's trying to get somewhere safely to get back out.
I think that might have been our 458 Chase Sherlock that's making his way off the track there.
Yeah, that's Chase. He's in a bad way, fellas. He's definitely hurting. I think fundamentally he's okay, but I think he's going to sit this one out. It took him a long time to get up. He was pretty tangled up with the bike, and there was a huge hit. It was caused by the slick downside of this tabletop here. It's difficult to show you guys, but it's a very slick, slippery downside, which we're accustomed to. But at the bottom of the slick, there is a huge braking bump, which upsets the bike and then puts you into another hole directly after it. So if you don't come down there completely in order and clean, it's going to be lights out. And that's what our friend Chase just discovered there. So glad to see him up and moving just fine. But yeah, that's going to be it for the number 458.
We've also got rider 286, Xavier Scott, that's pulled off the track. I'm not sure if he's having a mechanical or something, but he was doing some motorcycle rider hand language. So I'm not sure.
Some gestures.
Some gestures, as we'll call it, yes.
But Rossiter out front still. Look at him go.
Yeah.
Got the jersey flapping.
Yeah.
Bohannon taking a little bit wider line there in that last corner.
And the gap's still 3 seconds with Bohannon.
Oh, yeah. Bohannon, they both went into the 144s, but Bohannon just a bit better that time, a 144.4 to Rossiter's 144.6. So there's nothing in it between these two today in these 125cc 13 to 15 years motos, but Rossiter with the better starts in both of these motos, having the better running at the front so far.
Yeah, he's definitely got the jump up through into Kennard's high corner, hasn't he? We'll see if he can maintain. Still.
Oh, Bohannon with a big step out into that corner there as he headed into the split section. That YZ125 absolutely showed me the wrong side panel on the way into that corner. I think Blake's small stature is actually playing against him here. He's not got nothing to hold the bike down to, and it kicks like this, and it's just bouncing around a bit much for him at the moment, and that might be hurting his forward momentum here. He's still obviously going super fast.
Definitely going super fast.
But there's potential for a bit more if he was able to hold the bike down just a tiny bit better in some of this rough terrain that we've got here late in the motos here on day 2 of our championship.
So there's definitely a few sections where Blake is the passenger on that bike, isn't there? You can just see the size of the bike versus the size of him versus the size of the bumps and holes that we've got here at the Dubbo track. And I think you're right, is that the weight or lack thereof is definitely playing against him, especially as his track goes on, breaks down further, the bumps get bigger. And if he's pushing to keep up with Rossiter, yeah, that can definitely play a factor into him getting kicked around a little bit.
If you look at the size difference between Bohannon and Rossiter, I'd say they're probably, Bohannon's probably half the size of Rossiter in terms of like the height and the weight and just the build.
There'd have to be 10, 15, 20 kilos in it, mate.
Yeah, I would say there's 20 kilos in that difference. Like Blake, there's nothing to Blake. Yep. And that's not a shot at saying that Raphael's big or anything in terms of weight. It's just that there's nothing to Blake Bohannon. I'd say Raphael's absolutely perfectly appropriately sized for his physical stature for his age. Just, yeah, Blake is tiny.
So
yeah, you can definitely see it when you are standing next to these boys. When I'm doing the interviews, you can see how the bikes sit underneath them. You can see how they look on the bike when they're coming past you. And yeah, there's a huge difference between those two. And we know that that plays into the factor of controlling these motorcycles. We see it with some of the girls as well. Smaller stature, lighter body weight, big rough track. It definitely plays a role.
Yeah, we can see it ourselves as they go over the finish line, tabletop, right outside the window in front of us, the difference in size. So he'll hopefully Blake will grow into it a little bit, and a bit more weight will give him a bit more of a, like you say, pushing the tyres down to the ground. But at the moment it's Raphael Rossiter from Blake Bohannon. Then we've got Liam Millard, Rusty Killick and Noah Thomas as your top 5. So all doing a stellar job there.
You mentioned it earlier, Dave, but I really love Rossiter's motivation here at Dubbo, that he's just sick of coming second to Blake Bohannon. And I think that level of motivation is paying off for him today. That him digging deep, gritting his teeth, and just wanted to absolutely send it. Sick of being the bridesmaid's never the bride, right? So the number 8 has got that YZ screwed to the stops, and he's not going to let up at all, even with Blake Bohannon on his tail.
Yeah, definitely. He's opened up a 5.7 gap over Blake now, so definitely Raphael Rossiter opened up, like you said, got the bike with the stops and trying to get away from Blake, and it's, like you say, good motivation to want to stop being beaten.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm just going to point something out here. I think from some of these shots from behind of Raphael, I feel like he might need to have a little bit of a pants check when he gets back, because they seem to be getting a little bit low in some of the corners. As he goes in, you can see a lot of his undies going around the corners here at Dubbo. So the pants are just maybe getting a little bit down in the waistline area.
You're saying he's got a future as a plumber?
Well, potentially.
Look, it's actually a funny comparison between those two riders, right? Blake tends to be very buttoned up.
Yes.
Style of rider. He's very upright. He keeps the bike tidy, tends to keep it in a straight line. I don't think I've ever seen his jersey untucked at all. He's got the neck brace on. Everything's clean and tidy. Rossiter seems to be a little bit the other way, a little looser, doesn't mind the bike stepping out sideways. The jersey's often flapping around. He's sweating, he's pushing hard, and it just shows two different styles of two different riders.
The yin and yang of motocross, right? At the front of the 13 to 15 years 125 class today here at Dubbo. As we see Bohannon just taking that last left-hand kink there before the finish line. Greg saw something uncomfortable out the window by the sound of it.
Yeah, Blake Bohannon, does he get that first tabletop coming onto the finish straight? Was front wheel was bouncing left and right everywhere.
Rider 287 just had a little dirt sample here in front of me as well. Just found one of the slick patches, nothing major, but a bit of a slide out there. Cost him a few positions as Rossiter comes around, rails that berm, gets past the lap rider that Bohannon now has to deal with as he heads into the straight down towards the split section. Lap rider goes the inside as well. Unlucky for Blake. He does get past him though, but he was probably hoping that lap rider would go to the outside first.
Yeah, I think that's just cost him a bit of ground there for Bohannon. The gap seems to be a little bit larger as they just come into shot now down to the back section of the circuit. So Rossiter maybe just sneaking a little bit further away there with the help of that lap rider.
Yeah, it's probably going to work in his advantage as I'm sure they'll get the last lap board next time Raphael Rossiter comes around. Watch some of the footage of Blake Bohannon over the rollers, and
yeah, the bike's just jumping around a bit, isn't it? And like I said, I think it's purely just down to Blake's size here in this particular moto. Just not enough to hold the bike down to the track.
Yep.
And that's something we all go through as you grow and step up bike sizes. He's just found a track where it's just not going to work for him today. Well, he's still doing damn well. He's running second, right?
Yeah,
but it's just not as well and as good as it has been on some of the other tracks so far this season. Obviously, he had a 4-moto winning streak going in this class as we came into Dubbo, but he's had 2 second places by the looks of it going to be by the time they come around here, because thanks to Rossiter's outstanding day in Dubbo.
Now, look, Rossiter might be getting held up here by quite a few lap riders. Bohannon's got a bit of a clear track to make up some ground here. So Matafiglio, cuts Rossiter off completely. So Bohannon, if he gets past Wise and Millgate quickly and easily, he might make up a bit of time here. Rossiter getting a little bit blocked in there.
He's got, Rossiter's got through him in the switch lane there by the looks of it. Now Rust, and he's got clear track in front of him. And now the opposite is happening. Now Blake Bohannon has all these riders in front of him that he's got to get through.
Hopefully he gets the advantage of those riders now realising that the lead riders are coming through. Sometimes they won't pick up on that when it's their first time being lapped. They just think it's another rider. But once the lead rider comes through, we're hoping that they sort of understand where they are and give a bit of space. So that could be a bit of an advantage to Bohannon. We'll see how he goes making his way through that pack.
Definitely Team Bohannon, isn't he?
Oh, Fanboy just came out there. I could hear that with the voice.
Fanboy all the way.
I don't know why you two are hating.
I'm not hating.
We're just pointing out your alliances.
What are you talking about? I'm a commentator. I've got no alliances. I don't know what you're talking about. I just have all of his merch.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Bohannon just making his way past those lap riders we're talking about. So he's clear of them now, and there's fresh air between him and Rafael Rossiter. But the checkered flag is out. Rossiter takes the win. It's a 1-1 day for the number 8 machine. Bohannon over in second. That's 2-2 on the day. We'll have to look where our third place rider is, because the front two dropped that position quite significantly here in this moto. We're looking for the 26 machine of Liam Millard to come through and take that third place, but he is quite a ways down. We wait for him to come through our finish area here at the Dubbo Raceway. Here comes Liam Millard grabbing the third place in this moto. So it'll be Rafael Rossiter from Bohannon, and then from Millard. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll come back with our final moto of the day, which will be our MX1 A and B grade.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council. Whole Shot Graphics. Kennard's Hire. Risen Unlimited. National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, it's the final moto of our day here on day 2 of round 3 of New South Wales Motocross State Title action. Dubbo Dirt Bike Facility, MX1 A and B. We're going to finish on a high note here. We're looking for the 22 of Reese Budd, the 28 of Cooper Holleroyd, the 284 of John Bova, the 202 of Connor Rossendich. Can he make up for that first moto incident that him and Bova had that put him down the order? So we're going to have to see how this race plays out. It's the 15-second board is just waiting to come up. We're going to look to Russ down on the track, mate. Where are you this time? You in the first corner still?
Up here on the first corner, mate. Got an awesome vantage point of the gate drop as the 5-second board goes up. The revs are going to come up now from the boys. I'm really keen to see who gets the whole shot here. Gate drop, and away we go. It looks like Reese Budd straight to the front of the pack and nails the whole shot. Rosendich gets absolutely buried in the pack. Shocking start from him. But Budd comes around first corner in the lead, with the 284 in from Bova right behind him. And we were just saying off air how impressed we were with Bova's riding this weekend. I feel like he's gotten better and better as the weekend has gone on, or the day's gone on. Right now he is locked onto the back of Reese Budd, and the two of them are going to look to try and check out as they head into the back section of our track.
Yeah, you mentioned that start there from the 202 of Rossendich. I think most of that was the fact that Reese Budd got the jump and moved straight over on the 202 out of the gate there. So I don't think Rossendich could do anything up that start straight because he had basically the whole thing shut off on him. But Budd with a great start. Bova also right there. And I think Cooper Holleroyd on the 28 has moved into third in this moto here early.
Reese Budd definitely trying to get away early as he tries to put some distance between himself and Bova. See if he can get out and get a clear line without being harassed by anybody behind him. There was a few excursions on that first tabletop between turn 2 and turn 3 on the first lap. I don't know if there was any bar banging went on, but there was 3 or 4 riders went down the outside of that. As we see a couple of moves in the mid-pack.
Yeah, now, I know that Beachy was showing a lot of interest in some of those off-track adventures earlier on. I've been watching him pay close attention to some of them. So
say that, I look out the window, Russ. I look out the window, and there's Beachy just staunching up to that exact spot.
Yeah, so, absolutely. With his book in hand and pen ready to go.
Going to be looking and pointing at a few riders, you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Now, I'm seeing Rossendich move forward.
He's actually come across the line in 6th, so it's Budd, Bova, Holleroyd, McHugh, Mitchell, and then Rossendich in 6th.
Yeah, I think he's just moved into 5th. Yep. But a few of the boys took that little sneaky line on the side of the tabletop here. And guess who's standing right next there to me, looking directly at it? Mr. Beach. So we'll see if there's any conversations that have to be had afterwards. But it's kind of been the theme of the weekend, hasn't it, boys? These white markers and keeping the riders in the track.
Shout out to the 331 of Jackson Mitchell. Great start to this one on the Yamaha from Maitland Motorcycle Elite Industry Equipment and Blitzed Images. He's got a good start in this one. He's featuring up here. Hadn't seen his name up this high before in our series, so nice start there, Jackson, in this particular moto for MX1 A and B. As we watch Bova and Holleroyd here, 2nd and 3rd on track, you can just sort of start to see Budd disappearing just a little bit out the front of the shot of the screen there. There he is, trying to run away. He's on a different section of track now. Ooh, just having to hop his way out of that rut.
That rut is getting terrible, isn't it?
Good thing it's the final moto of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. So Bova and Holleroyd is where the battle for 2nd place is going to come from. Reese Budd, quickest with a 142.247. The next quickest was a 145, so he's definitely got the head down and trying to break away. And get away from these boys. How's the inside of that Dubbo Regional Council corner looking there, Russ?
Mate, right where I'm standing directly behind me as Bova comes through, it is looking absolutely treacherous, mate. I want nothing to do with that corner at all. Directly behind me, there's about 10 options of lines and ruts from the inside to the outside, and none of them look pleasant whatsoever. But again, the tabletop behind the camera guy here is the line where the guys have been pushing off. Beachy's got his eye on that one. It's slick and hard pack into a boggy hole, into a myriad of ruts, massive acceleration bumps, and just nothing that looks any kind of fun whatsoever.
Yeah, we can definitely see there's several lines being taken through that corner you're standing at. I think some of them are even by choice as they get bumped around in the ruts over there.
And nothing you do on a track like this is by choice right now. When it's there's this many ruts and mud bumps, it's not really your choice. You just follow where the bike's taking you.
That's a very good point.
But Bova doing a great job here in 2nd and running those lines that we're sort of mentioning before this moto off air, that those ones that he's been doing really well in the earlier motos. Taking some wider lines, hitting that outside, the fluff that's left on the edges, and just flowing the corners. Particularly this last left-hand elbow before the finish line. He's got a great line around the outside edge of it. Just carries his speed. Probably not so good on the exit of that corner up onto the start straight, but he's still, the rest of the circuit, he's got some interesting lines that are working for him really nicely. Maybe he's just playing into his favourite technique in terms of just carrying speed and blowing apart a berm.
Yeah, carrying speed, and maybe he thinks it's going to be a bit less tiring and physical I know it's the last moto of the day. It's probably been a long day for these boys, having to wait around. But he's not having it all his own way. Is
Holroyd, yeah, right there.
Side. Yeah, right behind him. They go, one went inside out, one went outside in.
Oh, look that way, and they're going to switch over as they come down the straight again. So they're not trying to follow, which is great. These guys are obviously experienced in this area. They're A and B graders.
Yep.
And they're trying to just work their way around this track without being stuck behind the rider in front to not follow in case of a mistake. They can pounce on that opportunity.
Yeah.
But this battle, they would have flipped in the first moto for their finishing results. So if they stay this way, this is the way they get on the overall podium. So for Cooper, he wants to get this passed on John, because otherwise it's going to be a third overall for the day, not second overall. So it's a bit to play for here.
Rossenden is up to fourth. So after his bit of drama at the start, he's managed to come through to fourth, which is a good showing, considering the problems at the start.
I think Holroyd's getting alongside Bova there, but he's gone to the outside run there. Bova took the optimum line. And as you can see, actually, Holroyd has picked up on that outside of the last corner there that Bova's been running to good effect.
He's obviously seen that it gives him a great run down this finish straight and over these two tabletops, and thought, I want a piece of that. It looks a lot smoother and a lot quicker. Reese Budd's got himself an 11-second lead after a couple of laps. As he goes down into the switch lane there, where Russ is standing right there on cue.
Yeah, just watching Reese Budd come through here and absolutely blow apart a bunch of corners. I wanted to come down and see the lines that these boys are taking. There's a bit of a move going on here. Bova trying to protect the inside line. Holroyd still unable to make the pass as he loses a little bit of traction coming out of the split lane section there. Connor Rosendich in fourth, it looks like now, with a huge gap to the guys in front of him. He's got a clean track. He needs to keep it together to push up into those boys there. But some of these ruts are unbelievable. The bikes are right sideways, and if you look closely, the tyre marks are actually 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground itself. So the boys have got the bikes leaned right over, pushing super hard into those ruts, looking for any kind of traction that they can. Going back to what you guys were talking about earlier with how impressed we were with the moisture in this track, I can't believe that there is still dark, sort of bally, sticky material still coming up, meaning that there is still moisture in this track this late in the day.
Yeah, we can see it on the drone as you're talking now, from looking down on the track, and you're exactly right. There's still plenty of dark patches, which should give great grip.
So that line, so we've had that change.
Got it done.
Yeah, we've had a change in that running order. So it's Holroyd up to second, Bova back to third now. So that's going to change the overall on the podium positions as well. Like I was just mentioning before, that'll put Holroyd up to second overall. So he'll be happy with that. Right behind his teammate there on that Moto Coach Elite Honda, Win Reese Budd, for this MX1 class.
I don't know how Reese Budd is making this track as smooth as he is, but he's somehow skipping through the bumps and holes like it's dead smooth. It's incredible to watch. Bova dives to the inside and then goes outside, trying to make it work. Holroyd still commanding that position. And Rosendich coming around totally on his own, holds it wide open as he gets around that corner.
Yeah, Rosendich has got plenty of space in front of him. He's also got plenty of space behind him.
Yeah, it's really up to him to make up some positions now, isn't it? Or not positions, but basically time, if he can do that.
Yeah, if he feels he can, he's trying to make up some time, but he's got, what's he got, 7 or 8 seconds gap in front of him, I think, we'll find. So he's got a fair bit of time to make up. And if these two do start having a bit of a ding-dong battle together and holding each other up, he might have a chance. But if they just keep running line astern, I don't know if he's got the pace to get on the back of these two.
No, he's definitely not running a pace where he's just going to hunt them down, I don't think. But he needs to just log his laps, do quite well. Connor's been running good lap times all day today. He's probably more setting himself up for a position where if there's any kind of mistake, or like you said, these two get into a battle, he's right there to capitalise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holroyd onto the start straight. Ooh, nice kick in the rear from John Bover as he tried to accelerate up the hill on the start straight there. Just got the bike all sorts of unsettled. Down into the Kennards High corner. Holroyd ripping that throttle onto that Honda 450 to get the drive out. You can see him drop that elbow. That means that throttle's getting punished. A little bit of a scrub to get over there. Stay down low. Oh, there's that kick. Oh, Bover. Holroyd went all sorts of sideways on a kicker into the braking area, but then Bover made that look like nothing happened and went even more over the top with the sideways action.
It's cost John Bover too. He came out of that split section a lot further off the back of Holroyd as he was, so understandably, it cost him a bit. It was a bit of a moment.
Oh, the front went one way, the back went another way, and then they decided to swap. So it was not pretty.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if you guys can see this on my camera view here, but I'm down on this final turn leading into the start straight. The acceleration bumps are ridiculous. These holes are super deep coming out of these massive ruts. Rider 61 coming around as Reese Budd wheelies through. Basically lifts the front wheel up and skips through all those holes, trying to get through on a smooth line. Let's see what line Holroyd picks and Bover as they come around the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, leading in to the one where I'm standing now. Holroyd goes for an outside line. Bover takes the exact same rut as well. That's actually one of the better lines, I believe, at this time of day. Let's see what Connor does. He comes through the inside and into these big holes. The roost is flying all over us. It's definitely a tricky line where you need to sit back on the bike, lift the front wheel and skip through.
Yeah, Bover's been running that wide line all day, and it's always looked smooth, it's always looked fast, and it's always got him a great run onto the back straight. And a few of the riders that have been around him on the track have noticed that and started to run that outside line as well, because the inside line coming through that corner just does not look good, like good fun at all.
You really have to be on the back wheel for this inside line to work, and some of the riders are able to do that. You can't rely on your front tyre being on the ground here. Brocktrop goes past us here on the number 9 Suzuki machine. Kept the front wheel low, but it was still off the ground and skipping over those holes. It's about the only way to get through this kind of a mess.
Yeah, those views just then on that screen of you next to those ruts, they're not pretty at all. They're quite well built up too, some of those ruts, like the outside of the, it's almost a berm in itself, but it's just a rut. There's 3 of them beside each other. Yeah, they're terrible looking right now. So absolute foot peg grabbers if you overbalance and go the wrong way there.
You could lose a 65 in there, no worries at all.
Good thing they're not running today, right?
Yeah. That was our leader, Reese Budd, going through. We wait for Holroyd. They're just going through.
They're coming towards that final section of track, and both of them are, like we said, they're going to that outer edge.
Holroyd got a bit caught up there in that outside edge, yeah.
Wasn't as flowing as it had been a few laps previous. He just had to pause before he could get back onto the gas because the bike wasn't where he thought it should be. So we watch Bover closely there around the turn 1. He's still keeping Holroyd just in sight.
Is that the little bit of inspiration Bover needs to get up on the back of him? I'm not sure, because we've got a lap rider doing the right thing and just staying out of the way. Doesn't really interfere with the boys. Good job. Is that this?
Oh, that's the 61 machine got the kick there as well. The lap rider just went absolutely side of that. Scott Shaw just showing us a side panel from the head-on view.
That braking section is just getting chopped up.
It's terrible.
Like you said, lucky it's the last moto of the day. I think I'd like to be out after this.
Bover's making a bit of a push here. It's back towards the second position. Cooper Holroyd's going to have to pay attention to. Oh, Bover just almost tucked the front. He had to stand it up on his leg.
And that was, Cooper had that little moment coming onto the finish straight, and I thought, okay, that might give Bover a bit of a go here, like as in he's pushing too, so if I push, I might be able to get a chance. Obviously, Cooper couldn't see him from behind, but the same thing's happened now. Bover's had a little moment. Just cost him a half a second as Reese Budd goes over the finish line. Just completes another lap.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. He did that on purpose, wheelied out of that rut jumped a couple of the acceleration bumps and just flew out of there.
Yeah, up and gone.
Oh, wow. Nice work, Reese. Continuing on, mate.
Yeah.
2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in our MX1 A and B moto. Reese Budd got this one under control, but as we saw earlier in the day, that's not necessarily how this will play out, because he did tip over in one of our motos earlier and hand over a win. But he's been pretty consistent since that point at the front of our field. He's got a 24.5 second gap over second place of Cooper Holroyd. Connor Rossend is just actually doing the same thing that Reese Budd did on the exit of that final turn onto the start straight, just picking the front up, jumping out of those acceleration holes. He's being followed closely by Justin McHugh here on the 355 Yamaha. So Justin having a good top 5 run here in this MX1 moto. On board his 250 by the looks of it. So giving up a little horsepower, but still putting in a strong showing.
Holroyd's got about a 3 second gap over Bova, as you can see on the screen there. It's just opened up again. I don't know if Bova's decided that the podium is a good finish, or if Holroyd's just started to push on a bit more as they take down through the middle of the roller sections. Through Risen Corner in the next set of rollers. Oh,
not the smoothest of run there for Bova.
No, it was a little bit out of shape, wasn't it?
I feel like the smoothness to the entry to those rollers has disappeared. Probably like the rest of the track at this point.
Yeah.
Holroyd having a good run this time out of the final corner. Over the finish line, tabletop.
So next time Reese comes over, we should get the last lap board.
Boys, I'm just going to watch the 299 of Jones as he comes around this last turn into the straight. He's been doing something pretty funky. I want to see if he does it again. Commentator's curse means he probably won't, but yeah, there we go. Big high wheelie. He's been working on that for the last few laps now, where he's coming around that inside, holding a really nice line, and then lifting the front wheel really high and skipping all the way through there. Pretty tricky little line. Takes a lot of skill to do that. Pretty cool to see.
Nice.
Yeah, just adapting to the conditions and just making it work, right? Like, you know that there's a hole there. Don't plow the front end on an angle, on a lean angle. Get it up and over it.
Yeah,
nice work.
That's the thing, isn't it? The changing conditions, you've always got to be aware of the changing conditions and adapting to them, and he's done well with that. Got himself some airtime.
Well, yeah, you can clip that for the socials later too. Boom. Make a few of the sponsors happy that he might have against his name. It's like GCF Contractors, MCH Diesel, Chris Watson Motorcycles, Promoto Suspension, Atlantic Oils, Total Fitness, all helping out the 299 of Ryan Jones as he carries that front wheel around that final corner.
Fantastic. So Reese Budd cross over, so there's 2 laps to go.
As he rails around, just having a little bit of a steady look at the Kennard's High corner there was Reese. Wasn't his best run through that corner that time.
He's definitely got time on his side though, so he can have a bit of a casual look. As we wait up there and see, that's Bova going up through turn 1 and down towards the Kennard's High corner.
Still keeping a sight on second position is Bova. He hasn't let Cooper get too far away.
No, he's definitely keeping him honest.
There's Holroyd. There's Bova. Lap rider in between there. Let's just watch this braking area and just see who shows a side panel or two. Luckily, they all avoided where that bump is this time through. I think they've learnt what's causing that kick.
Yeah, adapting to the conditions.
I don't want to be anywhere near that, they said.
Brendan Steele and number 2 goes through the finish line to tick off another lap in front of us.
Reese looking pretty good on this 450, and I kind of picked up there in Russ's interview after this Moto 1 when he was on the 450 that maybe we see him jump out of the 250 class in Oz Pro MX and jump onto the 450 for coming rounds. So that might be a little sneaky change. He hasn't had the results that he probably hoped for in the 250 in the opening 2 rounds through Oz Pro MX. Yeah, but so far here in this final lap that he's now on in the 450 MX1 class, he's obviously comfortable on a 450. So if he's having a better feeling here, why not maybe move up into the big boy class at the Oz Pro level as well? I've been kind of waiting for him to do that for a year or two now. Ever since he first got on the 450, he got a fill-in ride for World Supercross with Club MX, and he did pretty good at that point down in Melbourne. That was about 2023, if I remember correctly, maybe 2022. But I've been waiting for him to make the full-time jump up, and he hasn't quite done it yet. So, but he hinted that maybe it's coming.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, he definitely looks comfortable, like you said, on the 450 here today.
He's definitely going strong. So he's got half a lap to go. He's just rounded that whole shot graphics berm for the last time for him today. Couple of corners to go here. Couple of roller sections still to double his way through. One more look at the Risen Unlimited corner for him.
Over the rollers. Last of the rollers section through the whole shot graphics corner and up over the little tabletop. But it's another rider a lap down there.
Yeah, that's the 61 of Scott Shaw. I think we saw him earlier in the moto as well.
Okay.
Might be 2 laps down if I'm not mistaken.
I think he is, yeah.
So here comes Reese towards our finish line. He's going to take the checkered flag here in our MX1 A and B moto. It's going to be a 1-1 day for Reese Budd and the overall. He's going to extend his championship lead here. We're looking for the 28 to come through. He's probably got about a 25.5 second gap over the field. So we're going to take a little bit of time here to get to our second place, which should be Cooper Holroyd on the 28, and it should be closely followed by the 284 of John Bovo.
So there's Cooper coming through the last corner onto the straight now and takes the checkered flag.
Here comes Bovo.
With a bit of a wheel stand, probably happy with his day at the office. Takes third, bit of style over the last tabletop. And we believe that Russ has got the Reese Budd down there.
The one and only Reese Budd, mate. Yes, I do. He's down here on his Moto Coach Honda racing machine. Reese, absolute dominance here today. Awesome to watch you riding around this track. Bit of a technical circuit, mate. I know that you like a wide open throttle, mate, but tell me about how your day broke down here at Dubbo.
Yeah, it went really good. Felt really good on the bike all day, so yeah, well, it's good. Obviously, first moto in the 250, just a little mistake and bum head move, and yeah, just had a bit of mud stuck in my my rear brake and locked up for a little bit, so it took me a little bit too long to realise what was going on before I got going, but rebounded for Moto 2 with a dominant win. Same with both 450 motos, 2 dominant wins today. So yeah, I feel really good on the bike. It's funny, this bike isn't set up for me. It's my boss's bike, so maybe we should get it set up for myself. And yeah, like I said, I want to do some Pro MXs. I really feel good on the 450 bike. So yeah, having a lot of fun and whole team environment and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, big shout out to the Moto Coach Elite Racing team for all their help and effort. My dad for his help, spinning spinners all day. I got my little man and wife watching at home. He loves watching the dirt bike racing, so I'm hoping he's watching right now and got a smile on his face, so that's cool. But yeah, we go home tonight and we got round 3 Pro MX in a week's time, so looking forward to it.
Awesome, mate. That's going to be so good to see you racing there. We can't wait to see you at round 4 for state titles as well down in Bega. That's going to be unreal, mate. Congratulations on the day, and yeah, can't wait to see you at the next one.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Russ, and we'll take a quick break.
Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking click, click, zoom.
All right, I'm down here with Mr. Holroyd. Mate, it's been great to watch you rip this 28 machine around the track here today. Give me a little bit of a rundown of how your day went, where the battles were, where the struggles were, and where the wins were for you.
To be honest, I had a pretty solid day, I'd say. Two like pretty good starts. Second one, I sort of got bunched off a little bit. I think Reese played a bit of strategic and came straight across on me, which is fair enough. That's just racing. But yeah, I was battling with Johnny for a bit, and then just sort of made my move where I was a little bit quicker than him, and yeah, just trying to make it stick really, because he had some parts on me and I had some parts on him, so it was good battling with him. But definitely the track turned out tough. I'll say that. Traction was getting a bit sketchy on some up ramps. You'd come out of the corner and it'd just want to spin up, but that's just racing. That's how the tracks form up, and you just got to work with what you got, really.
Awesome effort today, mate. It was great to see you riding around. Congratulations on the results. Well done.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Chiedimento di che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kennard's make your job easy.
Welcome back. The racing here at Dubbo Dirt Bike Club has completed. Day 2 action is over. Our weekend for round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross State title has completed. The action has been action-packed, and as you just saw from the footage walking in here, the track that we're standing out on is absolutely mental right now. And I've taken the high ground here, boys. I've taken my opportunity to get back on the level of you guys. So we're going to carry through and just highlight some of the efforts of the day. And hopefully our cameraman doesn't trip over as he's walking around in these ruts here, struggling around. Now, I want to point out a couple of riders. Russ, I'm going to go to you. The number 8 of Raphael Roster. Massive weekend for him, getting the dub. 2 moto wins over Blake Bohannon. He's got to be happy with himself on that one.
I think he really is, Dave. He came into this weekend and he was sick of losing to Blake Bohannon. This was his words. He's like, I'm sick of getting second. I've got to do something about it. And he did. He stepped up. He picked up his game. And honestly, there was a few moments there where it was, quite a few moments where him and Blake were going head-to-head. A clean race. There was nothing in between them all. And Blake just didn't have anything for him today. So he'll be feeling really good. The confidence will be super high rolling into round 4. And I'm really keen to see what he can do there.
Yeah, hopefully that's put him a few points back towards the front of that championship, because Blake had basically won all the motos here. So he's turned it around a little bit. He won't get to the lead, but he'll be a lot closer than he was coming into this weekend as we head to round 4 there. Now, Greg, the other one we're going to point out here is the 27 machine of Richie Lawler. Now, Richie had a good couple of motos, but the day started out with a bit of an injury. He went down early in his first moto of the day,
banged up his shoulder, but we were impressed with how he recovered for the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He went down early and banged up his shoulder, and in a post-race interview with Russ, he said it was pretty sore, pretty tender. We wonder how he's going to go. But he finished the day, what do you have, three
more moto wins, I'm pretty sure.
So it obviously wasn't too bad, but hopefully he bounces back and he should be good to go at the next round down in Bega. But as far as his day goes, he's got to be pretty happy with it. A crash, a sore shoulder, but still getting 3 moto wins out of it.
So we'll have to see how bad that is for him over the next couple of weeks, because we only got a few weeks until we head to round 4, which we'll talk about in just a second. But one more person to point out before the end of this coverage here, the 219 of Ada Harris. We're going to say an up and down day, because we had ups in the women's class races, downs in the junior girls class races. Russ, she's got to work out a couple of these mistakes, because if she can eliminate those, she's going to have really up days.
Look, Ada Harris is a super talented rider. She has a bunch of speed, great technique. She's on an awesome machine. She's on great equipment. She's just got to get that consistency there. It's so frustrating. We all are cheering for her. We're all loving watching her ride and race, and she's so amazing, but she's just got to slow things down and stop making those unforced errors. Most of the time throughout this championship, she's been her own worst enemy, unfortunately. It hasn't been that much pressure from the girls, maybe a little bit here and there, but it's been pressure from herself and silly mistakes that has just cost her immensely. So really keen to see her just slow it down, slow breathing down, get everything together, and get out in front where she belongs.
Yeah, definitely. So she got out in front. She should have the overall for the MX Women's, but Claire Pollard's going to have the overall for the Junior Girls. And that's because of those little mistakes that we're having there across that day for Ada Harris. So that's the racing action that we're going to just recap there. We've got a few thank yous. Obviously to the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. Yes, we're looking at the track and standing here and showing that it's absolutely annihilated, but it's actually still in really great condition considering the amount of effort that they put in to prep this over the week beforehand, and obviously last night between the 2 days of racing. So well done to the Dubbo Dirt Bike Club. Thank you to the Motorcycle New South Wales officials and volunteers. Obviously one of a man that's he's outdone you probably in the step count today. That little battle that we have running, Daniel Beach, our clerk, he's been all over the track issuing penalties. He's been having a lovely weekend. He's loved life this weekend, I reckon, Beachy, putting out that penalty board. To our flag marshals, thank you very much for being out here. Obviously a lot of blue flags and yellow flags. There's a couple of red crosses. Hopefully all of our injured riders are A-OK. To Skywalker Studios, great pictures all weekend long. You're getting them right now. The broadcast just continues to evolve. Obviously, we've now got a third commentator in Greg, but the footage is actually, I think, I'm just watching it myself. I was almost just entertained myself watching it there in the commentary boxes, being a part of it. So thank you to those guys. Our event sponsors, of course, Dubbo Regional Council, Risen Unlimited, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, National Motorcycle Alliance. All right, I think we're almost time to wrap it up. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. That's Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central. This is Greg Dunn from Mr. Bones Moto YouTube channel. We're going to be back for round 4 action in just a couple of weeks. It's May 30 and 31st, so set your calendars. We're going to have more live coverage. We're going down to the South Coast this time. We're going down to Bega. New track for this series, so we'll be looking forward to seeing the action from down there. So make sure you check out our live stream coverage again. You've got to subscribe to the Motorcycle New South Wales YouTube channel to be able to find that. Go back and watch some of the motos during the week to keep yourself entertained. There's plenty of action in all of it. Until then, we'll see you at your local track.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dubbo Regional Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.